Korin Locke was once a simple gamer. Then he was thrust into the world of the heroic legend of Arya, a digital realm he had utterly mastered. Initially, a sense of calm washed over him. After all, he was not the story's protagonist. That grand destiny was reserved for Park Se-ho, the chosen one prophesied to vanquish the ultimate evil. Korin's plan was simple: stay alive and let the story unfold. But the deeper he followed the supposed hero, the more the script began to unravel. Vanishing heroines, corrupted missions, and dark truths festering just below. When he finally grasped the horrifying reality, it was chilling. The celebrated hero was a complete monster. He was harvesting the lifeblood of the heroines, nursing a twisted obsession far more sinister than any final boss. And so Korin died, betrayed and utterly powerless when the hero failed his destined quest. But fate gave him a second chance, returning him to the very start. The naivety was gone. This world was no game. The true threat was the hero, and Korin's new mission was absolute. Eliminate Se-ho before his power becomes absolute. Only then could he finally achieve a peaceful school existence, surrounded by the beautiful heroines of the academy. Korin's consciousness snapped back, finding himself regressed in time. He was at ground zero, a full 3 years in the past. He swore an oath to rewrite his tragic fate and destroy Park Se-ho. Korin had to assassinate the main character. He recalled the past, when the system announced a disaster at the Roti River. A dam had shattered, unleashing a torrent of destruction. Monsters and innocent townsfolk were swept away. Faced with such a devastating tragedy, Park Se-ho actually laughed, finding the chaos exhilarating. Back then, Korin had stared at him, bewildered. He couldn't comprehend his disturbing joy, but with the clarity of his second life, he knew Se-ho saw only a golden opportunity in the tragedy, a chance to monopolize all the experience points. Korin resolved to end him before he could grow, as long as he remained a mere rank 5 rookie like himself. Furthermore, the greatest power-ups were all concentrated at Merkaba Academy. The Park Se-ho who emerged from that academy was a true demon. Right now, he might not be an absolute monster, but nobody could predict the terrifying speed of his growth. With admissions starting in just 5 days, the optimal strategy was to execute Park Se-ho immediately, sprinting through the woods and gathering mushrooms. A system notification suddenly pinged him. It was a tutorial quest, a rescue mission for stranded people. The targets were security guards, whose carriage, bound for Merkaba City, had broken down in a forest swarming with infected beasts. Deep within the corrupted forest, the guards, Leon and Laura, celebrated. They had just slain a small rabbit-like monster in their path, basking in their victory until the carriage fixer called to them. The carriage is repaired now, but as they turned back toward the carriage, a hulking rank 2 werewolf materialized before their eyes, its fearsome roar shaking the very air with terror. Korin had already breached the forest's edge, but he sensed he was nearly too late. Although he hadn't pinpointed their exact location, the savage howls and monstrous roars echoed toward him. At the same time, Leon desperately shoved Laura to safety, attempting to evade the creature's brutal assault. Witnessing his desperate struggle, Park Se-ho, who was also a passenger on the carriage, burst out, trying to create an opening for Leon. Meanwhile, Korin observed from the dense undergrowth, curious if Park Se-ho would actually save these NPCs or not. The moment Park Se-ho stood before the fearsome beast, he watched it seize Leon's throat with its vicious claws. With his hands trembling, Park Se-ho moved to attack the monster to save his companion. But before his blade could find its mark, Alicia Arden, the second daughter of the Arden household and wielder of Odachi, one of the legendary 6 king swords, leapt from the carriage as if from nowhere. She struck the beast, vowing to handle this creature by herself, and ordering a shocked Park Se-ho to stand down. And then, something horrifyingly familiar to Korin occurred. Park Se-ho plunged his dagger deep into Alicia's back. This confirmed Korin's suspicion. Park Se-ho was always a monster, an evil that he had failed to see before. Alicia stared back, her eyes filled with pleading confusion, unable to comprehend the reason for this sudden betrayal. But Park Se-ho offered a pathetic excuse that his hand had slipped. On the other hand, Korin knew the truth. If Alicia were to perish in this quest, it would allow Park Se-ho to claim the legendary Odachi, and with that power, he would join Linnea Arden's party. The Great Swordsman, a far more terrifying outcome. However, Alicia was so powerful that even after being stabbed, she adopted a battle stance and leaped back several times, widening the gap between herself and the werewolf. Centering herself, she employed her magnificent footwork skills, unleashing an incredibly potent aura, focusing that energy into her sacred blade. Upon seeing that she could slay the monster by herself, Se-ho hurled a dagger, seething with dark magic toward Alicia. Yet, she deflected the cursed blade with her own sword, arriving at the chilling conclusion that his excuse about his hand was nothing more than a treacherous lie. Alicia then pivoted to face the monster, and found its face mere inches from hers. Its massive jaws opened wide to devour her. She swung her sword with a blindingly swift motion, managing to land a decisive blow, plunging the blade into the werewolf's skull. But the werewolf still bit down on her head. Both Alicia and the beast collapsed to the earth as Park Se-ho snatched her. Odachi, preparing to deliver the final, killing blow. He believed that killing an NPC would grant him EXP as well. Before he could murder Alicia, Korin covertly tossed a powder collected from panic mushrooms, a substance that forest monsters find irresistible. The moment the powder coated him, the forest monsters lunged forward to swarm him. Seizing the opportunity, Korin dragged the dying Alicia to a safe corner. He thanked the heavens that she was still breathing. Korin then used his own dagger to extract the monster's poisonous fangs. But during this critical moment, Park Se-ho spotted him with her. Korin stood his ground, completely unfazed. He taunted him for holding the legendary Odachi, mentioning how he had killed 3 hornets in under a minute. When Park Se-ho looked at him more closely, he instantly recognized him. It was none other than Korin Locke. Park Se-ho immediately took up a defensive stance, gripping the Odachi with a white-knuckled intensity, demanding to know how he had found this place. This made Korin understand that Park Se-ho must have forgotten everything from their past life. Taking this as his opening, while distracting Park Se-ho, Korin surged forward, swinging a fist toward Park Se-ho's head, and then flinging the dirt he had scooped from the ground into his eyes. Blinded, Se-ho desperately swung the great sword through the air, but of course all of his attacks missed wildly. Korin effortlessly weaved past these strikes, confirming that Park Se-ho was just a mediocre swordsman. Closing the distance with incredible speed, Korin clutched the werewolf's poisoned fangs, aiming for his throat. But Park Se-ho managed to clear his vision. Countering at the very last possible second, Korin lunged again, driving the fang toward Park Se-ho's throat, absolutely determined to conclude this battle. But once more, Se-ho dodged the fatal blow. A burning frustration ignited within Korin's eyes. He desired nothing more than to see that fang buried deep within Se-ho. He charged, swinging his free arm as a feint, while simultaneously bringing the fang in for yet another deadly strike. Caught off guard by the deceptive maneuver, Park Se-ho stumbled backward, raw fear flashing across his face. Korin crashed into him with his full body weight. Blood began to gush from the fresh wound. Pure terror washed over Se-ho's face as he saw Korin, aiming the poisoned fang toward him with his other hand. In a desperate act, Se-ho used his hand to block the attack, allowing the fang to pierce straight through it, just to avoid a blow that would surely kill him instantly. But Korin was relentless. He grabbed the fang with both hands and pushed. He forced it downward with every single ounce of his strength, until the fang finally sank deep into Se-ho's throat. Killing him was a necessary evil. He was a seed of a monster which would have only grown stronger, unleashing countless disasters upon all of humanity. Just then, the system announced a critical error was occurring. Player Park Se-ho had been confirmed as dead. The percentage for successful completion of the main plot is now being recalculated, analyzing the potential of the remaining player, passing experience points, and minimal backup data in case of a total scenario collapse. The minimal stats of Park Se-ho transferred in. He was now an Ada-class knight, the successor to the martial master. Subplayer Korin was about to celebrate this incredible turn of events, yet his attention snapped back to Alicia, who was gasping for air as he reached out to her. He saw she was afflicted by the peacock tree frog's potent poison. He noticed the dagger still lodged in her stomach, knowing from his training that creating this toxin was incredibly hard, without employing a variety of combinations. And if Park Seho's skills had been just a little bit higher, she would have certainly been dead by this point. But since the poison fong remained inside her, she had to be detoxified, and the bleeding must be stopped immediately. Tightening his own belt around the area of her injury, Core managed to halt the bleeding. He knew biting her tongue in agony would only cause more problems, so he brought Park Seho's lifeless arm to her mouth, allowing her to bite down on it instead. In addition, he wrapped his own shirt around her waist, and soon she was lying on the ground in a peaceful state, while Korin began to prepare the necessary antidote. As the antidote was being meticulously prepared, Korin's mind was racing with countless thoughts. He had no idea how he had traveled 3 years into the past, but everything was different this time. He had killed the main player and even saved a life. His thoughts were broken when Alicia murmured, asking for his name. But Korin merely urged her to get some rest, completely ignoring her question. He needed to keep everything about himself a closely guarded secret. He refocused on the new situation before him, the story of the heroic legend of Arhin. This new hero would be the one to rescue the world, taking down countless hordes of monsters, and ultimately the final boss. Park Seho existed in the story, so the world would eventually end. This meant Korin now had a chance to become that true hero. But even after becoming the main player, he was forbidden from using the former player's unique equipment and items. While sketching a circle upon the dirt, he thought of utilizing factors that were external to the system. Suddenly, powerful flames erupted from the small magic circle. They swirled violently and then vanished, just as quickly as they appeared. He knew this had worked for him in his previous life. Although he was naturally weak to magic, he had devoted himself to the study of one thing: runes. Ancient symbols that held immense magical power. Duty, restriction, and oath. 3 primal laws that were the source of superhuman strength. Now, with absolutely nothing left to lose, he resolved to engrave all 3 of these runes upon his own body. While carving these 3 powerful runes, he swore to never turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people, to not perceive spirits, and to save the world. With all 3 of these commandments successfully completed, they would now be applied to the new player. However, any failure to uphold these oaths would result in certain death. Sometime later, Alicia's eyes fluttered open after a very long sleep. She was startled to find herself lying in a proper bed, and the moment she stirred, a sharp pain shot through her from her recent grievous injury. The nurse at her bedside informed her that she was in the Merkaba City Emergency Hospital and strongly advised her not to move. Curious, she asked about the person who had brought her there, but she was met with disappointment. She learned that her mysterious savior had already departed. On a table nearby, she spotted her savior's belt, which was still stained with her own blood. Trying to distract herself, she requested a honey bomb candy from the nurse, yet became frustrated upon receiving strict orders to eat stew. 3 days had now passed since the incident in the forest, and today was the fated day of Merkaba's entrance exam. While searching for his ID inside his wallet, Korin noticed a folded letter tucked within. It was from his mother, telling her son how incredibly proud she was and reminding him to always help the people around him. After inhabiting this new body, Korin had felt a strange disconnect. But now, he truly felt like one of them, the members of his new family, because they had never once treated him with anything but love. Pushing forward at the bustling train station, crowds of people were looking in every direction, their faces a mix of emotions. A young girl, Mariette Donnelly, the same one who was ensnared by Park Seho, a first-class, second-year Merkaba mage, waved and warmly welcomed the new students. After a short while, when the train began to move, Mariette gestured towards the training room and introduced herself to all the new faces. Mariette was the kind of person who walked a gilded path, receiving the blessings and admiration of all. However, the tides of fate turned very quickly. People are often met with terrible misfortunes, and there were great tragedies destined to befall Mariette Dunlevy. In the future, she becomes the final boss of the first act. After they had completed their journey, the students were instructed to disembark. Mariette told them to take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato each, and then she bid them all a cheerful farewell. The students then arrived at the Freedom Hall of Merkaba Academy. Korin's eyes immediately shot up to the magic circle above them, realizing that the space expansion magic was about to begin. As soon as the space expansion magic activated, the entire hall was plunged into darkness, causing all the students to panic. But Korin stood there completely unfazed, having already experienced this exact moment. A commanding voice echoed through the darkness, motivating the students who were cowering in fear. It was the voice of the old man, Haman. Everything was exactly the same as before. It was as if they were in a training camp. Instantly, a man emerged from the shadows. Spearman, a professor of the Damon Knight faculty. He wanted to witness every student's true capabilities. Suddenly, a system window appeared before each student, displaying the overall combat rank of every single one of them. They were all instructed to stand before the number sign. That matched their designated number. As soon as Spearman wished them luck, all of them were instantly teleported to a new location. The battle royale was about to begin. Analyzing their skills, Josephine Clara was amazed to see that this year's students possessed a lot of hidden talent, but she decided not to pass judgment on the first or second-ranked students yet, and to wait until all the others had been properly assessed. In the second position was Alicia Arden, the very same girl who was saved by Corin, Yule, Dronzer, and Cranoladin, and occupying the number 1 spot was Warren. However, it was shocking for Josephine to see that Warren was enrolled. At the same time, the examiner felt a wave of disappointment, seeing the 5th-ranked students being so incredibly weak. He was hesitant to even test the 6th-ranked students, assuming they would be even more pathetic. Yet, Josephine wouldn't allow it, because every student deserved a chance to learn. Left with not much of a choice, the examiner announced that the test would commence in 30 seconds. Monsters would be summoned based on the students' power levels. Before they began, cases filled with weapons were dropped for the students. In his previous life, Corin had chosen a simple sword. The majority of the students selected the very same weapon. But this time, Corin picked up a spear, a far superior weapon compared to the others. 30 seconds passed. The moment Corin chose his weapon, 3 short hounds, 5th-rank monsters, materialized within his designated space. Corin smirked as he looked down upon them. Meanwhile, they let out savage roars, their eyes burning with a ravenous hunger. Abruptly, one of the short hounds lunged to attack Corin, but it ended up dead in the blink of an eye. This enraged the other hounds, and they surged forward together. But they too vanished in seconds after being effortlessly slain by Corin. He couldn't help but crack a smile, due to the fact that he possessed an overwhelming amount of experience in killing this particular species. It took Corin 12 seconds to kill these hounds. Killing them in such a short period of time filled him with nostalgia, since in his past life, he couldn't even kill these monsters in the very first round, and had been eliminated almost immediately. But this time, he was just standing there, calmly waiting for the next wave to arrive, knowing he was going to pass this test with absolute flying colors. But it was getting somewhat disappointing for him, as the next wave of monsters was not starting yet. Meanwhile, the examiner, watching them from the screen, was incredibly disappointed with the current players, who were being defeated by such pitifully small monsters. He fondly remembered his own time, when he used to kill 5th-rank monsters in a total of 1 minute and 22 seconds. He didn't even want to look at the 6th-rank players, after witnessing the pathetic state of the 5th-rank ones. However, his gaze eventually shifted over to Corin, who was a player of the 6th rank. He assumed there might be a bug, since no monsters were appearing. Ignoring him, he began to look for other successful passers, taking 7 minutes, while assuming that the 3rd-rankers would only require 2 to 3 minutes at most. Little did he know that his estimate was far too long. Corin had already killed the monsters in only 12 seconds. But that odd feeling came back to the examiner. He couldn't help but ask his manager if there was a system malfunction, since someone who should have been eliminated a very long time ago was just sitting there chilling and relaxed. However, they were also aware that malfunctions of this nature don't really happen, as Josephine herself had created the system for these students, and she did not make mistakes. Annoyed, the examiner summoned the monsters himself into Corin's space. Their eyes widened with utter shock when they witnessed Corin defeat the monsters in just 7.3 seconds. They all stumbled backward and called out for Professor Furmak to come witness this exceptional sight. Unaware of what was happening, Furmak was confused. Despite that, the examiner learned from Furmak that the fastest record among the 3rd and 4th-ranked students, under his supervision, belonged to a kid by the name of Jaeger, who had completed the test in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This revelation was unreal for everyone who heard it. The examiner then became extremely curious and wanted to see more of Korin's true capabilities, assuming that he might be the son of a famous hunter, noticing his exceptional skill at throwing the spear. In that case, he summoned a 4th rank monster, the Mad Boar, but to his utter surprise, Korin killed it in a mere 3.7 seconds. This made him even more curious about Korin's true potential, so he sent in the 3rd rank monster, the owlbear. Now, because the test only went up to 3rd rank monsters, being a 3rd rank monster, owlbears are definitely quite strong, so it didn't bother going into a defensive mode, but attacked Korin immediately as well. Noticing it was in attack mode, Korin quickly activated his rune magic. Flames suddenly erupted within the space, engulfing the owlbear in a raging fire, but it didn't seem to attack him much, so as long as it was caught within the blaze, Korin quickly attacked it with his spear and defeated it easily. All of the examiners were completely shocked by that. They came to the conclusion that this player was definitely not a 6th rank player and was someone who showed quite a bit of potential after a very long and disappointing time. After the monster killing portion of the test, the evil spirit test officially began. As soon as the evil spirits were summoned, Korin couldn't see or hear them at all, because of the promise he had made while engraving the runes on his body to not perceive spirits. Korin still tried, waiting for a minute, but when it was finally confirmed that he actually could not interfere with evil spirits, he eventually gave up. Later on, at Merkaba Hall, the students were all talking about their ranks. That is when Korin's gaze darted over towards Jaeger Hinch Peter. In his past life, this guy had gotten himself killed by Park Se-ho because he was so full of himself. He's still the same, but it's probably just due to his young age. With that, Lark, a 5th rank player who looked clearly uncomfortable. In a past life, he was mercilessly bullied and could never get over his complexes. And he also had the same terrible luck as Jaeger and was killed too. Meanwhile, the director, Ryu Kazar, welcomed all the new students, wishing them luck and hoping that the students would be able to learn and would find their own unique path within this place. Later on, when they were all roaming around, Jaeger noticed Lark sitting by himself in a corner and decided to bully him, just like in a past life. But this time, Korin had planned to not let him get away with it, so he immediately reached out to the both of them and cleverly started talking about Jaeger's tattoos, which made Jaeger happy that someone else had a knowledge of tattoos, just like him. Korin only knew this because in his past life, when Jaeger had gone missing, his mother came to the academy, sick with worry. She had revealed that his tattoos were not just for show. They were something she had discovered while trying to protect her son, who had just joined the Guardian Academy. Noticing that he had the same interests, Jaeger quickly became impressed and began talking friendly with both Lark and Korin. At the same time, Alicia was watching all of this, feeling happy that Korin was saving his fellow mate from being bullied. However, this is how Korin ended up leaving a very strong impression on Lark. He remembered Lark's special ability, Memorize. A small smirk formed on Korin's face. He had finally found it, his free skill book at Merkaba Academy. Most of the facilities were completely free. Even the dorms and the cafeteria were cheaper than outside, although the most demanded and popular facility was the training room, since it helped students in a lot of different ways, like fighting against the spirit bodies, which were completely invisible to Korin earlier in the test. While Korin was busy practicing with the spirit bodies, the other students were shocked to see a freshman doing it. Normally, students didn't practice with these until their second semesters, but the funny part was that he was doing it so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the second-year students couldn't even catch the wind-type spirit bodies. The students started making fun of Korin when he received a powerful blow right to his face. With that, the instructor finally walked in, demanding an explanation for why Korin was practicing against the spirit body. Korin calmly explained that he was training his spear skills. This sudden attention was making Korin anxious. Why was this old man approaching him so directly? Had he made some kind of mistake during the entrance exam? But the instructor, seeing Korin's sheer determination, handed Korin 10 meal tickets as a reward and told him to come find it. If he succeeded, he'd personally offer his highest praise. With that, the instructor finally left, seemingly in a very good mood, while Korin quietly returned to his practice. He thanked God that everything had turned out fine. At the same time, Mariette was observing Korin's training. The way he was training so unstoppably showed his burning desire to get better. Therefore, after a tough training session and receiving a strong strike, Korin finally fell to the ground, breathing heavily and gasping desperately for air. Mariette quickly handed him a glass of water. assuring him that he had done very well. She said he should rest now and would be even better the next time. But Korin was relentless. He was aware of the fact that in his past life, he had Seiho with him, and because of that, they had potions and skill books from the combination window. But now, he had to do everything all on his own, so he didn't stop and began his practice again. With that decision made, Korin chose to truly test his limits. He knew that it might be excessive, but he needed to understand how far his past abilities could actually be pushed. One by one, he began to unleash them. Ominous Serpent Stab, Black Capture, Plague Counterattack, Returning Heaven Spin, and Pagoda Tree. Mountain Throw. Each strike landed heavy against the spirit. As he moved through the different techniques, a single thought raced through his mind. In his past life, his body had been weak. All the secret information he had about Park Seiho, or the future, was completely useless when faced with monsters and true geniuses. If he wanted to stand among them, this time, he would need more than just knowledge. He needed to have immense strength. And with that, he shot his spear forward with the combined skill of Ominous Serpent, Deep Righteous, Slithering Serpent, and Calamity Serpent Intent, causing such an intense result that it widened Mariette's eyes. She was completely speechless. She decided to choose words for his amazing talent, but ended up remaining quiet after seeing his outstanding skill. But obviously, it was far too excessive for Korin, so he ended up on the ground, feeling completely dizzy. The very next day, Mariette introduced the Academy's many facilities to the students. But even while being with all the other students and visiting these new facilities, Korin's mind drifted deep into his own thoughts. He wanted to get stronger because with this weak body, he wouldn't be able to test all of his true limits. And to be able to do that, the only way was the commandments. His gaze shifted over to Lark. Remembering his promise to not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. So he reached out to him and offered to go out and discuss grimoires. A skill book. The Merkaba library has tons of regular books, but also hides grimoires. The two of them went to the library in search of the book. Korin promised to give the powerful skill book to him if he would help him repel the evil spirits. While searching for the rare book, Korin opened up the hidden door. As soon as they both entered the door, Lark demanded to know what he needed to do in order to successfully repel evil spirits, but ended up getting a strong punch from Korin, knocking him unconscious on the cold ground. Korin studied Lark, who was lying unconscious on the floor. At first, he had wanted to help Lark too, but he also needed to complete the special quest as well, capturing the evil spirit in this place. However, the true obstacle was the unique malevolent spirit, Sebastian Duke, whose devastating assaults were said to be so immense that mortals could not withstand a single crushing blow, finding only death the moment the quest commenced. Yet, bound by his sacred oath to never perceive any spirits, he was completely blind to this special spectral entity. Furthermore, its attacks were utterly useless against Korin. In this situation, he offers Lark's helpless form as a vessel for Sebastian to inhabit. You see, this world contains enigmatic energies referred to as factors, powerful forces that can twist ordinary humans into demi-humans, creatures like vampires or the savage werewolves. One day, Sebastian awakened as a vampire and unable to master his new urges. He tragically murdered his own servant despite his desperate resistance. He failed, fearing he would next slaughter his own wife and daughter. He sent them far away and sealed the gates of his castle to prevent any further catastrophe. He then used powerful magic to imprison his own soul inside a book, the grimoire, now concealed within the Academy's library. But the moment he took possession of Lark's mortal body, Sebastian lunged forward to unleash his fury upon Korin. Yet, Korin had specifically chosen Lark because he knew the boy couldn't unleash his hidden physical power. Lark's body simply couldn't do much, even when he swung desperately to strike Korin. He easily dodged the attacks and delivered a powerful counter. A pang of regret hit Korin for using Lark, but he had to do what was necessary to clear this quest. If he simply exorcised him, he would gain the highest grade loot, including the Duke's Cape and a legendary vampire's armor. These were the very same items that Park Seiho once used, which became a crucial part of his power in the future. But Korin's path was different. He desired to grant this tormented soul a peaceful end, and so he revealed the truth to Sebastian, the fate of his wife and his daughter, after he had been sealed away. The tragic way his wife had passed, and how his daughter became a fearsome hunter. Upon hearing this revelation, Sebastian felt deep shame for having attacked Corin in the first place, and they had a very heartfelt conversation before he finally passed on. And for clearing the quest in such a benevolent way, Corin acquired the epic item known as Soul Dust and the Grimoire, the very book where Duke Sebastian's soul was sealed, containing powerful abilities and ancient spells. He even unlocked a brand new ability, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, a skill which can restore a wounded body. However, the moment Lark finally awoke, Corin urged him to remain still as an evil spirit had possessed him. He then handed him the legendary grimoire. Upon seeing the book, Lark's entire face lit up with absolute joy, and simply because Corin did not ignore the suffering of those who were kind. In accordance with his vow, he earned a massive 80 points, based on the world's mechanics. Only 5 stat points were gained with each level up. This was the same number of points he would get after leveling up 16 times. He began to wonder if this reward was compensated for the fact that he couldn't directly acquire stats from level. But regardless, it seemed like an incredible amount of power. 40 points came from saving Lark, and another 40 from Sebastian. Back inside the stamina training room, Mariette was busy handing out sweet potatoes to the students. She also wished Corin the best of luck for catching the spirit bodies today, but the other students found it laughable. The thought that a 5th-ranked student would be chasing after spirits. They found the very notion completely unreal. Mariette then decided to place a wager with the students on whether or not Corin could capture the spirit bodies. Gripping his spear tightly, Corin hoped that he could finally catch the spirit. He thought positively because he now had the point from Sebastian. Beginning with the most fundamental basics, he first forced himself to remember the last time he used the slithering serpent skill to defeat the spirit body, the most difficult technique among the calamity serpent intentions. So he decided to use the ominous serpent skill instead. In a single fluid blow, he captured the spirit. This was absolutely unbelievable, even for Corin himself. He never expected that he would be improving his strength this quickly. Additionally, Mariette rushed over to congratulate him and handed him his winnings from her bet with the other students. Later on that night, while walking across the academy campus, Corin contemplated his weaknesses and his newfound strengths. On one hand, his spear skills were improving at a rapid pace. But on the other hand, because of the rune's magic, his mana reserves were always dangerously low. In that case, he absolutely needed to solve this critical problem, and then he could maintain his abilities with much greater ease. While walking, he suddenly heard a voice. He recognized it almost instantly. Someone that even Park Seho couldn't defeat in the past life. One of the most powerful forces in the heroic legend of art. A notorious and powerful balance breaker. The adamant Jiangshi, Warren, was sitting under a tree, looking quite suspicious. It was rather shocking to find her there alone in the darkness. But Corin decided to just ignore her presence and walk right past her. But then his eyes widened in absolute shock when she voiced her doubt that he was the true owner of the body he inhabited. A wave of panic washed over Corin's face. His mind raced with 1,000 desperate questions. Was she merely guessing? Or did she somehow truly know that Corin had possessed this body? Warren was an existence akin to a living corpse, possessing both human and monster aspects within her body. She could likely perceive the very color of a person's soul, existing somewhere between the realms of life and death. So this confrontation was something that was fated to happen. Her recognition that Corin had taken over somebody else's body. But Corin put on a brave face in front of Warren, pretending that her words had not affected him and were not true. In his past life, Corin had always doubted his true identity. He never understood if the real him and the original Corin, the one whose body he now possessed, were the same person or not. And if they weren't, then who was he really? These questions about his true self always haunted him. But in the end, none of it had mattered when he was lying lifeless on the ground. In that case, he calmly explained to Warren about his neighbor, Bruce, who would transform into a green giant whenever he became mad. Although his 2 different personalities despised each other, what he was trying to say was that being a new soul or the original one, either way, it made no difference whether someone chose it or not. They were all born into a specific body, and there's no sin in the simple act of being born. Hearing that, Warren gritted her teeth in anger, not agreeing with Corin in the slightest, because for her, even her own birth was a terrible sin. Corin could see where her rage and immense agony were coming from, but he said nothing more and simply left. The very next morning, Korin was at the southern part of the academy. He had left the dorms even before the sun had risen. Because of the mission board, the commissions posted there helped students level up for the main quest, meaning it was a necessary course for them to move forward. Korin didn't want to just level up, but instead wanted to test something else entirely. His attention then shifted over to Alicia, who was staring at the board with careful intent. Not understanding why she was so intensely focused, Korin asked her the reason behind her desperation, and her answer completely shocked him. She needed to earn money. Even though the activity support funds for second rankers, like Alicia, were supposed to be quite high, she wasn't receiving any of it. This was due to the fact that for those who were already wealthy, these fund support clubs didn't really offer them much help. And since her own parents were quite permissive, she was forced to earn her own living expenses. Looking at the board, Korin suggested she take part in a patrol mission. It was cheaper, but they would accept a team of up to 3 people. However, Korin denied Alicia's offer to take part with her, as he had some other plans in mind. He'll pick the best ones, find a butterfly cat. If he could save the cat that was dying because of the water monster, he would also help the owner with the prevention of their depression, and would obviously get rewards upon the completion of his duty promise. And just as he had planned, he did all of it. The commandment is now activating. This means that even the smallest missions will now boost his stats. This made Korin dance around with pure joy, but the people watching found him to be psychotic. However, his happiness didn't last for very long when he remembered what he'd forgot. Even after making careful notes, Kijo Yun was absolutely furious because there was no sauce to appease his desire to make chicken, even after adding in tons of different ingredients. Immediately, Korin arrived there and advised him to add some starch syrup. Kijo found this advice to be completely foolish, but ended up screaming with joy because he had finally cracked the dish. Even helping someone in this way caused Korin to earn more points. This was absolutely mind-blowing for him, because he had only told the recipe to the guy for his own selfish reasons, as it would be difficult for the people of Korea to survive without Yangnia chicken. Seeing him acting all goofy and happy from the top of the roof of another building, Warren found him to be completely crazy. Josephine then approached her, informing her about taking permission before she was leaving. That is when Warren got a flashback of Korin telling her that being born is not a sin. But on the flip side, someone else was shouting at her, regretting that she had ever been born. Later on, at the official hunting grounds, Josephine announced that the first-year students would now be tested on their survival skills within the dangerous hunting grounds. They needed to reach the small cabin at the northern end of the forest, and if they did, they would pass. They needed to wear their rank armbands, and they would obtain points that would depend on their clear time. Korin noticed that Warren was not there. As always, she was never present for the practical tests. Just then, his attention shifted over toward Alicia. She was thanking him for having helped her out. She was now able to cover all of her monthly expenses. To her surprise, he handed her a candy that she loved, and without hesitation, she took it from him. Abruptly, a powerful space magic was created, and all the students were instantly teleported into the forest. Korin was shocked to witness the students immediately fight. As soon as they entered the forest, the hunting ground was an event where even the most skilled players had to make endless attempts in order to steal the armbands of others, all for the sake of gaining more points. But the true disadvantage was that the players were scattered all throughout the entire forest at completely random locations. Smartly, he decided to aim for the most dangerous players first. And after Warren, that meant it was Alicia. Little did she know, Korin had planted a tracking rune inside the candy she ate. Korin ignored those crazy players who were fighting like children and began moving forward deep into the forest, because as long as he dealt with the strong one first, the rest of them were just like free points. Smiling to himself, Korin kept heading further in, being fully aware of where Alicia was, because of the tracking rune he had placed inside her body. Sweat began to coat Alicia's face. She didn't understand why all of the other people were attacking her at once, finding it to be completely unfair. Still, she attacked those players and quickly knocked them out. Just then, a guy lunged to attack Alicia. It was a very close hit, but to Alicia's surprise, he suddenly fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Out of nowhere, Alicia noticed Korin, who had knocked the guy out for her, making her feel happy. But just because she got distracted, Korin smartly attacked and took her armband. Her eyes were filled with the tears of betrayal, as she had thought of him as a truly good person. Alicia was a pure fighting type. Second rank knight. She still found it hard to properly use her Vigilant Eyes ability. In terms of raw fighting power, She was about average among all the second ranks, but when she broke down in tears, feeling betrayed because she believed Korin was a good person, he only smiled evilly at her with a mocking tone. He told her to be a good person herself and hand over her armband. She had literally dealt with a huge group of students of third and fourth rankers who had all made groups just to fight against her. But she didn't consider Korin, a fifth ranker, to be a threat at all. But that was only moments ago. As of right now, she was struggling just to save herself from Korin's attacks. He was smartly counterattacking her by letting her attack first, in order to put her under a great deal of pressure. But Alicia could sense some small spaces in between those attacks. She tried to take this space as an opportunity to aim at him, but as soon as she tried attacking him, it was easily stopped by his weapon. First, he used Lawn to deflect all of the incoming attacks, pushing down Alicia's weapon with force. Then, he followed up with Chow, a straight-line stab that completely caught her off guard. Alicia was absolutely shocked. He was combining the most basic techniques with such amazing precision. By combining all of these fundamentals, he created a powerful and direct counter-spear intent, ultimate essence, and 6 flawless steps. With the block capture plague, he sent her crashing back down to the ground. Alicia was panting heavily on the ground, blocking the attack with her powerful aura. She noticed his level of mastery was exceptional over any skill he had. She came to the conclusion that he couldn't be a 5th-rank player at all. However, Korin had finally achieved his goal of getting the armband, but he didn't know yet that the battle for him was far from over. The mercenary of sword control, Drawn Warski, attacked Korin out of the blue with his heavy iron sword. He was shocked to see a mere 5th-ranker be able to block, being aware of his own capabilities. Dron simply put forth a proposition to hand him the armband, and he would let him leave unharmed. Korin couldn't help but curse his poor luck, since Dron was the very last guy that he wanted to encounter. Even after killing numerous other players, he was standing there without a single scratch on him. So the only better way out of this, according to him, was to run away. Without hesitating for even a bit while biting the armband, he started running towards the safety of the cabin. He was surprised to see Alicia running right after him while crying, because she didn't want to die, as Dron was unleashing a barrage of attacks from behind them. Upon finally arriving at the cabin, Kranoladin was standing at the exit with his golems, demanding the armband. Behind him was Dron, and in front of him was Kranal. Not having much of a choice in the matter, Korin took up an aggressive attacking stance, ready to fight both of the guys at the very same time. After some time had passed, Korin got inside the cabin with 3 armbands, deciding on what his winning prize should be. A few moments ago, Korin had pierced the magic sword's core before it could fully power up, and had stuck it deep into the ground. Using his telekinesis, he had dodged the attacks with small movements, used Dron himself as a living shield, broke the golem's crystals, and then had finally defeated Kranal. His skill, speed, and tactics all felt like those of a true battlefield expert. Watching him fight, Alicia felt like she was watching her own sister. Witnessing all of this, Alicia became more motivated to work even harder, while Dron was shocked with his incredible capabilities, and Kranal couldn't help but cry on the ground. When Korin advised him on how he could have acted smarter, and if it had been Korin, he would have made a friend of his stand guard. But Kranal had no friends for now. The strongest participant there was the druid, who gets protection of the forest, Yule. However, there were no participants, only mages, like Mariette Dunlevy. But Yule couldn't get much protection from the forest, since experts like Mariette had taken on the role of being monsters. Seeing her crying, Mariette tried to console her, but then something unexpected happened. She suddenly sensed someone right behind her. It was none other than Warren, who was not supposed to be there at all. Warren, being half monster and half human, tried to attack Mariette, but ended up getting frustrated after getting to know that she herself was a monster. As of now, inside the relative safety of the cabin, the receptionist was very impressed to see a high scorer like Korin after such a very long time. Therefore, Korin chose his hard-earned winning prizes, including a mad boar molar knife, a leather protective coat, and the shark bear's bile. But as soon as he chose the shark bear's bile, his mind suddenly changed. He chose the mandrake seed instead. He still had 17 points left over, so he used them to buy nutritional plant supplements and earmuffs. After getting back out of the cabin, Korin was shocked to see both Jaeger and Lark obtaining 2nd and 3rd place, as they had worked together as a team. This was unlike the past life, where Jaeger was the biggest bully of Lark. Jaeger suggested that they go to the training room that night, but seeing him all boosted up, he suggested that both Lark and Jaeger help him find the golem core, which Crannel was searching for so worriedly. Without uttering a single word, Corin was aware that it was very important for Crannel, and he had even worked quite often with Crannel Laden in his past life, so they all helped him to find the core. At this time, Alicia was badly injured. Dron was out of fighting power, and Yule was half dead after being defeated by Mariette. Seeing her in this terrible condition shocked Corin. He began to wonder what these professors were up to, giving such a hard time to all of their students. Corin approached Yule and helped her to stand back up, but suddenly the ground started trembling, and Yule urged Corin to run away, blaming Mariette for something terrible. Mariette had a natural ability to analyze and break down magic, and was blessed with a massive amount of mana. She was a mage who had never once faced despair, frustration, or even failure. She was the talented one who was expected to carry on Josephine's legacy. For Mariette, the hunting ground felt like it was just a playground. Her only job was to control the difficulty, just enough to help her juniors to be able to grow. But right now, she was facing off against Warren. Although she had promised to her seniors that she would never use attack magic, she had now broken that promise. Right now, in order to save herself, she was using her absolute full power. She tried her best to stop Warren, but realizing the situation had gotten completely out of control, finding Mariette in a very bad and weakened condition. In that hunting ground, Corin took first place, while the conflict between Warren and Mariette scared the living hell out of him, because he thought that she had already awakened as a boss. But there were still 3 weeks left for her to be awake. Pressing forward at the outskirts of the hunting grounds, Corin met a very strange NPC based on an old legend from the heroic legend of art. It was a famous Easter egg, where a Taoist hermit asks if a gold or silver axe is yours, rewarding the player for their honesty. Originally, only certain weapons could trigger it, but expert players began testing it with random rare items. However, when Corin did the same thing, the hermit asked Corin if the silver seed was his. Corin denied it, thinking that no one would throw away such a valuable item. Because of his complete honesty, the hermit rewarded him with all 3 seeds, including the Mandrake's white, silver, and golden seeds. Corin's eyes began to shine with joy. He couldn't help but fantasize about improving his mana simultaneously. The gold and white silver Mandrake seeds have very special capabilities. If you plant a gold Mandrake seed, it will grow as a mandrake that shines with a brilliant golden light, while the silver one will shine with a silver light. In his last life, Park Seho ate the golden one, and he had the silver one. But this time, all of them were his. Mariette becomes the first boss and awakens as a special type vampire. After a mission involving the Fog City's vampire, John Doe, in 3 weeks' time. Corin didn't know how a demon agent was residing inside her, but there was still plenty of time. That's mainly why he had shown off his power against the second-ranked knights earlier, as no one would team up with a weak 5th-ranked knight. However, Mariette has finally woken up, still feeling weak because of her many injuries. Isabel, her roommate, tried to console her, but to her surprise, she was much quieter than usual. Meanwhile, Corin had aimed to save a girl from her certain misfortune, deciding to train Alicia up first, employ Dron, act kind with Yule, and become closer to the golem sorcerer, Crannel, to create a party for the upcoming disaster. It would all be okay, hopefully, if everything went exactly according to plan. And Corin was pretty confident about being able to save Mariette. On the flip side, something very strange had unfolded abruptly. Mariette had already transformed into a vampire, lunging forward to attack Isabel in order to suck her blood, declaring that she was feeling incredibly thirsty. Professor Josephine has banned Warren from leaving her room, or from having any visitors. Warren was allowed to have private lessons directly from Josephine, if Warren had wanted to learn. So Warren could self-reflect all on her own. Warren was getting extremely bored in her room, and even considered jumping out of the window just to be free. All of a sudden, Corin looked in through the window, hanging upside down, and reintroduced his name to Warren. Corin had brought a delicious cake for Warren, as he did not want to show up completely empty-handed. Corin asked Warren to open the window for him so he could enter, but Warren simply reminded Corin that coming inside was strictly against the school's many rules. Corin laughingly claimed that he was on a tree and not actually inside, and more importantly, Madame Josephine wasn't there, so Corin wouldn't get into any trouble. Corin had come to check up on Warren, after the terrible incident at the hunting ground, but he noticed that Warren didn't have a single scar on her or any signs of any injuries whatsoever. Corin understood Josephine's concern to lock Warren up for 4 days for being a special case, a demi-human, and after what had just happened at the hunting ground. Warren then revealed that Josephine hadn't come by for more than 4 days, which completely shocked Corin. The tree branch on which Corin had been hanging onto suddenly snapped, making Corin fall down to the ground. Corin promised to bring Warren some food later, and then he left. Corin found it very strange why Madame Josephine had left Warren all alone, as Warren was the most important person at Mercaba Academy. Corin wondered if something abnormal might be happening, as Josephine had now been gone for 4 days, and magic faculty professor Dana and night professor Firmak Damon were seen going towards the outskirts of the academy, searching for a certain missing female. Third security officer, Kron, stopped Corin from leaving. Corin told him he wanted to visit Mariette, and he reminded Corin that his visiting request had been officially rejected. Corin brought Kron some food and drinks, stating that Madame Josephine herself had sent it for Kron. Corin was glad that Madame Josephine took good care of the people below her. This was all a part of Corin's master plan to get into the room, as Corin's request to visit Mariette was rejected, and Isabel, who had been protecting Mariette, had also gone missing, and there was a guard now assigned to the doorstep. All of this was increasing Corin's suspicions. Kron's stomach got upset after he ate the food, and Corin led Kron down the hall to the washroom. Kron asked Corin to guard the door until he got back, and warned Corin not to dare go inside. Corin accepted with a smile on his face, and then entered the room. As soon as Kron had finally left, Corin was in utter shock to see Isabel on the bed instead of Mariette. While Mariette was nowhere to be seen at all, Corin noticed a fresh vampire bite mark on Isabel's neck. Corin then realized that Mariette had already awakened her vampire powers, but he was in disbelief that Mariette was supposed to awaken her powers. A full month later, as Corin knew from his past life, Corin now realized that this was what the professors had wanted to hide, and they had gone out in search of Mariette. Corin recalled the exact steps to defeat Mariette from his past life. First, they would have to deal with the incoming monster wave. In the second phase of the fight, Corin and his team would hold Mariette back with their powerful magic circles. The third phase would be to finally face the monster, Mariette. And the last phase would require a special combination of first-year names. Corin knew it would be easier to move forward all the way to phase 3, but soon remembered that Corin's teammates, Alicia, was currently injured. Dron's weapon had been destroyed, and Ledin's golem was also destroyed. All of these terrible incidents were all Corin's fault, and the first-year names had been wiped out all because of Corin. Corin got worried for not having a proper team. In Corin's past life, Mariette had attacked her own roommate. Corin and his team had been led by Park, waiting right below the dorm to deal with the matter as quickly as possible. Although Park Shu had purposely let Mariette go. However, now things had become a complete mess, all thanks to Corin. Alicia's bones had been broken into 8 different pieces. Crannel was useless without his golems. Corin thought that Warren would be helpful, but he found it to be more of a risk for Warren to have to join. Corin recruited Dronworski with the soul dust as collateral payment. Secondly, Corin recruited the druid Yule, promising to teach her the ancient Ogham alphabet. Jaeger and Lark joined the team to gain personal honor and fame. Corin had assembled the minimum conditions required for the team. Corin remembers Park Shu's words of Mariette digging a secret tunnel and hiding out in the forest. And the only forest in all of Mercaba Academy was the hunting ground. Dron wondered how they would ever find Mariette. On Corin's personal request, Yule asked the spirits of the forest to find the location of Mariette's hiding place. Everyone could now see the spirits, except for Corin. All of a sudden, the team pointed to a monster coming up right at Corin's back. Corin slashed it completely in half. The team then started facing the huge sea of monsters that was coming at them. Jaeger and Lark asked Corin if all of this was Mariette's doing. Corin denied it, because it was something else entirely. Corin set everyone in place for their assigned attack formations. Dron was admired by Corin's incredible skills, and he believed that Corin's 5th rank status was completely unjust, because Corin was showing the true signs of a good strategist and leader, calling Corin their commander. Jaeger asked again if Mariette was controlling them. Corin responded that Mariette was not some kind of puppeteer, but that the monsters were attacking based on their own habits. The monsters were basically running away from another, greater threat, which they could not hope to respond to. The major threat was then revealed to be Mariette herself. Corin assembled the team and ordered them to all take their places, while Corin took the front line, preparing for the next phase. Corin and his team had finally defeated all the monsters, and were now getting ready for phase 2. Mariette's sorrow held no sway over their grim duty. They had a demon to vanquish, a soul to subdue. Her orb shield materialized, deflecting the crushing blow of a massive iron sword. Lark revealed the orb was a familiar, born from the very blood of a vampire. He was stunned to see a newly turned vampire, wielding an orb shield with such masterful control. But Corin assured Lark they had no reason to fear. This vampire was merely a newborn entity, unable to properly channel Mariette's blood or immense mana. Since the familiar wasn't supplied blood from Mariette, its only function was to block the squad's incoming assaults. Dron reminded Corin that Mariette was a mage, and for any mage, defense is a glaring weakness which the vampire had now overcome. This was absolutely a cause for major concern. Yet, Corin remained steadfast, refusing to see it as a true problem. Mariette was now completely taken over, having lost all control over her newfound vampire abilities. She began unleashing a devastating wide-range attack. Yule screamed out that while she was weak in other places, this forest was her sacred domain, and Yule summoned a massive wooden shield to block Mariette's assault. Jaeger feared the shield would shatter from the immense pressure. Yule had already expended half of her mana, and her mana heart began to ache with strain, a lingering aftereffect from the brutal hunting ground exam. Yule was on the absolute brink of her limit, but she pushed onward because of the solemn promise Corin had made her. Corin urged Yule to hold on for just a moment longer, for he planned to completely reverse their fate in a mere 5 maneuvers. Corin knew from the game and from his tragic past life that Mariette wouldn't reach her true power until the 4th phase. Corin made Lark retreat even before Yule, knowing that Lark could only cast his beginner magic 2 more times. Lark was stunned by Corin's flawless calculative accuracy. Corin alerted the remainder of his squad to prepare themselves, for when Mariette began to use her alchemy magic, Freeze, the wooden bulwark finally shattered. Yule felt the earth, the gods, and the insects all responding to her call. It was then revealed that Corin had carved an ancient text, an ancient ritual to activate a hidden ace, a card up his sleeve that required Yule to unleash. Corin's master plan was to summon the giant wicked doll named Wickerman, a being that could only be awakened by a sage of the forest like Yule. Corin's entire squad, including Yule herself, stared in awe as the massive Wickerman was summoned. Corin pointed Jaeger toward an owlbear monster that was somehow still alive, and ordered him to hurl it toward the Wicker Man. Jaeger was astonished to realize that Corin was serious about the owlbear still being alive, and he tossed it just as Corin had commanded. In truth, it was Corin's plan all along to leave the owlbear alive, to be used by the Wicker Man as a living sacrifice, as long as the sacrifice burned inside the Wicker Man's hollow prison. Its golem-type magic would continue to fuel the Wicker Man's rampage, until the sacrifice was completely burned to ash. The Wicker Man charged ferociously toward Mariette. Yule was struggling to maintain control over the Wicker Man. Corin reminded Yule that if she faltered now, every single one of them would perish. Mariette began firing powerful beams of energy at the Wicker Man, and Jaeger worried if this was going to be a problem. Corin assured everyone that they would surely achieve victory with this move. But then, Corin was struck with absolute disbelief. He watched as Mariette completely extinguished the Wicker Man's flames. Every single one of Corin's calculations had completely backfired, leaving him utterly stunned. Corin ordered Yule to retreat, as her presence would no longer make any difference in the fight. Corin then charged toward Mariette, with Dron and Jaeger following close behind. Dron unleashed his direct acceleration sword attack, but it failed to even scratch Mariette's protective orb. Jaeger, with a confident smirk on his face, landed an attack with his special move called Cumulative Destruction, and he successfully shattered her orb. Jaeger started to become overconfident, only to be yelled at by Corin to remain on his guard. The 3rd phase had now begun, and Mariette summoned the Blood Realm, trapping Corin, Dron, and Jaeger inside. Dron and Jaeger passed out from the immense spiritual pressure. Corin was now the only one left standing. it was revealed that Mariette was only using her minimal defenses. Up until now, the orb had now forcefully drained her blood and mana to manifest the dreaded Blood Realm. Korin never imagined he would be the last one remaining, as this fight usually required at least 3 people until the 3rd phase. However, it didn't matter to Korin if he had to confront Mariette completely alone, as he was confident he could achieve the same result with or without anyone's help. A flashback of the tragic events has shown how Mariette, after becoming a vampire, could not control her overwhelming bloodlust, leading her to consume Isabel's blood. After realizing she had treated her own friend Isabel like mere livestock, Mariette ran deep into the forest until Korin finally came to find her. Fast-forwarding back to the present, Korin was now facing the hound demon that was summoned by Mariette. Daring to bite a human, the demon lunged toward Korin, only to have Korin face it down with ease. Korin mocked the beast, and the demon then somehow vanished, only for Korin to notice that the demon was moving at an incredible speed, making it completely invisible to the naked eye. Korin decided it was time to teach the demon a valuable lesson, and he attacked the demon's only weak point. Korin already knew the demon's weak spot from his knowledge of his previous life, making his work much easier. Korin admired the demon for protecting its creator, Mariette, until the very bitter end. Finally, he put an end to the demon's tormented life. Korin promised the dying demon that he would save Mariette, calling her the poor demon's mom. The final phase was now about to begin. Mariette would put one of the squad members facing her in a critical condition during this final phase. Therefore, this final phase could not be completed all alone. Korin recalled from his past life that Mariette would attack one of the members to drain his blood, while the others tried desperately to rip Mariette off the wounded member. However, now it was just Korin left to face Mariette all alone. Mariette attacked Korin and began to suck his blood. Korin had developed the persistent warrior's regeneration, and he endured his pain. Korin let Mariette suck his blood with ease, believing that Mariette had not killed anyone after becoming a vampire. Unlike Sebastian Duke, Korin believed he could change the coming events. To Korin's surprise, Mariette suddenly pulled away from it. Mariette cried and apologized profusely to Korin. Korin was overjoyed that he had been able to save Mariette. Korin remembered and was grateful for his master's many teachings, and he chose to walk a different path than that of Park Se-ho. After the bloody events at the hunting ground, Marie was locked up in the space prison created by Professor Josephine. Marie was absolutely delighted after having potatoes for a long time. Korin had come by to visit Mariette. Korin requested Josephine for her permission to enter Mariette's cell. Josephine was hesitant to permit Korin from entering, considering the potential danger from Mariette. But Korin assured Josephine that he completely trusted Mariette. Korin was surprised to see Mariette eating potatoes, and that Mariette's taste buds still recognized the taste of them. Mariette stated that potatoes always taste good no matter what. Korin got very close to Mariette's face, only to be immediately driven away by Mariette. Mariette was embarrassed that she smelled bad, and didn't want Korin being so close to her right now. Korin reminded her that he also had a bad odor when Mariette had bitten Korin's neck, further frustrating Mariette into total embarrassment. Mariette revealed her deep fear to Korin. That Warren had truly scared Mariette during the events of the hunting ground, even though Warren had only coincidentally run into Mariette. Warren's incredible showcase of powers had forced the vampire inside Mariette to violently react. Mariette admired Korin's sheer determination, that even after being ridiculed, Korin had still persisted and succeeded every single time. Korin stated that all of his doings were nothing special, as Korin only likes to see happy endings, where the good guys are all rewarded and the bad guys are punished. Korin called Mariette a good person, and would like Mariette to always be truly happy, making Mariette blush. Mariette then asked Korin to leave, as she wanted to wash up and finish eating her potatoes. After Korin had finally left, Mariette wondered if she truly deserved to be happy or not. Korin believed that Mariette would soon be released, even after the events, as Warren, being a demi-human, has also been allowed to go to school with no problems. Korin was then called by Chairman Ryu to discuss some important matters. This was the very first encounter between Chairman Ryu and Korin. Ryu asked Korin about his current condition, and stated that Mariette's condition was to be discussed. Korin was quite shocked to hear this, and requested to not have Mariette punished. Chairman Ryu comforted Korin that there would be no punishment for Mariette, and she also believed that Mariette was not dangerous. The entire purpose of bringing up the topic of the punishment was to check Korin's own attitude towards it, as Korin was the one who had fought against Mariette. Chairman Ryu then told Korin that Mariette would be released from her isolation after her stability had been fully confirmed. Ryu Kasar bowed down and thanked Korin for his many contributions, and she promised to pay Korin back to the very best of her ability. Korin was impressed by the chairman's words and asked Ryu Kasar to raise his head as the payback favor to Korin. Mariette was thinking over the tragic incident with tears in her eyes and how she had terribly harmed her friends. Mariette wondered how she should ever apologize, and she questioned if she would ever be forgiven or not. But more importantly, Korin's previous words were ringing inside Mariette's head continuously regarding Korin's sheer devotion and sincerity. Mariette then realized that a piece of her life would be immortalized in her memory forever. 1 week has now passed since the Mariette incident, and Korin heard the students of Merkaba Academy discussing if Mariette was dangerous or not, and that she would not be attending any of the classes. Korin was surprised to hear that Mariette was still in isolation, even after a week. On the other hand, Mariette's isolation had already been finished. Although everyone was asking about her powers and her hell, Mariette could not bear to let herself be free. With the heavy guilt of not seeing her friend Isabelle there, Mariette wondered if Isabelle was now afraid of her, and if she hated Mariette for the past events. Mariette was almost deciding to leave the academy for good, but she suddenly heard a soft knock on her door. Mariette opened the door to find Isabelle hugging her and asking about her health. Mariette inquired if Isabelle was not afraid of her. Isabelle revealed that right before she fainted, she saw Mariette's anguished face right after she had bitten Isabelle. Isabelle assured Mariette that they would be friends, no matter whatever happens. Mariette cried out, thanking Isabelle. Isabelle felt sorry for Mariette being all alone with her guilt and feeling bad for herself. Isabelle stated that she had already felt much better, but the hospital did not allow her to be able to leave. But a junior had helped her sneak out just to meet Mariette. The tall and handsome junior had already disappeared, with Isabelle looking around for him. Mariette was ashamed as she realized that Korin had once again helped her out. Korin was delighted that the first part of the story had a happy end for everyone, even after all the unexpected occurrences, which were not seen in Korin's past life or even in the game. Korin was, however, very pleased that he had helped confirm the beginning of a new world. Korin was training to get even stronger and faster for all of the upcoming challenges. Korin's training was then interrupted by Mariette, who was praising his efforts and how Korin was working far too hard, and she was back to normal as if nothing had ever happened. Since Korin was working so hard, then he needed to be fed a lot. Mariette revealed that she had prepared some food for Korin. Korin was surprised to see more than enough food, but was grateful to eat it as Korin was very hungry. Mariette noticed Korin's bleeding hand, and Korin asked Mariette if something was wrong with his face. Mariette was ashamed of drooling at the very sight of Korin's blood. Korin casually inquired Mariette if she was drinking blood nowadays, and if there was a major difference between live blood and a blood pack. Mariette accidentally explained Korin's blood to be quite yummy, but corrected herself quickly to explain with an example of frozen meat versus fresh-cut meat for the blood pack and the live blood. Korin offered that Mariette could drink his blood sometimes, as Korin had the special ability to regenerate and endure. Mariette, being ashamed, quickly changed the topic, as she didn't want to be a bother for Korin, and said that Korin should avoid saying stuff like that. Mariette then offered Korin a small bottle of her own blood, stating that a vampire's blood acts as a powerful healing elixir. Korin drank Mariette's blood without any visible embarrassment, right in front of Mariette. Mariette asked if Korin liked the taste of her blood. Although the taste of it was quite bitter, Korin still felt much stronger than he had been in his past life. Korin believed that he could now begin the next scenario with the girl he had been training for. Alicia Arden is a direct descendant of the renowned Arden family of swordsmanship and a second-rank knight. Alicia's life has changed a lot from before, after she felt the huge gap between herself and Korin. A fifth-rank knight Alicia had met during the hunting ground practice. Alicia has now put in the effort to develop herself more. However, Alicia is fundamentally lazy, with no aspiring heart for true swordsmanship. Despite being a near genius with the sword, Alicia was a terrible student at the academy, with failing marks. Alicia was relieved to have a break from her overbearing family and all the hardships and daily brutal training that was imposed on her. Instead, Alicia took the time to go shopping and enjoy her life. Corin catches Alicia inside the shop, inquiring about Alicia's notable absence from the training room. Alicia makes an excuse of having assignments and many missions. Corin offers Alicia a way to make more money by joining Corin's party. Alicia is pissed off at why Corin is always looking for her in Corin's presence. Alicia felt as if her lazy habit of just trusting her raw talent has been completely exposed. For Alicia, Corin's difficult methods are beyond hard, and Corin always gets Alicia to focus on the importance of the basics. Corin reveals the mission's massive reward of 2 gold coins for a party of 2 for just a second-rank mission. Alicia agrees to join Corin, thinking of buying new clothes from the reward she earned. Corin also wants Alicia to join him on a short-term mission with the enticing reward of 20 silver coins, increasing Alicia's greed to join for the massive reward. Corin had already anticipated Alicia's decision to join it for the money. Alicia usually preferred the patrolling missions to just follow the designated routes and ensuring that there were no problems, as the monsters that came near the city were at most 4th or 5th rank, simply implying that Alicia usually avoids facing higher rank missions. At the mission, Alicia has defeated 10 low-rank monsters, and she asks the knights to sell the leather to make them some money. Alicia starts to gloat when the knights all start praising her talent from the powerful Arden family, although in reality, Alicia was looked down upon by her own family for being weak, and was always compared to her older sister, Linnea Arden, who had already reached the supreme stage at Alicia's age. However, with her recent easy victory, Alicia is still seen gloating proudly. As the patrolling mission is about to end, Corin and Alicia's group is signaled by the preceding patrol group with a magical firework about a nest of second-rank monsters. The knights are relieved to have Alicia in their group. Alicia suddenly gets nervous, and Corin smiles for being right about the nest of monsters, being wolves that were centered around the werewolf that Alicia had defeated when she was originally poisoned. Corin and Alicia's group easily managed to defeat the wolves this time as well, but all of a sudden, a first-rank monster, the Dullahan, appears, making Alicia extremely nervous. Alicia tries to fight the Dullahan with a desperate series of attacks. However, the monster dodges all of Alicia's attacks with relative ease. The Dullahan then gets a hold of Alicia. Alicia screams out and calls for Corin, only to find out that Corin himself is occupied fighting the other monsters. At the very last possible moment, the Dullahan's head is cut off with a sword, saving Alicia. Alicia, while thanking her mysterious savior, finds out that the one who saved her is none other than Linnea Arden, Alicia's own older sister, the greatest swordsman of the Arden family's entire generation, who will continue to walk the hallowed path of the sword genius. Linnea Arden, the eldest daughter of the famous Arden swordsmanship family, and the most talented swordsman of her entire generation, is evidently extremely frustrated. She questions Alicia's poor actions during the attack she had faced earlier. Linnea is upset that Alicia didn't immediately retreat when she saw the Dullahan, and had failed to properly analyze the enemy and acted without thinking much. She is more frustrated by the clumsy way Alicia had used her sword, as if she was just trying to copy someone else. When Alicia begins to apologize while kneeling down before her, Linnea seems completely uninterested in listening to all those apologies, because her foolish actions not only put herself in terrible danger, but also the soldiers who had trusted her back there with their lives. When she narrows down her shoulder, Linnea strictly tells her not to ever do that, because the swordsman of Arden should always be confident. Corin, on the other hand, pretends to still be fighting the monster, but gets caught by Linnea for keeping an eye on Alicia. Corin walks up to Linnea, and they exchange their greetings. He remains mostly confidential with his information, only mentioning that he is the 8th disciple of the Hanging Spear School, and he is Alicia's friend. On the contrary, Linnea introduces herself with unwavering confidence, stating that she holds the mighty title of the Divine Sword, is the top disciple of her very own school, and also serves as the master of the very first sword pavilion. His introduction makes Linnea kind of suspicious, but he won't reveal his personal spearmanship, since except for him, only 2 other people can use it. However, the Arden troop includes second-rank knights called the Five Swords, having the very same rank as Alicia. The troop suggests Linnea hunt for monsters, if there are any left, but she instructs Alicia and Corin to just head back. Swordsmen normally travel together in groups. These groups are called the Sword Faction, and they're like swordsman gangs that follow a single leader and act like a group. 60 years ago, a sword genius by the name of Gran started a new style of swordsmanship. Later, the current family seniors spread this through various martial arts schools. This made the Arden family a famous swordsmanship family, known far across the entire continent. Now, at the Merkaba Arden studio, everyone meets Lunia while kneeling down respectfully before her. Even Alicia, which is quite confusing for the rest of the swordsmen too. Lunia looks up to the easy missions she has been conducting, and she calls her pathetic for being a part of missions just to look cool. She is disappointed to see her using the Guardian certificate in this way, wondering if she would be a permanent stain on the Great Arden name, since all of her missions only involved low-ranked monsters. She doesn't appear heroic while doing those simple raids. Alicia doesn't say much in her defense, though. After she finally leaves, the Arden troop informs Lunia about Corrin being a mere 5th ranker. Yet, she knows there is something much more about him, and these Merkaba tests aren't that reliable anyway. Maybe she had noticed how Corrin's attention was on Alicia the entire time. Still, the monster didn't get even half of his focused attention. It wasn't something simple or anything that comes with just practice. It was something that a seasoned, veteran player can only do, even though Corrin was being reserved about his spearmanship. 2. For someone as qualified and skilled as Lunia, she could easily tell the exceptional and professional way he was handling that simple spear. She is always very protective of her little sister, but she is pretty satisfied with that boy being around her. Later on, Mariette brought some more food for Corrin, just like always, promising to make some stuff that he likes a lot. She then grabbed his hand, trying to say something, but ended up becoming super awkward. When Isabel saw the two of them together, Mariette quickly ran away with her. In his past life, Corrin had many flings, but he never got into a proper, serious relationship, all because of the interference of Park Se-ho. But in this life, his platonic relationships are pretty different. Sometimes, Yule brings rare and precious mushrooms from the forest, and then they will begin their lessons on the Ogbom alphabet in the library. Dron and Corrin hang out at times, too. It is more like he is his co-worker instead of close friend. However, most of the time, Corrin is with Jaeger and Lark pressing forward. While roaming around with both Jaeger and Lark, Corrin freaks out when they both scream, thinking that a monster had appeared. But it is only Warren. She is no less than a monster. But despite that, she demands food, as he had offered her a proposition of food a month ago. It is kind of funny for Corrin that she is here for food after a whole month, but he ends up hanging out with her anyway. Meanwhile, Jaeger and Lark run away from them, scared of Warren. After taking her out for food, she tries to eat some raw fish, thinking it doesn't matter if the food is raw or cooked, as long as it's chewed and goes inside. But when she eats the cooked food, she can't help but eat more and more. The weapon production is now completing. The second part is starting soon, midterms. All the students are now going crazy. Corrin is just chilling, but when it comes to writing on the paper, he is completely blank, realizing he never studied in the past. Life, the faculty, exam is a way to redeem the marks that were ruined in the written exam. This exam includes the invigilation of knights from the outside. 15 students per team will have to defeat their instructor. But as soon as Corrin's team sees their instructor, their eyes widen in utter shock and disbelief. Corrin stands there, completely unfazed, since he hasn't seen the instructor yet. But then his jaw drops, and he trembles in fear. His instructor is none other than Lunia. For the official practical test, the guests that are invited are the elites of the famous swordsmanship family, the Ardens, and the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion. These 5 elite ones from the troop deal with the second rankers. All the girls use the special Arden-style sword formation, which includes the powerful 5-sword combo technique, causing an intense and fiery explosion. Dron stands there quietly, analyzing their slim chances of winning, which aren't very high. The 5 swords of the pavilion smartly blurred the vision of the students in order to attack them more calmly. As the number of students is quite large, Dron decides to attack them rather than being in a defensive mode, charging his huge iron sword right at Melia. Alicia is handling Jenny, the high-speed sword, and dodging her powerful and relentless attacks. However, it is shocking for Alicia that Jenny works under her own sister, yet she is still handling her so very roughly. Jenny's attacks are so incredibly strong that they make Alicia stumble, ending up falling hard on the ground. The students witnessing this finally understand the power of the 5 swords. Finally, all the students are being knocked out, one after another, except for Dron and Alicia. Dron is so exceptional that his raw power stood against the 5 swords. Meanwhile, Alicia is still fighting desperately against Jenny. Jenny is trying her best to discourage her in order to pressurize her, but Alicia doesn't give up on the fighting. With all the power she has left in her exhausted body. In the start, Lunia was about to take the role of Jenny, meaning fighting with Alicia herself. But to everyone's total surprise, she is the examiner for Group B, in which Corin is also enrolled. Lunia has now taken an aggressive attacking stance, claiming to everyone to be ready for an experience, the very same as in a Great Special Rank War. The Great Special Rank War is a horrifying monster, capable of taking on an entire army completely alone. Even dozens of guardians might not be enough to defeat it, and most will never have to face such a threat in their entire lifetime. Normally, if Corin had heard stories like this one, he would have thought they were just made-up stories. But with Mariette, it is different, because Lunia is someone who is powerful enough to fight monsters just like that with relative ease. And just like that, she wields her powerful sword, causing complete chaos to erupt in the whole arena. Jaeger is completely terrified by this immense power of hers, not understanding why she is giving such a hard time to the innocent students, while Corin hides safely behind a pillar, knowing damn well that she is actually going easy on them. If not, they all would have been dead in a mere matter of seconds. On the other hand, Lark has already fainted. In just a few minutes, Lunia has wiped out all of the students except for one, Corin, who is still hiding behind the large pillar. She calls out for him, and he is immediately ready to surrender. Lunia smirks, okay with having him surrender, but she reminds him of the rare opportunity to defeat a true powerhouse. Corin can't help but tremble while witnessing her incredibly strong aura. Lunia and Corin had fought together in the past life many different times. She was someone who had taught him real-life combat techniques. But right now, he needed to actually fight her in order to become even stronger than her. Seeing him take up a fighting stance, Lunia doesn't waste a single moment and attacks Corin immediately. Corin, while dodging her deadly attacks and holding himself up after taking such incredibly strong hits, makes Lunia wonder who this guy actually is, since no mere 5th ranker would be able to counterattack against these powerful attacks. Taking a short pause, she sheathed her sword, taunting him for draining his energy. For a moment, Corin thought that maybe she believed he had done enough hard work, so she had sheathed it. But then he realized it was a territory cut, a move that hints at the most powerful technique of the mighty sword. Her blade surged forward, an aura of pure, killing intent aimed squarely at Corin. Sheer terror swept through the crowd, paralyzing both students and examiners alike. Frantic shouts erupted, demanding an immediate halt to the deadly examination. Lunia's ethereal form drifted through a world where time itself had ceased. Corin fought to drive his spear forward toward Lunia's specter, but he felt like a prisoner trapped within this frozen reality. He wondered if he was still unable to command his own territory. But still, he strained against the absolute pressure, his will reacting to the overwhelming domain. Witnessing him struggle against her power, Lunia required no further answers and brought the test to a close. She suggested he acquire a new spear, as his current one was too weak for his skills. She also understood that he knew the truth about Alicia, and that he had merely wanted to demonstrate his grasp of territory. She declared that nothing would change, even after this display, and coldly advised him not to interfere in their family affairs. As she walked away from him, Corin watched her departure, knowing full well that now that he had revealed his territory to her, things would not unfold as she had intended. A formal announcement was then made regarding Corin, declaring that he had received full marks and the maximum possible bonus points on the practical exam. Every student was in absolute shock that he had single-handedly faced Lunia. The Academy's own faculty was completely astonished as well. They all now began to question his true identity, doubting if he was truly just a 5th-rank player. Meanwhile, Professor Furman was also suspicious of Corin for using his unique techniques. A few days passed. Corin arrived at a master blacksmith forge to commission a new weapon. He knew he needed to change it long before Lunia had advised him. The blacksmith was utterly amazed to see the Academy so casually providing such priceless materials without a second thought, and he wondered how this student knew his family's secret forging methods. But of course, Corin had experienced all of this in his previous life. Corin now possessed rare ingredients and the full backing of the chairman. Unlike most players who had to rely on quests for everything, he was fully aware that one of the only weapons that could handle territory was the legendary Shadow Kingdom Silver Knight Spear, also known throughout the land as the Silver Spear. In another place, Alicia recalled a haunting memory from her childhood. Staring at the blood, she realized she had been in a true life-or-death battle, the way she had brutally dismembered rank 5 monsters. It might have been her first real time, but even so, she could distinguish between the smell of human and monster blood. She remembered the girl standing before her, fresh blood coating her entire small body, making Alicia understand the horror of what she had done. Looking at the blood-soaked sword, she saw her own reflection, realizing this suffocating aroma was the agony of a life being extinguished. Shaking off these dark and painful memories, she sighed, journeying on a train for a werewolf capture mission, a quest that would earn her a hefty 70 coins. She remembered the other available. Urgent mission, searching for Fog City's murderous vampire. She shuddered, having absolutely no taste for dangerous missions. However, she chose the mission involving werewolves for a very specific reason. Seeing Corin's bloodstained belt without realizing it belonged to him, or that he was, in fact, her savior. She became determined to find the one who would save her that day. Suddenly, the voice of one of her mission partners rang out from behind her. Upon turning around, Alicia spotted Corin on the very same train. As Corin walked past the other mission participants, he noted the annoyed reaction of the official guardian. Because of the strict quota system, the Guardian Association had to tolerate students being involved, but they likely never expected a 5th ranker like Corin to be present. But after noticing Alicia, he seemed to relax a little, placing a friendly arm around Alicia's shoulder. He walked with her to the edge of the train car and began questioning her about the look in her eyes. Alicia instantly realized he was referring to her formidable sister, so he warned her that she needed to hurry, because Lunia would never let her wield a sword again. After a short while, they finally reached their destination, finding themselves standing within a deep, dark forest. There were several werewolves lurking in the nest, and about 20 captured shorthounds. But the situation turned strangely sinister. Out of nowhere, a combination of monsters and ghosts began to materialize, while shrouding the air with a strange, unnatural fog. The arrogant participant desperately tried to find Corin, but he had vanished somewhere into the mists. Still, they were relaxed, knowing Alicia was providing them backup. Alicia could sense that this fog felt completely artificial, because places with low populations don't typically attract evil spirits. Ignoring her growing suspicions, Alicia cut down the limbs and heads of several monsters and spirits. Abruptly, heavy footsteps and the clang of armor charged towards Alicia. She whirled around in an instant, assuming that these were not mere ghosts, but real knights threatening to kill them all if they did not immediately back down. But when they didn't, she was forced to kill one of the knights. A wave of guilt washed over her face. She had never wanted to kill another person, remembering that dark moment from her childhood. She trembled with fear, breaking out in a cold, chilling sweat. She even froze completely when another knight began to attack her. Yet, a sharp blade pierced clean through its head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was Corin who had saved her, once again revealing they were not real people, but merely corpses that were reanimated using black magic. In the opening of the second part, the Fog City murderous vampire subjugation. Players are usually chased relentlessly by the infamous serial killer, the one Mariette had missed before. But if they choose the werewolf capture mission instead, they would have to face and fight the legendary John Doe. And this is how the notorious serial killer finally appears. But Corin advised Alicia to get away immediately, while with his own combined skills, he defeated the spirit, realizing it wasn't the boss of the opening act, as the real one could not be defeated so easily. Just then, a terrifying voice filled the entire area. It was the voice of the true serial killer. Seeing the fog thicken around them, all the players began to flee, but the spirit grabbed Charlie's leg, which made Alicia take the initiative to try and help him. But instead, she herself got ensnared by the fog. Corin immediately told the other participants to leave, remembering in his past life, he had gotten trapped in the fog and didn't last long. But in this life, he possessed powerful regeneration skills. The real danger was now focused on Alicia. Alicia tried desperately to cut off the vines of fog she was trapped in, but she was frozen in fear. Negative thoughts began to swarm inside her mind. But that is when she heard the sound of Corin's voice, the same voice she had recognized in all the previous chaos, the voice of her mysterious savior. Corin had already reached Alicia's side, but several crimson hands continued to hold her off the ground. Corin tried his best to motivate her, while putting a comforting and steady hand on her shoulder. As soon as she looked up at Corin, she started crying, claiming that her body wouldn't budge, and begging him to please save her. Placing a hooded cape on her, he tried calming her down and put the odachi back in her hand, advising that random slashes would not help her. So she needed to aim and cut the vines with all her might. Meanwhile, the undead were approaching them from every direction. Yet, Corin promised that he would save her from the undead, but she needed to cut these vines all on her own. He claimed that she was the strongest swordsman he had ever come across. Spotting him running toward her, she saw his unyielding determination, even after having a much lower rank than her. So without having much of a choice, she swung her sword, using her grandfather's legendary techniques. She must be fully awakened in order to cut these. In that case, she used the Eyes of the Boundary skill, an ability that makes it easy to perceive other territories. Everything around her went quiet. She sank into the empty space. Taking one single step, she entered the frozen world, using the first Arden sword style, territory division, and swinging her legendary sword. She delivered a precise blow, cutting off the entire upper body of the undead. This powerful impact affected everything in the immediate area. Half of the forest was cut down, and the fog immediately disappeared, as she had even defeated the murderous vampire from Fog City, John Doe. The mission members were overjoyed, but Corin was absolutely shocked, realizing that was the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance. Alicia happily told Corin about her finally being able to do it, which meant she would now be the next Arden family head. But Corin was not happy at all. This wasn't meant to happen this early. While everyone else was celebrating their hard-won victory, Corin was cursing his terrible luck. The latest news to appear in the newspapers was about John Doe being soundly defeated by Alicia Arden. The Five Swords tore up the newspaper, while Lunia quietly drank her tea. The famous Arden swordsmanship family operated within the mighty sword faction, led by the great Grand Arden. He had always awaited an heir that was worthy of his exceptional technique. Domain severance, a skill unknown to most other martial artists. Linnea, seen as the true genius of her generation, had trained through years of blood and sweat. Her callous palms were proof of her incredibly hard work. Yet, she still couldn't meet Grand's high expectations. But surprisingly, her younger sister, an illegitimate child brought in from outside the family, had picked up a sword and dueled Lunia in a friendly match. Until that very day, Lunia had never even considered her rival. But when the friendly combat turned into something truly strange, the memories Alicia had from her childhood about harming a young girl, with blood coating her entire body, were none other than of her sister, Lunia, who she had knocked out in their very first fight. It wasn't about her incredible speed. It was something truly unfamiliar. A domain burnt. That was the day that Gran had appointed little Alicia as the candidate for the heir, too. Lunia remembered stroking little Alicia's head, who was looking happily into her own eyes, informing her big sister about holding the sword for the very first time. Lingering somewhere far away in her memories, she sipped up her tea, noticing the Five Swords, looking quite worried for her. But she had wanted Alicia to step into the territory. She ordered the Five Swords to prepare everything for the sword challenge. In her dorm room, Alicia was resting while Corin was looking after her. Out of pure curiosity, he asked her about the domain, even though it was far beyond her current capabilities. But Alicia revealed that he had believed in her, so she was able to do it. They were both interrupted when Mariette barged in, but seeing both of them so close to each other, Mariette's jealousy was clearly evident on her face. All three of them were then interrupted too, because Warren abruptly moved in from the open window, demanding the raw fish from much earlier. Ignoring this strange reunion, Alicia was being informed by Corin about the sword challenge proposition that she might get from Lunia after succeeding in domain severance. Alicia was freaked out, knowing damn well that if she fought her own sister, she would surely die. Despite all that, Corin decided to help her on just one single condition: if she trained and practiced hard in the training room, without any complaints. So Alicia quickly agreed to his terms, while Warren and Mariette looked at them both blankly. Later on that same night, May was taking a leisurely stroll around the city when a sharp knife flew right in front of her face, stabbing deep into the wall. May immediately turned in the direction from where the deadly knife was released, finding out that Warren was over there. May was not understanding this strange behavior of hers, but Warren claimed that he would buy her some sushi if May was caught. Meanwhile, on another dark street, Lena was struggling since Corin was already fighting with her. Sparks flew out in all directions with the heavy collision of their weapons, and the sharp clangs of steel could be heard everywhere. But it was nighttime, so nobody was around to hear. With a very evil grin, he claimed to have requested permission to train with the outstanding Wave Sword Master, Lena, the 5 masters of the Alicia Dojo, Guandao Master, Corin Locke, Knife Master, Warren, Flying Sword Master, Drawn Warski, Gandalf-style Master, Mariette Donalith, and the new headmaster, Alicia Arden, are now fighting off the 5 swordwomen to raise their own fame and build up their newly formed dojo. That being said, the next morning in the newspaper, the latest news was now going across the entire city about the new Arden-style dojo's very first steps in defeating the powerful 5 swords. According to the rules, to choose the new pavilion master and the handling of the family's important decision, the sword challenge was now being held. This was why Corin had announced changing this order into a dojo challenge, winning against the powerful 5 swords and using the different martial arts dojo challenge formats in order to be able to face Lunia in a one-on-one battle. Soon, both of the teams had gathered in the same great hall. However, the registration fee, the purchase of the event, and all those main things were now being handled by Mariette. Upon the grand arrival of Lunia, the tension grew even thicker in the air when she taunted Alicia for even being there, instead of just running away and guessing it was all Corin's idea. Hesitantly, on Corin's personal signal, he proposed a friendly duel as the new master of the Arden Dojo, so Lunia agreed. But she warned her to be prepared because she would not be going easy on her. Mariette stood by the wall, staring at both of the powerful sisters, fully aware that Lunia was so strong that even after becoming a vampire, he didn't think of having victory against her. Right before the sparring session began, Lunia threw a small pouch over to Corin, the reconstruction fee. Just then, she immediately rushed forward, striking at Alicia, who managed to barely block. The sheer force from the sword strike hit Alicia, blowing her to the side of the building and instantly destroying it. There was a loud crash, and the entire upper part of the building was completely blown away. Alicia looked into her older sister's eyes, remembering how she had always admired her sister when she had started taking an interest in swords. Lunia was the only one she had ever looked up to, even at the young age of 15. People had admired her for being so strong, including Alicia. But as soon as she had picked up her own sword for the very first time and had cut a human, her very own sister, everything between them had gradually changed. Remembering all of this, she continued with the battle. Lunia pointed the tip of her sword at her, and she concentrated, thinking Alicia would first take a step back and then off to the side. As she did that, Lunia's sword was suddenly thrown backwards. This completely shocked Lunia, because she wasn't expecting a reverse defense from her own little sister. But without wasting even a second, Lunia attacked her again, lunging quickly forward, making Alicia have to parry the heavy blow, bouncing backwards and skidding across the ground. When Lunia mocked her for her slippery and clumsy footwork, Alicia decided to maintain her blinding speed, get out of sight, and then strike at the shortest possible distance, making a sharp leap forward, using the third form of light. She was just about to attack. Yet Lunia sensed her and instantly used the makiwaza technique. Thus, Alicia managed to throw her head back in just enough time. At this point, Alicia just wanted to get over this brutal fight, so she wrapped both of her arms around Lunia, forcing her own body onto Lunia. But they both fell to the ground after Lunia pushed her. Both of their attacks were getting very intense, and Alicia could now see the domain right now. This was what Lunia had wanted to see. Her true self, the one that Alicia had always denied. When Alicia realized she couldn't win this way, both of them went into domain severance mode. Mariette and Corin couldn't see anything but a huge, fiery explosion erupting in the arena. One of the players had collapsed on the ground, while the other one was still standing firm. The winner had now been decided. But nothing could be seen, as the dust had not yet settled. Alicia won, and Corin thinks her only strength was domain severance. So he instructed her in some special techniques by exploiting Lunia's patterns that he knew from his past life. They captured the only opportunity to win in the fierce domain battle, and Lunia's sword was cleanly cut into two. Lunia promised that neither she nor her loyal subordinates would ever interfere with Alicia's work. Alicia ran to stop her, scared as she thought of herself as weak. And yet she had still defeated the pavilion master, Lunia. So she was afraid of the gaze that Lunia would now receive, along with her hateful attitude when she turned her back on her. The very first time Corin had met Lunia in his last life, the whole entire time, Lunia had looked for Alicia's murderer, but had failed since the true culprit was actually Park Se-ho. Lunia continued searching, even until Alicia's third death anniversary. At that time, Lunia prayed every single year on Alicia's death anniversary. Corin used to think that she had hated her, but she agreed, and added that there was no one who could resolve Alicia's bitterness, except for her. Corin realized that Lunia hadn't forgotten or given up on Alicia, and even if Alicia had won, just like today, Lunia would still support her while smiling. Alicia was scared of fighting, but still, a part of her fought on with a smile. That's why she had always avoided fighting and had feared facing Lunia. So she pretended to be less serious and sought out only the simple tasks. And as she was the one, she was going to officially become an heir of Arden and Lunia, and her followers were going to be quite wary of her. But she thought that if she ran away, her tie with Lunia was going to be completely severed. But Corin disagreed, saying relationships can't be cut just like that, because no matter what happens, they were still going to be sisters. Corin then praised her, while reminiscing about getting beaten up by his neighborhood thugs. But later on, what had made that so hard was not the pain from the beatings, but the anger towards himself for never having stood up for himself. Alicia felt strange and said to Corin that he was the same age as her, but he was acting so mature, as if he had experienced all kinds of hardships. Corin had lived 14 years longer than her, and including the memories of the 30-year-old Corin, it made him 50. Alicia then thanked him for the incident in the forest. She wanted Corin to give her the assurance that he was the one who had saved her back in the forest, as she had recognized him with his unique voice and his belt. Alicia felt so very indebted to him that she asked him for anything that he wanted. But unexpectedly, he only extended a simple hand of friendship, and she agreed. May asked Mariette to accept his blood, or he could offer her his own neck. Mariette assured May that she was fine, due to regularly getting blood packs from Professor Josephine. Isabel, who was eavesdropping from outside the room, got quite annoyed by May, and thought how those words made Mariette the most uncomfortable. However, her main concern was now Corin, who came and questioned Mariette if her class was over. He was a first year that was quite close to Mariette these days. After he offered her some of his blood, they entered the room and locked the door. Isabel wondered if they were now romantically involved, so she eavesdropped from behind the closed and locked door. Corin told Mariette about his new plan to build an inn on the land that they got after they registered the new dojo, and he asked her to invest in it. In the training room, Corin showed him a special voucher for a restaurant, which she recognized was for the Holy Panda. And when Isabel heard it, she got quite angry, realizing that the Holy Panda was renowned as the best spot for a date. And after just seducing Mariette just now, he was now asking Alicia out for a date. Corin asked about how much money he had made. Isabel kept on judging Corin, saying that after hitting on 2 separate girls, he was now talking about money with them. The next day, Corin asked Warren about her money, too, saying that he had an amazing investment. Isabel then got to the concrete conclusion that Corin was an incredible and devious scammer. 97 gold coins and approximately 100 million South Korean won were spent on just fighting against Lunia. So Lunia thought about offering them a 100 gold coin loan. Corin also had significant funds that were managed by Protestants. Dron's wealth exceeded even the richest of all the nobles. He collected 550 gold coins, and with that, Corin bought the land. Although for now, it was just empty plains. In the second semester, they were going to have a friendly exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Bora May Academy right here. And it was going to be the peak season for the entire lodging industry, where tourists from the entire continent would all come flooding in. Clara was having a conversation about the conflicting events with the chairman. The chairman then left for the Catholic Church to handle the situation there, leaving behind the place under Clara's personal care. While looking at some papers that needed to be approved, she saw Corin's name and wondered what he was up to at this time. Corin's request was to harvest the Mandrake's land provision. He and Alicia then went to the testing facilities. Corin asked her about her knowledge of mandrakes. She knew that they screamed whenever one plucks them. She was right. One needed to be wary of his eardrums while harvesting them. They both put on their earplugs and started harvesting. It is even difficult to harvest mandrakes all alone, as one needs to pull up the plant, and another needs to cut the roots and stem to stop its loud screams. Despite all the nervousness, Corin started, but realized Alicia didn't wear her earplugs in properly, so she started to foam at the mouth. He decided to do it all himself and screamed back at the mandrake. He then cut off its stem and roots. He yelled at Alicia for not being useful and decided to stop in case he collapsed if he went on until the silver ones. Mariette arrived, and saying it was too noisy, she inquired what the two of them were up to. Corin reminded her of his plans of plucking the mandrakes, but as they both were now tired, they were going to have some much-needed rest. Mariette offered to help them and directly went to easily harvest them without even using earplugs. They were both completely shocked seeing her do that so easily. She claimed to have harvested 30 of them at her own farm this year. Since their plan was to make a special herbal decoction, she decided to instead cook a hearty stew and asked Alicia if she could get some rabbit meat and potatoes to eat. Upon being asked, she told Corin to do nothing, as she was going to do everything for him. A mandrake can be consumed by eating the root of it directly, but making it into an herbal decoction is much more effective by adding up to 28 different ingredients and boiling for more than 10 hours. The mandrake herbal decoction was now ready. As Corin drew some strange rune characters on the sand, she recognized them and asked him how he knew a dead language. He claimed to have been learned it from his master. Warren had been training in the martial arts for many years, but this was different as they were the original runes. He claimed that knowledge is great power, but only if you know how to properly use it. The original runes were retrieved and then engraved onto the body, a power that could only be used by just one single person. And one of the final boss's goals was to retrieve and possess the original powerful rune. While the master had tried to leave the original rune to him, she had passed away right before she could do so. Mariette asked if his master was a member of the Mage Tower, so he replied that she was just a normal person. A normal person. Mariette then offered food to him and called Diak, an ex-vampire orb, to bring over the basket of food. She thanked Corin because he had kept sharing his own blood, and that was how she had officially gotten a new familiar. He then asked if he was made from his own blood. Then half of the blood in his body must be his own, which would then make Corin his dad. Mariette blushed and asked him to play with Diak, and they did so. Corin consumed the mandrake herbal decoction, and his mana recovery ability was greatly increased, and it dignified his named level stats. He then shared the rest with them, as drinking it more than once had absolutely no effect. He then picked up the white silver mandrake and ate it right by the root. As a result of this, his aura core, a strong vessel for a knight's powerful aura, was finally created. Seeing the amazing results of the silver mandrake, Mariette wanted him to take the golden one, as the results were going to be truly incredible. But he denied it, as he was going to do that much later. Velsh, by looking at Corin Locke's current rank, got shocked and wanted to immediately remeasure it. The others called it underwhelming and questioned the need to remeasure. When Furmak told them how Corin had won against Lunia, they just couldn't believe it. One of them asked if raising his rank from some midterms was a bit much, and they could not acknowledge a promotion, as it was a firm rule. So they all decided to leave the official rank assessment up to the association, and Instructor Hammond was decided to take the full charge. Furmak thought that even a 5th rank seemed excessive based on his stats, but his incredible duel with Lunia was truly remarkable, so he wanted to officially remeasure him. Alicia and Corin were both in the very same class, and she sat right beside Corin at Jaeger's usual spot. Jaeger kept on glaring at Corin, as he was quite jealous of him, because he had the most favorite person of his in the entire academy, and the super cute demon tribe girl, and even the granddaughter of the great sword emperor. Professor Furmak then announced about their upcoming group projects. He started to explain that the group project is on spearmanship. Alicia said to Corin that it was going to be really easy for him. He got doubtful of Furmak Damon, a boxer, suddenly teaching a class on spearmanship, and he wondered if he was trying to test him out. Furmak explained the new project when a student questioned if the ones who were good at sportsmanship would be benefited. Furmak then said he'll adjust the assessment criteria by offering up bonus points, and he explained there would be 4 members in each group, and they were going to be randomly assigned. Corin knew what group projects were really like, with those who just wanted a free ride, since he had suffered within his 4 years of being a physical education. He had Jaeger, a powerhouse third-rank knight with superb physical abilities, possessing sharp battlefield judgment and incredible skill. Alicia, a true prodigy with a blade, whose strength was undeniable, and Warren, whose diligence was second to none. He saw the pieces falling into place. His team was formidable. His painful past would not be repeating itself this time. Corin secured a training room for a grueling 3-hour session. He intended to drill them on the intricate theories and attributes of combat. But unfortunately, due to Warren's overwhelming raw power, the very walls were shattered by a single stray punch. Their elite training session was abruptly cut short. This was the first reflection session for their group assignment. Every team member was ordered to share their honest thoughts openly. Alicia expressed regret for her attitude from the previous day, but the group praised her incredible skills. Jaeger was struggling to master the unique spinning technique, but he just couldn't seem to find the proper execution. Warren arrived, carrying glasses of fresh juices. Since she was doing volunteer work, her weekend services were mandatory. Corin challenged Warren, asking if she knew the source of yesterday's failure. She replied coldly that they were all simply too weak, as if, no matter how much they practiced, the weak would remain weak, and the strong would always remain strong. Corin felt that her words held some truth, but he knew that it was a sentiment that only the truly powerful could ever express. He then laid down a wager. If he could kneel Warren down within a single minute, she would have to pay for their entire dinner. She agreed, but wanted absolutely no reward. The duel began on Jaeger's signal, and Warren's power was immense. So he unleashed the Tiger's sweeping wind, which is the second step, but Warren managed to shatter that form too. He then transitioned to the 8 trigram steps, but she didn't even bend her knee a little. Warren grew enraged and warned Corin to dodge her next attack. If he did not wish to die, and if he failed to do so, he was surely going to be hospitalized for at least 2 whole months. He tried desperately to block her strike, and even with his full power, some of his muscles ruptured, but he somehow forced her to kneel. Warren became furious and demanded they fight again, but Corin refused, as he had already won. A few days later, it took some effort, but he successfully quashed his group members' rebellion, so he could finally teach them. He would teach them spearmanship and prepare them for the presentation. Warren sent him a letter claiming that she was sick and wouldn't be able to join. He called her at dinner, gave her some food, and claimed that if she ate this meal, she was not going to be sick anymore. She finally admitted that she wasn't actually sick. Corin told her that it had taken him 3 years to get good, enough at martial arts just to make her kneel down. Somehow, they both made up and she started to eat. Warren then handed a detailed notebook over to him, which included the positions of the spearmanship principles, the very one he had asked her to do. The group presentation day began. A group came forward whose leader was named Police. They seemed quite well prepared. The professor activated his power on him and grabbed his hand, and if he could last for at least 10 seconds, he was going to give them full marks. Furman surprised the students by announcing that anyone who could last 10 seconds against him would receive perfect marks for the project, without any kind of warning. He tossed his notebook high into the air and charged at the students with the speed of lightning. Using the down-ducking technique with a powerful boost, he effortlessly and quickly took them all down. Jaeger acknowledged how incredibly fast Furman was, while Corin watched in awe, realizing that the professor wasn't holding anything back. After catching his notebook perfectly in midair, Furman told the fallen students that while they clearly lacked practice, they did okay and deserved a B. No one dared to object. He then moved on to Group 2, and Corin overheard, some of them saying it was completely pointless to fight a professor. The group's leader bragged loudly about their North 9 Deadly Dragons technique, claiming it was like 9 dragons flying, but before he could finish, Furman attacked. He criticized their needlessly elaborate form, claiming they hadn't practiced properly, and gave them a C. When it was Group 3's turn, Corin stepped up confidently, acting as their esteemed leader. He told Furman that they would demonstrate the land, Na, and ZH forms of the 8 trigram spearmanship. Jaeger showcased land by effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. Alicia showed Na by pushing down on her opponent's weapon. Warren executed JH by stabbing ferociously upward. Corin silently celebrated, impressed by how incredibly well Warren had performed. Furman praised them all for removing any unnecessary movements and sticking to strong, simple, yet powerful fundamentals. He called their performance incredible and gave them an A+. However, he then shocked Korin by saying that only he would face the professor in the actual fight. He smirked, suspecting that Furman had planned this entire thing all along. But he agreed without a single hint of hesitation. As the duel began, Furman used Jet Boost and threw a powerful right hook. Korin analyzed his stance and suddenly realized something was off. Furman was actually left-handed. While pretending to be right-handed, his own footing gave it away. Korin blocked the powerful attack, catching Furman completely off guard. The other students were stunned. Furman's speed and style had changed entirely, but Korin was still able to block every single one of his moves. Furman began to wonder if Korin had already surpassed an A-rank level. He stepped up his own power, demanding that Korin show him that spearmanship was not just about mastering the basics. But Korin suddenly stopped fighting and stood completely still, shocking everyone. When he was asked why he was not attacking, Korin calmly replied that the 10 seconds had already passed. Korin thought to himself that Furman was probably very suspicious. After all, he had only used his right arm to fight, pretending to be right-handed, but he had already known he was. What would Furman be able to conclude from this? Furman turned to Group 3 and announced that their simple mastery of the basics truly represent the secret arts. He awarded them an A+, and as the group celebrated, he then asked Korin to meet him privately, assuring him it was just a simple talk in a secluded location. Furman asked if Korin was truly a 5th-ranked knight. He confirmed this, though Furman said his skills greatly surpassed that level. He smugly agreed, thinking to himself that although he was quite talented, he still couldn't sense spirits properly and could only capture evil spirits under very specific conditions, hence why he was not qualified to hunt any high-level ghosts. Furman revealed that the night faculty professors had recently discussed Korin's case. They had decided he needed to be re-evaluated, and he would now be given special missions. Based on their outcomes, his rank would be officially reconsidered. The highest possible outcome was a promotion to semi-first rank, thanks to all of his unconventional achievements. Korin was pleased because a higher rank meant more mission options. As a student, this would usually be a privilege in the second year, but now he might be able to get it much earlier. He agreed to the reevaluation and asked what he needed to do. Furman handed him a sheet listing 4 semi-first rank missions. Korin must complete 2, 1 monster hunt and 1 evil spirit hunt, all by himself. He felt the immense pressure of the decision, but prepared himself. Soon after, Korin met up with Professor Furman, who greeted him as a thick fog covered the sky. Furman told him old stories about his youth, venturing into foggy lands just to hunt down monsters. He joked that the old stories would keep him entertained, which pleased Furman. Korin's first target was the twin-headed ogre in the city's western mountain range. Though it was powerful, the fearsome creature was still just a juvenile, and it was downgraded from first rank to semi-first rank. Furman also mentioned that the ogre was currently raising longhounds and a few other hunting dogs. Korin decided a frontal attack would be very unwise. Furman agreed, saying the Guardians valued good strategy, not just simple brute strength. When they arrived at the ogre's cave, Korin understood that neither Furman nor the nearby association staff would help him, unless the situation became truly life-threatening. And if they did have to step in, it would mean he'd fail the evaluation. Furman then instructed Korin to give his personal analysis. He inspected the surrounding area and confirmed that the ogre and all the hounds were currently traveling together. Based on the footprints, he deduced that there were 3 longhounds. Furman continued to test his knowledge and his strategies, which Korin answered confidently. Finally, he announced that he would use what was given to all of humanity in this fight. When Furman asked what he meant, Korin simply replied, "My head," with a very confident smirk. He added that unfortunately for the ogre and all its hounds, he was an absolute expert when it came to using it. Positions of demonic creatures are imposed in the world, and the cruel ruler of the forest is one of them. An ogre who is like a tyrant with 2 different heads. It controls the forest and considers it as its personal kingdom. The longhounds noticed that the female and her infant had both disappeared. They started looking at the mysterious traces in the ground. An intruder had dragged out the female, and after realizing this, the ogre expressed its beast-like fury, since the female was their trusted comrade. The longhounds, following the scent of her, started searching the forest along with the powerful ogre. The intruder was about to get a taste of his own medicine when the longhounds unexpectedly were met with a sad, whining female, just as they tried to save her. logs of wood started to fall down on them, so they ran for their own lives. After spotting a relatively safe place, they stopped there but failed to realize the true maliciousness of humans, as they were blasted to death with kinas. When the ogre saw this, he seethed in anger at losing his loyal pawns. The fire then got nearer to him, and the wooden logs started to fall down on him, too. Such trivial traps could never actually harm him, however, even after easily dodging the trap. He had no idea that it was only just the beginning. The twin-headed ogre was truly a natural hunter, with one of its heads gifted with amazing vision, and the other gifted with a good sense of smell. It wasn't that difficult to trace them, but there were so many traces that it was completely absurd. He thought the intruder had failed to even hide his own traces and scent out of his foolishness, and it was so ridiculous the longhounds had lost to him. However, the ogre unexpectedly failed to locate his prey on the first day, due to there being numerous false traces. He was about to muster up his courage again when he was ambushed by Hagalaz. He would have been dead if it wasn't for his powerful twin heads. He had barely gotten grazed by a few sharp pieces of hail, but whenever he was about to sleep, the hail would start to fall, so he decided to just ignore it after a few more times. It was just when the falling hail had turned into fired rocks and started to badly burn him. Even after enduring all of this, he still failed to capture his prey, despite all of his best efforts. It was after 3 long days when he finally realized that his role as the hunter had been completely reversed, which ignited the furious fire within him. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Corin Locke, announcing an end to this. The ogre launched itself towards him, but Corin also jumped into the air, unbeknownst to the future attack of the ogre. However, Corin steadfastly dodged the powerful attack and started using his own powers on him, one after another. At last, the ogre knocked out. He nonchalantly yawned at not getting to use his powerful aura, even after completely filling his aura core. After he was made sure that the ogre was finished, he wondered if Mariette was currently doing fine. 3 days earlier, Corin had asked Mariette how much she truly trusted him, to which she metaphorically stated that she would believe him, even if he said he was going to make kimchi out of potatoes. He then asked her how far she was willing to go with him. With pure disbelief, she enthusiastically answered, until the very end. Afterwards, he told her all about his secret plan, and about needing both Alicia and Herford. But all she had heard was Alicia's name. So she had asked, with jealousy, why Alicia was a part of the plan. Although Mariette was a veteran guardian and a special type vampire, she was still just a girl in her youth. So her heart had trembled with Corin's bad choice of words. She thought it was a greater problem than she had expected. However, she knew that Corin was always one single step ahead, whether it was when he had saved her or when he helped out Alicia. But still, her one-sided crush on him had taken over. The true reason for mages wanting to become professors at the academy was not just for the Merkaba Great Library's amazing books, but also for the huge research building at its far west end, which had the undefeatable special monsters that were all sealed away. Professor Dana and Professor Furmak looked at the wild boar, which had eaten the iron mine whole, and its engraved origins. He asked Dana if the current research was based on the special entities, the alpha characteristics. She said she wanted to write a thesis on the huge influence of the special demon tribe on low-rank entities and the unique alpha energy. So he asked if he just needed to engrave a rune on this special monster. She affirmed and expressed her immense relief over having him there. He said how the dead languages are hard to use in battles, and as he was about to boast, she told him there was a special volunteer vampire, and Mariette walked in as the first act's final boss, against the second act's boss, the king of the Iron Mine. The haunted house mission was a basic one that could be chosen in the second semester in the original game. However, you needed to be wary about the attacks from various household items to defeat the first-rank evil spirit that was possessing the haunted house, and then destroy the hidden magic circle in the dark basement. Usually, Corin couldn't sense spirits, but in here, he could. Sabancia Duke was now possessing the training room's magic tools, and it was the Geist phenomenon of possessing a home, meaning they could exert physical force that couldn't just be ignored with some religious precepts. You need to cut off the stock and the top part with your spear to try and disconnect the root. Then run into the window in the terrace with your spear facing forward, and dodge all the flying glass shards upon entering. Then, jump and slice 3 times after cutting the clock, and then destroy the nails on the stairs floors and move on ahead. Stepping on the center carpet would crack it and take you downstairs. Here, after defending yourself from the deadly attacking table, scratch the magic circle to weaken its telekinetic powers. Then, by using a candlestick and your own spear, fire canast, plus Hagalaz, and keep running upstairs while dodging the many attacks. After all the attacks had halted, all of the rune magic that had been engraved would now activate, so you could then leave the house to burn. Hammond asked how Corin had clear magic cave when even 2 second-rank mages could not. This was the very last strategy that a legendary streamer had left behind. Hammond congratulated him by finally acknowledging him as a semi-first rank, and he took him out for a meal in Sayar. Hearing the mention of Sayar, he realized it was a raw fish place where his reason to raid this entire region also lied. As I walked out, Corin noticed Diaku was following them, and he felt relieved. 88 years ago, in the polar region of the northern continent, the peninsula was enriched with countless amazing natural resources, including the Great Iron Mine. The miners there had witnessed a massive boar devouring it there, and that was the king of the Iron Mountain. Alicia ran down to the 4th floor basement of the test facilities in the morning, as she had been asked to buy corn. A few days ago, Alicia had called Mariette down to the 1st floor, but she had asked Alicia if she wanted to try the elixir. First, since she had needed to check if it was safe. When Alicia drank it, she liked it a whole lot, which made Mariette happy for her experiment to have worked out. Afterwards, Mariette explained to Alicia about the Iron Mountain's king, which was now sealed away in the testing facilities. Professor Dana asked Mariette about the big difference between special demons and monsters. So she answered that it was the strength of specials, like domination. Dana confirmed this and told how some demons called alpha entities emit a different sort of energy than all the others and were much stronger. They could dominate their own kin, but not other demons. However, it worked on some of the specials, since they could command any of the weaker demons. Mariette recalled the time when she had run away from the hunting ground and had the monsters offer up their own blood to quench her immense thirst. She said to Dana that she thought it was more like using their own fear instead of simple domination. So Dana explained the 3 kinds of species: monsters, evil spirits, and the demi-humans. She then asked Dana if she could easily command other demi-humans by just using her alpha traits. So Dana stated the requirement of more research, and she doubted its possibility, due to demi-humans being much smarter than regular humans. Dana then asked for the Fongbors to experiment with the alpha traits of a truly special monster, and she told her if she could use her alpha traits on them, theoretically, humanity should be able to control most monsters and all evil spirits. Mariette was content to be trusted. As a mage, when Dana asked if she had made the elixir tasty yet, after she confirmed, Dana asked her to dominate the boars. She manipulated them into coming out of their cages and to stop. But when they failed to understand the command to lie down, Dana asked Fermac to release the king's powerful seal, since the lower-ranked monsters lacked the proper intelligence. He released just the 1st seal, and Dana announced that the 1st, 3rd, and 7th resistance circles had all been activated. She asked to strengthen the chains of the 4th and the 6th seals, and the boars started to attack. When Mariette stopped them, Dana wondered if they were losing control due to them all being boars. Suddenly, the monster in cage 107 escaped. That was a manticore. Mariette shot some blood spears at it, and Fermac also joined in, but it was just too strong. Suddenly, a lab assistant alerted them about the monsters that were trying to escape from their cages, and he told them all to evacuate. Dana ordered the activation of the large-scale monster resistance circles and all the sealing magic, and then to reseal the king. The magic circles and the sealing magic both failed to activate, and the king broke free of all his chains. At SAR, Corin and the men enjoyed the lavish feast to celebrate his promotion to semi-first rank. He got turned down for asking for soju, since he was just a 3rd year, a minor, and he felt devastated over it. Corin told Hammond a popular saying from the East about how alcohol needs to be learned about from the adults, and he asked him to be that adult. And Hammond got manipulated by his own admiring eyes. Corin's eyes shone with pure greed when Hammond poured him some drink. But suddenly, they heard a loud bark, and Hammond got very confused by it. Corin almost cried at Gu's terrible timing, since it was going to be his very first drink in ages. When the king had freed himself, Fermac told Mariette to block it together with him. Using the crystal lance magic, she tried her best to block the king, but it unexpectedly shattered into pieces. She couldn't understand how it had had such little impact on the king, but Fermac appreciated it anyway, and he lunged forward toward the king. However, Fermac's attack did no real damage, and the king, using a powerful rune, Thurisaz Fehu, attacked Fermac, destroying the entire wall by throwing him against. Mariette felt very anxious about both Fermac and the barrier system. When all of the caged monsters broke themselves completely free, the alert rang out throughout the whole floor as all the monsters ran toward them with pure rage. Code Veronica activated, commanding all of the workers to immediately evacuate, and the security team to activate all the available magic circles, and then mobilize the powerful spirit golems. The golem team activated, and the interception system engaged as they stood against the enraged monsters to try and stop them. Dana announced that all the monsters must not escape from the testing facilities at any given cost. Among the monsters, there were even the first-ranked demonic beasts, like a poisonous dragon and the mighty King Haran. The golem team fought hard against all the monsters, but the monsters outnumbered them all too easily, considering the ever-worsening situation. Support was then requested by Dana, as they failed to block the higher-level monsters without a magic circle. She worried about them escaping from the academy, so she permitted the consecutive lightning attacks in the shared area. They were on such incredibly thin ice that she wasn't even sure if their total budget would be okay. After using all of these rare facilities, the lightning attack activated and started striking the monsters. As one of them got very near to Dana, someone saved her by quickly attacking that monster, and someone said how their employer's insight was getting scarier. He turned towards the sound of the voice and was astonished to find Dron standing right there. Upon being asked about his sudden presence, he just brushed it off, calling it a field trip. Dron then called the monster towards himself, diverting their direction away from Dana and to himself. He then started to fight against them and lunging directly towards Dron's sword. The dragon beast let out a roar, fire from his mouth, and Dron assembled his own 5 swords. By using his debris fusion, Crannel made a new golem out of junk to fight all the monsters. Crannel jumped with happiness when the techniques he had learned from Corin finally worked. A few days ago, Corin had told him that stamina was true power, and he had given him some new golem magic techniques after force training. Corin had further given a book to him, which he was reading when he had discovered the technique, and in return, he had asked for today's field trip. The golem fought on against the dragon, but they were still getting pushed back, so they wondered if it was due to the monster being first rank. Yule then used her root supplementation and made a junk wooden golem. She wondered how Corin had known it already to teach this to her beforehand. Dana then noticed the poisonous dragon moving up to the 3rd floor, so Alicia quickly defeated it and let out a sigh. Dana felt relieved at all of the appearance. Students here being no less than a 2nd-ranked knight or a mage, and she felt thankful to them until she finally realized something. She asked them why they were all at the testing facilities, so they all called it a field trip, as they didn't want to mention anything about Corin. His plan of never being there at the academy was going quite smoothly. The realm of the blood barrier was now activated, and they felt relieved about preparing it all beforehand. By following all of Corin's words and stopping the king from ever getting to the ground floor, the king suddenly started running straight towards them. And while Mariette was activating her magic, she told the others not to get themselves defenseless, as she was a special person, just like them. King Haran was a first-ranked monster, like the ones in the old movies, and everything started to break as he moved. So Dron asked for help with holding the lever at the main control panel. Crannel asked Yule for help using the bombs of the spirit golems. With Corin's technique and Yule's great mana, they mended its joints together and made it fight back against Haran. Crannel then told Yule how they would explode all 5 of the spirit golems, absorb bombs, and spray out a large amount of raw mana. And together, the 2 of them worked towards it by making their golems fight back against all the monsters. It was the port city. Corin chose that specific haunted house to come to. He knocked on the door. An old woman came out, and Corin introduced himself to her as an academy student that was dispatched from abroad. And as he wasn't able to attend any mass due to his dispatch tasks, he sought her permission to use her personal prayer room. Corin went to the room and tried to remember. According to his old memory, the marker and the strange response seemed quite impressive. Alicia got shocked by seeing the massive dragon, as she had never seen anything like that before in her life. So she decided to face him all alone. Mariette informed her that Corin had told her to make sure that she doesn't use that. Alicia felt like Corin must have seen the great potential in her, and that was why he wanted her not to use that. So she questioned herself if she could really do that. In the meanwhile, Mariette came, attacking the ferocious dragon, and Alicia was now on the floor as she couldn't defeat him. This made Mariette think that Corin must have been correct, as she was not able to defeat the demonic pig. The dragon had now turned into a demonic pig after consuming the oldest, Steel, which had 100% resistance to all physical and magic attacks, which was the reason that countless heroes have been murdered, but they still couldn't kill it. But as Corin had asked Mariette to do that, she had to succeed at any cost. Although Mariette was struggling and managing to fight the demonic pig, this conflict was only possible because she was a special Professor Dana, who realized that she was witnessing this very moment that was going to one day go down as a page in the history books. Couldn't hide her emotions of wonder and fear. The students had fought hard to prevent the demonic beast from ever leaving the testing facilities. But everyone could feel it, and there came Diak-gu. Alicia, who was now struggling, as she could not use the domain severance that she could use to defeat the dragon. She also tried to put herself in Corin's place, and she thought about what he would do at that very time. So she managed to think that he must use the dodge and cut method, and she succeeded without even using the domain severance. In the meanwhile, Corin arrived, and he appreciated her, as she had done well. Corin thought that if the king's hair had now been dealt with, which was the poisonous dragon, Alicia was stunned, believing Corin's arrival was impossible. She urged him to first report the dire situation with the demonic fiend. With Mariette still holding the line against the beast, Alicia prepared to charge in and assist her comrade. The bespectacled girl questioned Corin's grand strategy, as he had dragged her all this way from the sanctuary of the church. Corin needed her to help him monitor the monstrous boar's movements. She was baffled why they focused only on the pig with hordes of other monsters nearby. The reason was a brilliant gambit, a cunning plan that Corin had already revealed to Mariette. The strategy involved feeding the beast rocks inscribed with potent rune magic. This would apply to all creatures held within the testing facilities. And after they had consumed a multitude of these rune-etched stones, they would be lured in with the promise of actual food. Essentially, the plan was a complete annihilation of the enemy forces. This would be achieved using the rune resonance activation function, and this resonance could be triggered by his mighty silver spear, a weapon forged from runestone, if given enough preparation time. With his trap set, Corin brought Alicia back to vanquish the beast. From the ashes of the battle, the high-ranking monsters that survived the devastating resonance blast emerged. A fearsome 30 remained, with the demonic boar standing as their leader. The legendary heroes of Arhan, a new generation, had finally assembled. These were the future saviors destined to protect the entire world. Corin turned to Mariette, checking if she could still fight on. She confirmed, and together they prepared to re-engage the enemy. The epic counteroffensive was now underway. Corin knew his team was more than just a gathering of elites. It was a perfectly balanced force. Yet, the party members still felt unease. Their hesitation stemmed from the terrifying nature of their opponent. It is the king of the Iron Mountain, a sovereign that has never been ruled, a beast that crushes its foes but has never known subjugation. It is a force of pure devastation, devoid of any mercy. Alicia yelled the command for everyone to scatter immediately. This tyrannical king, a creature that devours everything in its path, was now unleashed. Corin ordered Cranoladin to keep pressure on the boar, no matter the cost. He commanded Yahello to raise massive plans to hold it back somehow. The rest of the team was ordered to spread out and flank the beast, but its power was immense, shrugging off their initial attempts. Corin ordered Dron to strike from the sides with both his magic blades. Dron recognized his employer was a master strategist, one who patiently waits for the opportune moment to strike, always with the highest regard for safety and success. A seasoned mercenary has no reason to defy such a command. His twin blades, one of flame and one of lightning ignited. They had been enhanced with the finest grade 1 mana stones. A handsome reward he received after the Mariette Dunleavy affair. Yet, defeating this creature was proving to be an impossible task. Despite their relentless barrage, it had not sustained a single scratch of damage. Corrin deduced that to harm the king of the Iron Mountains, their assault needed to be a perfect 50-50 split of physical and magic. This was a common weakness pattern derived from the original runes. The 8 sacred texts required to enter the realm of paradise. The power of this flawed concept was the key. Physical attacks were only effective against its crimson fur, while magical assaults could only harm its azure-colored hide. And the final secret weapon was its shimmering golden fur. He ordered Yule and Crannel to grab onto something and hold on tight. If their footing failed them, they were to latch onto the beast itself. Dron was to attack from mid-range. Corrin and Alicia would provide support from the rear lines. All heavy offensive power was entrusted to DOQ, and Mariette was instructed to move precisely as Corrin commanded. Corrin declared there was no afterwards to consider. This had to be a decisive, short-term battle. They must pour every ounce of their strength into this fight to win. Yule and Crannel launched their assault, but the beast evaded them. So Corrin commanded Dron to repeat his previous successful attack patterns. The tactic worked, and this blow landed even more squarely than the last. The fur's transformation halted, its color remaining a defiant red. But it was a feint. After pretending to shift to its blue, magic-resistant fur, a form that nullifies all magical attacks. It used a clever ruse to bait Daigou into attacking. The beast unleashed a beam of pure destructive light. This was a Titan rune, a power that obliterates anything it touches. Daigou was sent flying. Mariette was ordered to retrieve the ore, Blood Spear. Then Corrin himself charged forward to attack the beast, yelling for Mariette to unleash another Blood Spear immediately. He knew the beast had used its blue fur to block the magical assault, so another Blood Spear was needed. The king began to laugh, satisfied. His lips curled into a sneer. In the end, it was always the same. He revealed his hidden trump card, 5 minutes of absolute invincibility. In this state, no one in the world could possibly face him. The king charged straight for them. Corrin ordered a full retreat for the next 5 minutes. None of their attacks would have any effect on the beast, but tragically, there was no longer anywhere left for them to run. The king cackled maniacally as it began to corner the terrified humans. Even the potent magic of the small demi-humans proved utterly useless. Then, the time came for the golden fur to appear. This was the final, desperate phase of the king of the mountains. And just when it seemed there were no tricks left to play, at that very moment, Alicia unleashed the legendary Aiden style, a secret single-blade technique used against demonic creatures. She struck with a domain slash, dealing an immense amount of damage. Corrin praised Alicia with heartfelt words, declaring that a single well-trained Alicia is worth more than 10 party members. Alicia was still uncertain about what would happen next, fearing the beast might start moving once more. Corrin assured her, saying it was now the madam's time to shine. Now, Josephine Clara turned to question Corrin directly, asking how he restored that vast amount of magic in such a short time. The golden fur pattern is an incredibly powerful ability, but once shattered, the original runes cannot be used for some time. Mariette was also prepared. Corrin asked Professor Josephine to block its path, and with that, finally, the reign of the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula had reached its end. The origin light that escaped its body as it turned to dust is a prize that no true spearman could ever afford to miss. At its origin lay the 8 texts required to travel to paradise, and it was a relic from the age of the gods, something that could not be destroyed by any mortal power. But the rune stones that contained it were sometimes fragile and could break. 88 long years ago, a simple boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed one such rune stone, and no one ever imagined they could retrieve it from a beast. But on this day, the demonic pig was set free and then utterly defeated, and the powerful rune stone hidden within it finally shattered. They wondered where the now unbound original rune might have gone. And the answer to that question was remarkably simple. It seeks out the nearest compatible rune stone to inhabit, wandering without a destination before finally finding its new home. And at last, it had arrived at its intended destination. 10 years prior, He had joined the academy for this very purpose, posing as a simple professor, manipulating the king of the Iron Mountain, a beast that was ultimately vanquished by a group of academy students. It was a pathetic end for a creature that had been sealed for 80 years. It was no surprise that its power had waned over time. Now, all he needed to do was escape from the academy grounds. But then, Fermac appeared before him. Korin informed him that since he was the disciple of his disciple, and his own master had renounced him, then Korin was his martial uncle. He then demanded that Fermac show him the proper respect. Fermac sensed that Korin had somehow discovered his true identity. Korin told him that he could not return to the origin, but this was knowledge that a simple student should never possess, and he suspected that perhaps Josephine had been the one to tell him. Fermac became enraged and declared Korin to be his sworn enemy. For despite his mastery of the six-step spearmanship, he was unaware. Korin had thwarted all his schemes and now stood directly in his path. Fermac was a renowned first-ranker knight, a legend in his own right, the shadowy mastermind who orchestrated the unsealing of the Iron Mountain King. He was the final boss of the saga's second act, the one destined to emerge alongside the feared king of paradise, and one of the four great executives of that organization. His power was at least on par with the legendary rank of Linnea. Arden Fermac questioned Korin with a condescending sneer. By revealing a mere sliver of your supposed talent, do you truly believe you can stand against me? He knew precisely how to end this confrontation quickly. Korin activated the powerful rune of the sun, Soila. This was the natural counter and ultimate weakness of Shadow-type users, because Shadow-type sorcery requires darkness in order to manifest. Just as water magic, attribute magic needs moisture, and fire attribute magic needs oxygen. Korin had spent the last 20 days meticulously engraving the rune of the sun. The desolate area had restricted access to this very location. It was secretly linked to the testing facility's subterranean levels. He had prepared for this final confrontation long before anyone else. Korin declared to Fermac that he was more than ready for this fight. The two titans clashed, Korin attacking with the blinding light of radio. But Fermac was swift, managing to evade the devastating blast. Then Korin struck again, with the technique returning to heaven. Korin taunted him again, asking if he was still playing the role of a professor. Fermac was unfazed, confident. He had maintained this charade for the past 10 long years. It had practically become an occupational hazard for him. Korin warned him that no matter what he did here, in the end, he would surely meet his demise. But Fermac confessed he had no intention of finishing this battle here. He vowed to kill Korin the very next time they crossed paths. But Korin insisted he leave the city as quickly as possible. Even so, he had to avoid the watchful eyes of those who still believed him to be dead, because if he tried to escape, he would undoubtedly use powerful space magic, enough to evade even Madame Josephine. And so, Fermac Damon, having had the commandment engraved upon him, had no alternative but to accept the challenge of a formal duel. This was the exact reason Korin had chosen to come here alone. The limitation of the imprisonment rune was that the ensuing duel had to be a strict one-on-one affair, and in accordance with the most sacred of ancient rules. Both combatants were required to reveal their true names to each other. Fermac's true name was linked to the king of paradise, Tate's Balthazar's warrior, while Korin was Arandanua's first spear. The outcome of this fateful duel was already predetermined, regardless of who emerged as the victor or the vanquished. The two formidable opponents braced themselves for the coming duel. They revealed their true names, following the sacred ancient laws. On one side stood the king of paradise Tate's Balthazar's ordinary warrior, the man known as Fermac Damon. On the other, the queen of paradise, Arandanua's first and most trusted spear, the warrior known as Cornlock. A system prompt. Backup revealed the review of the sacred 3 commandments of the duel. The first of these great commandments is duty. The second sacred commandment is restraint. And the third, a solemn oath to save the world. It became clear that Damon was a bare-fisted brawler, specializing in close-quarters combat, while Korin was a master spearman, skilled in both close and long-range assaults. Korin initiated the fight with a flurry of attacks, including Calamity, Serpent's Intent, and the deadly slithering serpent technique, never allowing Damon a moment to get close to him. Damon, on the other hand, was biding his time, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity the moment Korin retrieved his spear to close the distance and launch a counterattack. However, Korin had already anticipated this very move. Korin leaped into the air, initiating a close-quarters aerial assault, making Damon mistake this as a desperate, reckless maneuver. He waited for Korin to land, preparing to strike the killing blow. Korin then unleashed a furious barrage of powerful attacks. First, with infinite returning heavens, followed by the devastating chaos spear. Damon was genuinely impressed by Korin's incredible speed and how he had managed 7 consecutive strikes while still airborne. The instant Korin's feet touched the ground, he prepared another assault. Damon retaliated with an incredibly powerful punch of his own. Damon refused to abandon his attack, despite bleeding heavily from a cut arm. To close the remaining distance, Damon charged with a meteor strike attack, but Korin was already anticipating this move. Damon was likely concentrating all his remaining strength on this one final attack. Korin attempted to block this final blow and create his own opening, but in that fraction of a second, Korin realized that Damon had no intention of actually striking him. His true target was to seize control of Korin's spear. Damon succeeded in his gambit, grabbing the spear and hurling it away. It became firmly lodged deep within the trunk of a tree. Damon mocked Korin, asking what he could possibly do now without his weapon. Korin made an attempt to retrieve his spear, but discovered that it had been embedded far too tightly. It would not budge. Damon attacked with a swift southpaw flicker jab. Korin, however, astonished him by blocking the attack with his own martial arts techniques. Korin showed Damon that he too was focused on the fundamentals of martial arts and rigorous physical combat training. Korin struck Damon with 8 trigrams, followed by raised palms, and then 3 piercing palms techniques. However, Damon simply implied that he was only mildly surprised by this, revealing that Korin's physical attacks had absolutely no effect on it. Korin, with his unparalleled mastery of the spear, had also honed his physical combat skills to a fine edge. But Damon had dedicated his entire life to perfecting only physical combat. Damon struck Korin with a wide range of powerful, consecutive attacks. Seeing Korin endure so many punishing blows, Damon wrongly believed that Korin had lost his will to continue the fight. Just as Damon was about to strike Korin with one final, decisive blow to end their battle once and for all, Korin blocked the attack with the shaft of his spear. Damon was completely shocked to realize that Korin had deliberately endured all those blows just to get closer to his spear and finally retrieve it. Korin once again charged at Damon with his attacks. Damon was thoroughly amazed by Korin's incredible fighting prowess and finally admitted that he was now at a clear disadvantage. Once more, Korin mocked Damon, saying that even after being soundly beaten, Damon was still desperately clinging to his role as a professor. Damon intended to end this fight and summoned forth the dreaded shadow, Citadel, a dark, twisted part of paradise teeming with horrific demons. Damon began to gloat menacingly, boasting that Korin would never be able to escape the demonic horde or his own powerful blows. Korin laughed as he had one final trick up his sleeve. He pulled a golden mandrake from deep within his back. The mandrake's terrifying scream cannot be blocked by any known magic abilities, not even if the creatures are powerful shadow demonic beasts. Damon yelled out, asking if Korin truly believed he could survive such a petty trick. With a confident grin on his face, Korin replied that Damon would most certainly die here today. Korin mockingly questioned Damon what he planned to do now that his demonic beasts were gone, and the mandrake would continue to scream indefinitely. Korin revealed that he possessed abilities called regeneration and tolerance, so Korin would quickly adapt to the ear-splitting scream and survive the golden mandrake's agonizing screams. He then tauntingly questioned Damon how long he would be able to withstand the torturous screams. Calling Korin a coward, Damon summoned the Shadow Servants X-12. Damon stated that Korin's chances of defeating him were now absolutely zero. As soon as Korin had stepped foot inside the Shadow Fortress, his fate was sealed. Damon charged forward with the Shadow Demon, and the beast grabbed hold of Korin. Korin freed himself with a powerful attack known as Returning Demonic Spear. Damon then charged towards Korin, along with his demonic minions, preparing to unleash his deadly attack combinations. Frustrated by this dishonorable tactic, tactic. Corin reminded Damon that this was supposed to be a sacred one-on-one battle. He then tore off his own shirt, revealing his secret weapon. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from Corin, disintegrating the shadow servants instantly. Damon was utterly shocked to see the runes of the sun covering Corin's entire body. Because of this, the shadow servants couldn't even get close to Corin. Damon thought that Corin was a complete fool to let his body go up in flames with the sun runes. Corin suggested that Damon engage in a true one-on-one, a pure combat duel without any more of his petty tricks, and challenged him to come at him with all of his power. Corin sensed that Damon was his true arch-nemesis, his destined rival. Damon activated a life-threatening skill known as the six-step Sora, a technique which burns the user's aura core for immense power and speed. Corin activated the six-step Spearman Sora in response, revealing that he too could use the very same powerful skill. The two mighty warriors went all out, holding nothing back in this final move. They engaged in a fierce and desperate final combat, and in a fraction of a second, Corin pierced his spear directly through Damon's heart and won the battle. Corin's mind flashed back to the time he had faced Fernac once again. After suffering a humiliating defeat to him in the second part of their saga, Corin and his comrades had found themselves trapped in a nightmarish realm, a living hell that had manifested within the realm of paradise because of Damon, an evil king who had tried to unleash this hell upon their world. This had led to the tragic deaths of countless innocent people, including many of Corin's own dear friends. Corin was now filled with relief, knowing that this time would be different, because he had finally slain the monster known as Damon. Corin searched Damon for the Yahello, a sacred stone, which is one of the 4 legendary secret treasures protected by the ancient druids. Corin did not find the coveted Yahello, but instead discovered an original rune in Damon's possession. Corin vowed that he would never allow Tate's Balthazar to obtain this rune, as Balthazar intended to collect all 8 of the original runes to bring shadow, paradise into this world. Corin gazed down at Damon's lifeless body, and he wondered, why was it so important for Damon and Balthazar to kill innocent people? Corin understood Damon and Balthazar's anger and resentment for the world, but the way they were taking out their anger was unforgivably wrong. Corin collapsed to the ground from the sheer pain of his severe injuries. Corin had believed he had grown accustomed to pain due to his regeneration and tolerance abilities, but this was too much, and he lost consciousness. He was rewarded with a map to Findia's son, another of the 4 legendary secret treasures, for vanquishing the great evil known as Fernac Damon. However, Corin was far more concerned about the golden mandrake and the precious runes than any reward. Corin awoke to find himself being carried on Alicia's back. Corin asked Alicia about the status of the cleanup. Alicia replied that Professor Dane was currently overseeing the cleanup efforts. However, she was visibly upset that Dron had simply abandoned them. Alicia informed Corin that Yahello and the others were the ones who had managed to find him. Corin cursed Dron, calling him a bastard who didn't understand the meaning of loyalty. Dron had made it clear not to expect too much loyalty from him, as their relationship was purely a business arrangement, before Corin could even finish his sentence. To ask about the rune and the golden mandrake, Alicia interrupted, assuring him that both items were completely safe. Corin found it peculiar that Alicia knew exactly what he was about to ask, as he didn't believe she was that clever. Alicia was clearly triggered by this remark, and reminded Corin that she was the one currently carrying him on her back, and could very easily drop him if she chose to. Corin expressed his sincere gratitude to Alicia for having saved his life. Alicia then brought up the topic of the domain severance technique. Alicia then reminded Corin that she would never have been able to defeat the king of the Iron Mountain if it hadn't been for Corin's guidance. Alicia thought back and suddenly realized that during all of their group assignments, and while they were busy making mandra potions, Corin had been secretly drawing powerful runes. Corin had actually been preparing for this exact fight far ahead of time, with tears welling up in her eyes. Alicia told Corin that there was nothing wrong with them fighting together as a team, and she asked why he felt he had to face the monster Damon all by himself. Corin simply stated that it was better if fewer people had to die. Corin's friends soon learned about his epic battle and his severe injuries, and decided they should all go and visit him at the hospital. They burst into his room, hoping to surprise him with some snacks, and to be there to comfort him during his time of loneliness. But to their utter amazement, Corin's friends saw 3 stunningly beautiful women diligently taking care of him and happily serving him delicious food. Corin noticed his friends and, with a wide smile, asked why they had bothered to bring snacks, as he was already completely full. This sight left Corin's friends burning with an intense, jealous rage. Corin's friends began to question their own decision, wondering why they had even come, and feeling that they shouldn't have visited him. The girls, on the other hand, were completely oblivious. They were chatting happily about how rare it was for them all to get together like this. With Corin at the center of their attention, the girls suggested playing a fun game, and they also kindly invited Corin's friends to join in with them. Hearing this invitation, Corin's friends began to weep with tears of pure joy, finally getting some much-desired attention from the beautiful girls. They started to bless Corin for his good fortune. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door, and everyone began to wonder if someone else was scheduled to arrive. One of Corin's curious friends went to see who the visitor was, and was completely shocked to see the people who had just arrived. He asked what had brought them to this place, completely dumbfounded. Corin answered that he had been expecting their arrival, and that he was planning to go and see them himself anyway. It was then revealed that the mysterious visitors were Chairman Aryu Kazar, the woman who was publicly recognized as the chairman of Merkaba Academy, and the esteemed Professor Josephine. Aryu Kazar asked Corin about the state of his health. Corin calmly responded that he was feeling much better, and that it was about time that he revealed a few of his cards. Chairman, Aryu Kazar apologized for having to send away Corin's dear friends, explaining that they had some highly confidential matters to discuss with him. Corin understood the gravity of the situation completely. Aryu Kazar stated that they had a great many questions to ask him, as this recent incident wasn't something they could simply overlook, like they had done with the Mariette affair previously. Corin bluntly exposed that Furmak had been working as a spy, and the other two did not seem the least bit surprised by this revelation. Corin quickly realized that Chairman Aryu and Professor Josephine had already discovered Damon's shocking betrayal, and he suspected that they did not yet know the entire truth of the matter. He then revealed that Furmak Damon was, in fact, a disciple of Tate's Balthazar. Josephine refused to believe Corin's seemingly impossible story, to which he added the details of the moves which Damon had used in their battle. Corin further clarified that he was the same as Damon in that regard. Knowing those powerful moves, Josephine was outraged upon hearing this, and demanded to know if Corin was also a disciple of the dreaded Balthazar. Getting up from his hospital bed, Corin calmly reassured them that they had no reason to be wary of him. Corin further added that he was not giving them this critical information so that the chairman could take immediate action based on it. Corin stated that he was aware that the chairman's body, the one standing right here, was merely a spare vessel, and that her true main body was located safely at the castle, and was probably not in any condition to come out of the moment. This left Aryu wondering how Corin could possibly know such secret information. Corin then informed her that Waltzer was, in fact, still alive, and was now more powerful than he had ever been before, and he was no longer alone as he had been in the past. Corin reminded Aryu that Waltzer had grown much stronger, all because of Aryu's own indecisiveness. 80 long years ago, showing her the rune stone in his hand, saying that the origin had been split and scattered across the world, all because of Waltzer's shocking and unforgivable betrayal, and that Aryu had only managed to recover 2 small pieces of it, and even those precious pieces would have been stolen from them if it hadn't been for Corin's timely intervention. Corin stated that the 4 secret treasures of Manhwa, including the legendary Liafail, the Stone of Fate itself, were now most likely in the hands of the evil Balthazar. Corin further added that if the planned coronation ever takes place, Balthazar would no longer be considered a mere usurper to the throne. Corin then asked the chairman that she should be able to guess what terrible things would happen if that fateful coronation were ever to take place, calling the chairman by her true name, Aaron Manhwa, completely shocking her to her very core. Corin realized that it was all becoming clear why Professor Josephine, despite her 80 years of dedicated tenure at the academy, had never once become the chairman herself, but rather all the previous chairmen had merely been spare bodies of Danwa, constructs made of rune stones to watch over and protect the world. Ryu inquired of Korin what he intended to do now, to which he simply replied that both of them shared the exact same goal, that is Korin's commandment, and he would gladly become her first spear. Korin was even willing to be treated like a loyal dog by Ryu, if it meant he could protect the world. Kusar reminded Korin that she was the adult, and it was her sacred duty to protect children like Korin, not the other way around. Korin called Ryu by her true name, Danua, and reminded her that he had not forgotten her, her warm and selfless act of sacrifice for Korin in the past. And now, it was his turn to protect her in return. At the castle, Danua was conversing with her trusted advisor, Josephine. She was hesitant to allow Korin's decision to be the one to protect her. Aaron simply could not believe that Balthazar was truly still alive, and she questioned whether they could truly trust Korin or not. Aaron instructed Josephine to keep a close watch over Korin for the time being, just to make absolutely certain that he could, in fact, be trusted. Aaron could not make this decision solely based on her personal feelings, as she now held a much greater and more serious responsibility, and they could never be certain if Korin might be lying about everything. Aaron could not understand for the life of her why Korin was looking at her with such incredibly sad and knowing eyes. The Merkaba Academy summer break closing ceremony had finally taken place. The ranks of the students were to be officially reassigned based on their performance. This ceremony held a very special and significant meaning for all involved. This newly reassigned rank would be recognized as an official rank, given to the deserving students directly by the esteemed Guardian Association. The students were all praised for their diligent efforts and their outstanding performance throughout the entire semester. The chairman began announcing the names of the students who were about to receive their newly reassigned and official ranks. The second-year magic class valedictorian, a true prodigy, Mariette Dunleavy, is hereby promoted to the prestigious semi-special rank. Mariette, despite having faced many unfortunate and terrible hardships, had shown an incredibly strong will to persevere, and she had contributed greatly to the prevention of a huge incident at the testing ward, even after her transformation into a vampire. Mariette earned her achievements by assisting Professor Dana's vital research, and her subsequent conversion into a vampire significantly increased Mariette's already formidable mana reserves, and she had shown her efforts in holding back the terrifying king of Iron Mountain, single-handedly preventing a great many potential casualties. These heroic efforts made it impossible not to increase her official rank. Hearing this stunning announcement directly from Chairman Ryu, the students began to praise Mariette enthusiastically, proclaiming that she was the youngest semi-special rank guardian in history. The students were overjoyed to be able to witness such a legendary moment. Chairman Ryu then began announcing the names of the other students who, much like the heroic Mariette, had made great contributions to stopping the catastrophic incident that happened at the test ward. The students were shocked and curious to know that. Who else had made such significant contributions to increase their ranks? The students had no idea about the others who had contributed so bravely. Even though the terrifying incident of the Iron Mountain King was widely known to have been a massive and dangerous incident, many of the specific details of the incidents were kept top secret, such as the very existence of the legendary Iron Mountain King himself, and the shocking betrayal of the trusted Professor Fermac Damon. Ryu announced the names of Cranel, Leden and Yul from the esteemed Magic class, Alicia Arden and Dron Worski from the Elite Knight class, and finally, Corin Locke. Ryu promoted Cranel, Yul, Alicia and Dron to the respected rank of semi-first rank for their incredible achievements stemming from the incident at the test ward. Ryu then announced that although Corin is currently a 5th rank guardian, but due to the brilliance he displayed in his class and his amazing achievements, Corin will be promoted directly to the prestigious 1st class rank. Corin's unprecedented promotion was personally recommended by Ryu, Kazar, Professor Josephine, and Professor Heyman Welsh. Corin's meteoric promotion left the entire crowd of students in utter disbelief, as Korin was someone who had started out as a lowly 5th rank guardian and had managed to climb all the way to the 1st rank in just a single semester. Korin thought to himself, a knowing smirk on his face, that the real reason for his promotion to the coveted 1st rank was the upper echelon's clever way of ensuring his continued silence regarding the shocking betrayal of Professor Damon, even though his incredible skills were completely undeniable. However, Korin didn't really care about any of that, as the most important and valuable part of this promotion was the special rights that came with being a 1st rank knight and the authority to control the other lower-ranked guardians. Korin would have naturally made it to this rank by his 3rd year, a feat he had only just attained during his 2nd year. A triumphant grin spread across Korin's face. For now, he could gather all the top prodigies under his command. Korin's comrades gathered outside after the ceremony, eagerly discussing their grand plans for the upcoming summer break. Some were returning home, while others pursued prestigious internships. A few even planned to embark on a thrilling new adventure. Alicia, however, was melancholic. Her grandfather had summoned her back home. She turned to Korin, asking if he was also planning to go home. Korin revealed that his own travel arrangements had been unexpectedly canceled. Alicia then nervously invited Korin to come along with her, admitting she'd be too frightened to make the long journey alone. Korin was taken aback by her confession, but he quickly understood everything. It was completely in line with Alicia's timid personality. Korin mused that the journey should proceed without any issues, recalling that no such problems had occurred in the original game's timeline. Korin gently replied that he would have to join Alicia some other time. Just then, Mariette appeared, shouting Korin's name with urgency. The scene shifts. Korin and Mariette are now passengers on a train. Suddenly, a group of semi-1st rank thugs emerges, attempting to seize the train. Korin and Mariette coolly strolled into the chaotic scene, chatting casually, showing utter disregard for the tense standoff. The leader of the thugs became infuriated by their blatant disrespect. He brandished his sword, threatening Korin with a deadly glare. He roared for both Korin and Mariette to raise their hands and surrender. In a flash, Korin raised one of his hands into a devastating uppercut. The impact sent the thug flying out of the speeding train. Korin calmly asked the remaining thugs, "Is this how you wanted me to lift my hands?" leaving them paralyzed with absolute shock and abject terror. Later, Korin is found within the hallowed halls of Merkaba Academy's library. He is deeply engrossed in an ancient tome known as a grimoire. Its title reads, Persistent Warriors, The Art of Regeneration. The book recounted a legend of a great hero. He discovered a dying warrior on a battlefield that reeked of blood. Against all odds, the warrior remained standing, having anchored his body to a boulder using his own intestines. The hero asked the warrior if he should grant him a merciful death. The warrior requested only a drink of water to soothe his burning thirst, promising he would be eternally grateful to the kind hero. Moved by the respect for this tenacious warrior, the hero gathered water in his cupped hands from a nearby spring. He offered it for the warrior to drink. As soon as he did, his grievous wounds healed and his body began to regenerate. Korin snapped the book shut, thinking the tale had become too intense. Suddenly, a student possessed by the spirit of Duke Sebastian approached Korin. He inquired about the state of his grand castle in the south. Korin confirmed that the ancient castle was indeed still standing. The Duke then told Korin that if he ever had occasion to visit, he should search his old office, as he might discover something important. Korin asked what he might expect to find there, to which the spectral Duke cryptically replied that even he was unable to find it during his previous life, so the discovery was now entirely up to Korin's fate. He expressed his admiration for Korin's profound courage and humility, because Korin had possessed the clear option to simply flee, but he had bravely chosen not to, and for that reason, the Duke held a deep respect for Korin. The spirit then left the student's body, after thanking Korin for the news about his wife and beloved daughter. Flashing forward once again to the present timeline, Korin and Mariette have finally arrived in the vast southern territories. Korin had decided to accompany Mariette on her journey, as she was a native resident of the southern region. This gave Korin the perfect chance to visit the Duke's castle and find his prize. The station master expressed his deep gratitude to Korin and Mariette for saving all the passengers from the dangerous thugs. The station master handed Corin a substantial sum of money, a reward which he accepted with gleeful excitement. As they traveled, Corin started to feel hungry. Mariette assured him that she would recommend some excellent local places. Corin inquired if Mariette was truly familiar with this area, to which Mariette cheerfully replied that she visits here quite frequently. Corin was eager to buy whatever was available. Mariette then showed Corin the main entrance to the vast South Plains, explaining that all the carriages from here go directly to Left City, the largest metropolis in the entire southern region. The journey would take 8 long hours. Corin grew impatient upon hearing about the arduous travel time, so Mariette guided Corin towards a specialized transfer station, a place famously known as the Wyvern Landing Zone. Corin had utilized these Wyvern Landing Zones in his previous life. Riding wyverns was a far more comfortable, an exponentially faster mode of transportation than the common carriages, but it was also incredibly expensive. Even Corin's pragmatic partner from his past life loathed spending any money on traveling by wyvern. Corin asked Mariette a question. If the one-way cost to hire a wyvern was at least 30 silver coins, Mariette casually disagreed with his assessment, informing Corin that her family had already arranged for a private wyvern. The staff at the Grand Mariette estate were busy preparing for her grand arrival, as she was, for all intents and purposes, the princess of her noble family. The magnificent beast landed, with Corin and Mariette gracefully dismounted. A vast number of household staff warmly welcomed them, and congratulated Mariette on her well-deserved school break and her promotion to the prestigious semi-first rank guardian status. Corin suddenly realized something, and just to be certain, he asked Mariette if her family was involved in farming, and what the scale of this farming operation might be. Mariette casually informed Corin that the scale was roughly 2 million. Corin was completely astounded by the farming scale of 2 million pion, to which Mariette gently corrected him, stating the unit was different from pion. The farming scale of Mariette's powerful family was 2 million hectares. Corin was absolutely stunned upon hearing the word hectares, because 2 million hectares is equivalent to about 6 billion pion. Corin quickly came to the realization that Mariette and her family were true icons, true royalty in the South. Corin suddenly remembered seeing many signs bearing Mariette's family name. Dunleavy, the prestigious name, was emblazoned on the local salon, the grocery stores, and even the central post office, the agricultural cooperation, and, bizarrely, even the wrestling association. Upon entering the magnificent Dunleavy family residence, Corin asked Mariette why she had never told him about her immense wealth. Mariette humbly denied being rich in her own right, stating that all the wealth truly belonged to her parents. Corin knew that this was something all wealthy people claim. The Dunleavy family butler, Paul, let out a knowing laugh, saying that Mariette would soon inherit all the family assets anyway, being the firstborn and only daughter of the esteemed family. Corin began to wonder about the identity of this mysterious man, while Mariette was warmly greeting the butler, Paul. Paul asked for Mariette's luggage, and then noticed Corin standing nearby. Mariette introduced Corin to Paul, simply calling him her junior from school, immediately thinking that Corin was Mariette's romantic interest. Paul began to excitedly speak with Corin about the prospect of becoming the son-in-law of the Dunleavy family, which left Corin feeling incredibly embarrassed and flustered. Mariette answered Corin's previous question about the Duke's old castle. She explained that it had been purchased by a man named Count Cassius. Corin remembered Count Cassius as a shady trader from a distant archipelago. From his past life, he knew Count Cassius to be a nasty individual. He had demanded that they hunt and catch the legendary sea serpent before he would even consider letting them set foot inside his castle. Corin vividly remembered himself and Park Sihu battling the sea serpent, both day and grueling night, just to earn the Count's permission to enter the Duke's ancient castle. Corin was deeply worried about having to endure that hardship once again, to which Mariette calmly responded that she had already spoken with Count Cassius, and he had happily invited them both to his grand party this Friday. Corin was suddenly filled with tears of overwhelming relief that this arduous quest could now be completed with such incredible ease, while in his previous difficult life, Corin had been forced to work like a dog just to get Cassius's permission. Corin now saw Mariette as a literal goddess for having accomplished this task so easily. Mariette then invited Corin to go shopping with her the next day for the party, to which Corin readily agreed. The very next day, Corin found himself wondering if this was what shopping was really like. Mariette bought Corin a delectable sweet for 3 whole gold coins, then a necklace and fine shoes for another 6 gold coins. A set of everyday clothes cost another 4 gold coins, among countless other extravagances, all paid for with a limitless check. Corin realized these weren't just clothes, they were all luxury labels. This amount of money was enough to become a wealthy real estate mogul in Seoul. Corin began to wonder if Mariette was trying to make him her personal slave. Mariette then whisked Corin away to yet another expensive location, with Corin admitting he was getting scared and tried to stop her. He pleaded for her to stop buying him any more extravagant things. At the Smith store, the shopkeeper warmly greeted Lady Mariette and presented her with a specially commissioned item she had ordered. Mariette then handed the precious gift over to a stunned Corin, explaining that this item contained the exact same rare minerals used in Alicia's powerful odachi. The item was the legendary and mythical unbreakable stone, something that even the prestigious academy did not possess. Holding the legendary stone firmly in his hand, Corin's mind raced, thinking that the unbreakable stone would not even shatter within the powerful domain. Unlike his current refined silver stone spear, Corin wondered how Mariette had possibly acquired this stone, as it wasn't even available on the open market. This one single stone made Corin happier than all the other lavish gifts he had received from Mariette, because this was the special, legendary stone used for the sword, Emperor Girand Arden's legendary, hidden masterpiece weapon. Mariette suggested to Corin that if he used the stone to coat his spear, Corin would then be able to use his powerful spear even inside the domain, without suffering any ill effects or problems. The unbreakable stone was Mariette's final and most thoughtful gift for Corin. Seeing Corin so genuinely happy and excited made Mariette's heart soar. Corin sincerely thanked Mariette for the incredible stone. At the Dunlevy home, Corin greeted Mariette and her parents for dinner. It was a customary tradition to dine with a friend's entire family. When visiting a friend's home for the first time, Mariette invited Corin to come and sit right beside her at the table. Mariette's kind mother, Mrs. Dunlevy, admired Corin for his handsome features and asked him to take a seat. Corin bowed deeply to greet Mariette's mother with the utmost respect before preparing to go and sit at the grand dining table. But he was abruptly stopped by Mariette's stern-looking father. Mariette's father declared that he wanted to ask Corin a single important question to determine if he was worthy to sit there or not. Mariette's father then bluntly asked Corin if he was a virgin, leaving Corin completely and utterly dumbfounded by the question. Mariette and her mother both exploded with incandescent rage, demanding to know why Mariette's father would ask such a bizarre thing. Mariette urged Corin to simply ignore her eccentric father and sit down. Mariette's father stopped Corin once again to determine if he was a virgin or not, as the future son-in-law of the Dunlevy family must absolutely be a virgin. This single comment led to a massive uproar of heated arguments, with Corin thinking that this meal was certainly not going to be smooth. Once seated at the dinner table, Mariette's father made it abundantly clear to Corin that his daughter, the lovely Mariette, was completely off limits and wanted to marry someone just like her dad, while strictly forbidding Corin from ever marrying his precious daughter. Mariette's father was then violently slammed onto the table by his own daughter. Mariette's father commented that his daughter was incredibly strong and that she greatly resembled her powerful and intimidating mother. Mariette forcefully stopped him from speaking any more ridiculous nonsense, as Mariette began to drag her foolish father away from the room. He questioned his daughter why she was acting in such a manner, protesting that he only wanted to protect his beloved daughter. This led Mariette to silence him from talking ever again. Mariette's mother sincerely apologized to Corin on her husband's behalf, and Corin still found the entire situation to be quite merry and nice. Mariette's mother explained she had wanted to meet Corin and greet him properly, as she had heard so much about him in Mariette's frequent letters. Mariette's mother then bowed her head low and sincerely thanked Corin, to which he humbly responded that he only did it because he was able to, and that the most important thing for Corin was Mariette's continued happiness. After hearing Corin's heartfelt and noble response, Mariette's mother was visibly shocked and impressed. She greatly admired Corin's upstanding personality and selfless nature. She remarked that everything Mariette's letters had said was indeed true, and while she was at it, Mariette's mother almost mistakenly referred to Corin as her dear son-in-law. At that moment, Mariette's father charged back into the room, interrupting his wife and stating that he would only allow them to hold hands. Mariette's father once again repeated himself, insisting that his future son-in-law must absolutely be a virgin, only to be soundly pounded by an enraged Mariette the very next second. Mariette's mother warmly welcomed Corin and advised him to ignore her husband, adding that she herself was quite liberal in her views. Mariette was completely embarrassed by her parents' outrageous actions. Corin simply smiled at the charming quirkiness and merriness of Mariette's family. The very next day, on Friday, Mariette accompanied Corin to the Duke's castle for Count Cassius's grand party. Cassius himself greeted Mariette warmly at the grand entrance. He proclaimed that he was extremely excited and honored for Mariette to visit the Blandria family. Seeing all this forced jolliness, Corin couldn't help but wonder if this was the same stiff and unpleasant man who had once sent him to capture the deadly sea serpent just to allow Corin to enter his castle. A grand announcement was made. Mariette and Corin were announced as they entered the lavish party. Corin felt a swell of pride, thinking that if he had not saved Mariette, Corin would never have been able to witness Mariette looking this happy, and the people of the South would have tragically lost their beloved princess. The ladies at the party were amazed to see Mariette at the Blandria family's party. They whispered that Cassius must be of a much higher value than they thought. To have Mariette herself accept his personal invitation to attend, the Dunleavy family wielded a massive influence throughout the entire South. For Cassius, having Mariette's prestigious presence at his grand party was far more beneficial to his reputation than catching a sea serpent. Corin suggested that Mariette enjoy the party for a little while before they went to investigate the Duke's mysterious office. Corin and Mariette had both brought their combat gear with them. They intended to ask Cassius for permission to enter the Duke's office. Once the party had finally reached its peak and he was distracted, Mariette was suddenly surrounded by a throng of suitors from high-class families, all vying to have the very first dance of the evening with her. Mariette became flustered and confused by all the sudden attention. Seeing Mariette's obvious confusion and discomfort, Corin swiftly rushed in and elegantly got down on one knee. This bold move left all the other men completely stunned into silence. Corin taunted the other men, saying that although they were certainly energetic, they still sorely lacked even the most basic of manners. Corin then kissed Mariette's hand, formally asking her to grant him the very first dance of the evening. Corin gently reminded Mariette of the basic etiquettes of a formal ball, to have one's very first dance with their official partner for the evening. From his past life, Corin remembered being scolded for his lack of proper etiquette. To kiss a beautiful lady's hand when requesting a dance with her, her face turning a deep shade of red with blushing. Mariette happily accepted Corin's gallant request to dance with him. Corin immediately apologized to Mariette for being so reckless, asking if she felt bad about his actions. Still blushing and stuttering, Mariette assured him she didn't mind his actions, as she had secretly loved him. While dancing and gazing deeply into Mariette's beautiful eyes, Corin told Mariette that he felt as if he was abandoning his savior, the one who had helped him get to this point, and he felt he should return the favor. Corin felt a heated, passionate feeling while talking so closely to Mariette, and he was almost on the verge of confessing his true feelings to her. But just then, Mariette accidentally stepped on his foot with her sharp high heel. Mariette profusely apologized to Corin for her clumsiness, telling him that she was not a very good dancer at all. Bearing the intense pain, Corin assured her it wasn't an issue. Corin then suggested that he should take the lead in their dance with Mariette. He asked her to place her left foot directly on top of his own foot. Corin's foot might get dirty, and their dance would surely look awkward. But Corin told Mariette not to care at all about what others might be watching. Mariette's sole focus should be on Corin himself, her partner. Her only goal should be to focus on enjoying their dance together. Corin expertly guided Mariette through the dance and complimented her grace. Corin and Mariette gazed deeply into each other's eyes as they moved, both laughing and having a wonderful time together, sharing a truly dreamlike and unforgettable moment. After Corin and Mariette's magical dance had concluded, the suitors once again gathered around to ask Mariette to dance with them. Mariette politely declined all their offers, excusing herself by saying she was tired and that she wished to rest for a little while. Corin then escorted Mariette over to the lounge area, with Mariette thanking him. This action left all the rejected suitors enraged, cursing Corin behind his back. The ladies at the party were completely mesmerized by Corin's suave actions, whispering that they were beyond romantic and incredibly charming, and how deeply Corin seemed to care for the lovely Mariette. Even though their dance together had been quite awkward to watch, the ladies also gossiped about how radiantly Mariette was smiling whenever she was in Corin's presence. Corin and Mariette finally entered Duke Sebastian's long-abandoned office. Mariette asked Corin what exactly he was searching for in the room, to which Corin vaguely responded that it didn't really matter what, as long as they were looking for any remaining traces of Duke Sebastian. Corin picked up an old, dusty book, thinking that in the original game, this very book held the last traces of the Duke's beloved wife, Luina, and his precious daughter, Cecilia, a clue that the player in the game was required to find for the Duke Sebastian's quest. And normally, giving this book to Duke Sebastian would conclude the side quest. Corin also wondered because in the game and in his past life, there had never been a line telling him to look in the office. So why had the Duke's spirit specifically called him to this very place? Exhausted from endlessly searching through the entire dusty office, Corin and Mariette finally sat down together to take a short rest. Mariette questioned Corin if there was any kind of evidence at all, perhaps a hidden passage or some other kind of clue. Mariette then began to complain about being extremely hungry. Corin asked Mariette if she hadn't had anything to eat at the grand banquet. Mariette reminded Corin that she had come out with him almost immediately and had not gotten any time at all to eat anything. With a steamy, intense gaze, Mariette began to admire Corin's sharp jawline and collarbone. Corin immediately realized what Mariette truly desired from him, as this was a natural and expected sign with the development of their relationship. Corin gave Mariette his silent permission, and she began to hungrily suck Corin's blood directly from his neck. Corin calmly asked Mariette if she had had her fill yet. Mariette was confused because Corin hadn't seemed to feel any pain, to which Corin explained that he had developed a persistent warrior's tolerance, so he didn't feel any pain from her bite whatsoever. This revelation left Mariette completely stunned with pure shock. The very topic of the persistent warrior's tolerance reminded Corin that he had received this incredible skill alongside the mysterious soul dust. Corin immediately asked Mariette to summon Daiku. Corin stated that Daiku was currently a little bit hazy, closer to an astral body, just before his physical body materialized. Mariette made Daiku hold on to this ethereal state a little while longer, on Corin's urgent suggestion. As Daiku began to slowly disappear, a mysterious and powerful presence suddenly entered the ancient room. Corin quickly prepared Mariette, telling her to be on her guard. Seeing the Duke's form appear, Corin felt it to be such a drag. He thought that the Duke's soul should have told him beforehand that it was going to be something like this. It was then revealed that Duke Sebastian's powerful spirit was sealed inside the great library's ancient and powerful grimoire. The Duke had made the drastic decision to separate his body and his soul when he couldn't die and was suffering from the insatiable desire for blood. The physical body of Duke Sebastian was now standing right in front of Corin. Sebastian wondered how a random person like Corin had come to visit him, bearing the remnants of his very own soul, and he demanded to know what brought Corin to his ancient castle. Corin humbly introduced himself as Sebastian's distant and unworthy junior. Sebastian complimented Corin's handsome and striking appearance. Corin compared Sebastian's current assessment to be much better than his encounter with him back at the Great Library. Corin questioned Sebastian. How was his body moving without a soul? Sebastian sharply interrupted Corin, stating that the questions here would only be asked by him, and him alone. This made Corin believe that this might not just be a simple present. After all, Sebastian Duke was the legendary great general who had ruled the entire South 800 years ago. The entire world knew Sebastian as the strongest warrior of all time. Flashing forward again to the present moment, Corin is locked in a fierce and desperate battle with Sebastian. Duke Sebastian remembered that Corin had already met his soul, and he asked Corin if he had been the one to kill it. Corin answered that he did not kill Sebastian's wandering soul, but rather had helped him to find peace and finally ascend. Corin had thought Sebastian would bring more than the grimoire as a gift. This time, Sebastian believes that if his soul had guided Corin to his castle, then Corin would never have brought a filthy vampire along with him, something that the great Sebastian despises above all else. Sebastian dismissed all of Corin's statements as nothing but lies, and he flatly refused to believe a single word that Corin said. Corin once again asked Sebastian how his body was moving without a soul. Sebastian revealed that since his body was that of a powerful vampire, it needed a small piece of Sebastian's own soul trapped inside the castle itself to prevent him from becoming a mindless beast like Mariette. Corin tried to make Sebastian believe that Mariette was successfully controlling the immense powers of a vampire. Sebastian refused to believe Corin's outlandish claims, as Sebastian himself had to rid himself of the bloodlust for 800 long years, and in the process has completely worn out his immortal soul. His senses and even his emotions have faded. However, the one thing that did not disappear for the tormented Sebastian was the overwhelming taste of fresh blood, for which it is revealed that Sebastian has sewn his own mouth shut. Corin deeply regrets bringing Mariette here and putting her in such grave danger. Corin assumes that since Sebastian just has his body for these 800 years, Sebastian might still be incredibly strong, at least as strong as a semi-rank warrior. Even now, Corin activates his powerful six-step spearmanship technique and intends to face Sebastian with his full, unrestrained power. In order to defeat him, Corin charges with the devastating Calamity Serpent, the ultimate essence, and the incredible Rising Serpent Skies techniques, while Sebastian counters with the poisonous Dragon Head charge. Sebastian shows Corin the terrifying power of creation, a power which Sebastian gained from slaying a mighty dragon long ago, and he charges with a powerful attack called the Final Demonic Sword Dragon Murder. Corin realizes too late that he had greatly underestimated Sebastian's true strength, and he collapses to the ground. Sebastian then slowly approaches Mariette, calling her a petty, insignificant beast and mocking how she hopes to live a human's life. Mariette is completely confused by Sebastian's hateful and cryptic words. Sebastian questions Mariette if she doesn't consider herself a monster, and if not, then how positive is she that she can overcome her own will? Because in the end, Mariette will eventually kill all those she loves, just to quench her insatiable bloodthirst. Sebastian then charges towards Mariette, intending to end her miserable existence. Mariette manages to save herself, and she desperately summons Diaku to her aid. Sebastian easily traps Diaku with his powerful 8 trigrams binding technique. Sebastian is genuinely impressed by Mariette's incredible speed, and he compares it to be even faster than his own speed. During the peak of Sebastian's legendary prime, Sebastian mocks Mariette for being nothing more than a foolish beast, relying solely on her brute strength with absolutely no strategy at all. Mariette cries out for her beloved Digu to come back to her side. Sebastian then shows Mariette the legendary Romania sealing sword, and he explains that this is a powerful binding sword used to seal immortal beings. Sebastian's deep-seated hatred for all vampires is now clearly visible, as he repeatedly calls her a beast and insists she will always remain one, remembering Corin's encouraging past words to her. Mariette refuses to believe Sebastian's venomous and cruel words, and she tries to assure Sebastian that she has truly changed for the better. Sebastian thinks that the path of Mariette's death is the better option, for both her own sake and for the sake of Corin. He continues binding Mariette with the power of his ancient sword, while Sebastian laughs maniacally at Mariette's complete helplessness. Mariette's desperate gaze falls upon Corin's exposed neck. Witnessing this, Sebastian is assured that vampires should not be allowed to exist, as Mariette, even in this dire moment, cannot forgive her own bloodlust and is yearning to suck Corin's lifeblood. However, Sebastian is completely amazed to see that Mariette is injecting her own blood, using it as a powerful elixir directly into Corin's body in a desperate attempt to save his life. Sebastian is finally convinced that Mariette can indeed control her vampire powers and successfully suppress her own monstrous nature. Mariette cries for Corin to wake up. On the other hand, a change of heart occurs. Sebastian is deeply impressed by both Mariette and Corin and what they had achieved, something that he himself could never do. and had knelt down in submission to his own dark desires. Sebastian pulls out his sword and lodges it deeply into Corin's body. Mariette yells at Sebastian, saying he has already done enough to harm them. So how much further does Sebastian plan to go with his cruelty? Mariette pleads with Sebastian not to take Corin away from her. All of a sudden, Corin places his hand reassuringly on Mariette's shoulder, ensuring her that he's completely fine and well. And right here, Corin asks Sebastian why he had chosen to save him. Sebastian tells Corin that he had transferred his own aura core directly into Corin, and that he now understands why his soul had sent Corin to this place. Sebastian sees the noble qualities of a true hero within Corin. Corin completely lacks any form of greed, but he possesses the strong beliefs and pride that others simply do not have. Sebastian believes that Corin has changed what Sebastian himself could not in 800 long years, and that Corin has the right to even change the entire world, and to correct all of Sebastian's past and terrible mistakes. Sebastian then disappears, calling Corin a true hero as he fades away. Corin is surprised to receive such a powerful gift like the great General Sebastian, Duke's legendary aura core. Mariette then hugs Corin tightly, causing him immense pain from all of his still healing injuries. Mariette was terrified, as she had truly thought Corin had died. Mariette starts crying and makes Corin promise her that he will never die, without Mariette's express and direct permission to do so. The one thing that Corin is pleased by is that Sebastian Duke's mind, body, and soul have finally found their eternal rest after 800 years of pain. Corin has successfully obtained Sebastian Duke's legendary aura core, the Duke's demonic nature, along with a new special ability called Dual Core. Having gained his aura rank and this powerful new ability, Corin finds it strange why the Duke did not give the main player this gift. In the game's original timeline and in his own past life, Corin thinks to himself, it would have been much nicer if the Duke had just given Corin this gift, without all the intense fighting and unnecessary suffering. Corin sees that both his and Mariette's clothes are completely drenched in blood, and he decides that they should wash them. Corin is waiting for their clothes to dry, while Mariette is resting, with only a thin cloth covering her bare body. Just then, a maid enters the room unannounced. She is completely shocked to find Mariette and Corin without any clothes on, and seeing Mariette lying peacefully in Corin's lap, she assumes the worst, mistaking them to have engaged in physical intimacy with each other. Corin desperately tries to clear up the huge misunderstanding, explaining that he is just drying their blood-soaked clothes. The maid notices all the sweat on their bodies, his powerful muscles, and the hot, steamy air in the small room. This only serves to make her initial assumption seem much more clear. Corin still tries to clear things up for the flustered maid, but the maid apologizes for intruding and quickly runs away, telling Corin and Mariette to enjoy the rest of their private time. Corin is completely embarrassed and questions the meaning of the maid's words, and he tries to stop her from getting the wrong idea about them. Corin believes something has gone terribly and irrevocably wrong. Hearing this news, Mariette's father becomes absolutely furious, and he threatens to kill Corin for messing with his precious daughter. It took nearly 20 agonizing days to clear up this whole misunderstanding. Corin wisely decides to hide out in the mountains for those 20 days, while Mariette's enraged father has his people relentlessly search for Corin for having supposedly violated his daughter Mariette. Corin spends those days training his aura. Corin breathes a huge sigh of relief when all the terrible misunderstandings have finally cleared up. Otherwise, Corin would have become the South's most wanted #1 enemy. Corin is excited to return back to the academy for the second semester, and for the upcoming festival preparations as well. Mariette asks Corin if the business she had invested in with him was doing well, which made Corin even more excited for their return, as they were on track to make 10 times what they had originally invested. The huge number of tourists expected for the festival will be the primary means for Corin's massive profits in the business. Because of the sudden and massive rise of value in the local lodging industry, Corin intends to make it big and then sell the land to make huge profits. Corin dreams of having a large sum of money and finally getting rich. But soon, all his wonderful dreams are shattered when he sees a typhoon. Corin is confused and finds this very strange. Why did this devastating typhoon never happen in his previous life? Mariette correctly believes that the typhoon will cause a massive problem in their festival preparation plans, and she tries to console Corin, saying that it is natural to fail at least once when someone tries to accomplish something truly great and ambitious. Mariette, with a steamy and mischievous grin on her face, her back, Corin would be bound to a single condition of Mariette's choosing. Corin was unnerved by Mariette's deeply suspicious proposition and desperately sought an alternative way to settle his debt. Corin and Mariette arrived at the hallowed grounds of the Merkaba Academy Special Dormitory. Chairman Ryu herself was there to welcome Corin and Mariette, and she inquired if the raging typhoon had hindered their journey at all. Corin immediately asked about the whereabouts of Professor Josephine. Ryu informed him that Josephine was already on her way back with Warren. Professor Josephine and Warren had been stationed at the Zion Chapel for the duration of the entire break. Ryu invited Corin to stay within the Academy's walls for the night, to which Corin cautiously asked if that was truly permissible. Ryu let Corin know that he was no longer considered an outsider here, and she was considering letting Corin reside permanently at the Academy, starting from the beginning of the second semester. Corin knew this invitation was merely a pretext to keep him under close surveillance, as Master Aaron and Professor Josephine still harbored deep suspicions about Corin. They needed to devise a way to keep a watchful eye on his every move. Corin was growing increasingly impatient with a raging typhoon, and Mariette began to wonder if the storm had caused any damage to the city. Ryu calmly assured both Corin and Mariette that the city itself had not sustained any major structural damages. The true devastation caused by the typhoon was not at its epicenter, but the surrounding areas were facing far more significant damages. Mariette voiced her worry that the city would inevitably be damaged if the typhoon shifted its path toward their location. Ryu assured Mariette that such a thing would never happen, because this was no ordinary natural phenomenon, but rather the calamitous work of a monstrous entity. Mariette and Corin were utterly stunned by Ryu's shocking statement. Ryu then began her tale, sharing the story of a vital and important sea route belonging to a southern archipelago nation. Going upstream along the treacherous Agania Strait lived the lone and undisputed emperor of the ocean, the legendary sea serpent, which had become entangled with the Agania Strait. At some point, the mighty sea serpent went completely wild, without any care for the economic well-being of the humans. It began to attack the trade ships that invaded its sacred territory. One man, yearning to become a celebrated hero, set out to defeat the lone emperor of the vast ocean. This man was revealed to be none other than Levant Blandria, the arrogant son of Count Cassius Blandria himself. Levant intended to be promoted to a first-rank knight after he had successfully defeated the mighty sea serpent. Levant was also seeking to win back Mariette from Corin, after Mariette had chosen to dance with Corin instead of him, leaving Levant feeling utterly and publicly humiliated. With Levant's heart now ablaze with fury, a hastily assembled raid group battled the sea serpent for 5 nights and 6 days. Ultimately, they allowed the sea serpent to escape. Levant foolishly pledged this supposed victory to Mariette's prestigious name. Levant and his men wrongly believed they had brought peace to the Agina Strait, which was a conclusion far removed from the truth. Because they had failed to catch the sea serpent and had lost, the lone emperor of the sea managed to flee. This single act caused the tragic loss of many innocent lives. The typhoon bat, Alvin, in a desperate attempt to breed, had become the core of the typhoons to protect themselves from their enemies. A typhoon bat. Alvins are also widely known as the golden bat because its blood, its bones, and its very flesh all act as powerful elixirs. This makes them highly demanded and sought after by many, not only by humans, but by hordes of monsters as well. The severely injured sea serpent then devoured the male Alvin. This tragic event caused the female Alvin to flee towards the far north to protect the precious baby still growing in her womb. This twist of fate led to the Academy being safe from the serpent, as the female Alvin had now chosen the Academy grounds as the place to give birth. Watching his precious land being utterly destroyed, Corin became incredibly frustrated and angry. Corin believed this disaster to be a direct result of the butterfly effect, as Corin and Park were the ones who had originally defeated the sea serpent during Corin's previous life and timeline. This prevented the disaster caused by the Alvin bat from taking place now. The workers who were in charge of the construction of Korin's new inn began to evacuate the area, fleeing from the imminent danger. Korin pleaded with the terrified workers to stop their retreat, as their important work was nearly finished. The workers refused to die, as the typhoon was rapidly growing bigger, and they even urged Korin himself to simply give up. Korin believed that if the typhoon continued for just one more week, his inns would be completely destroyed, and there would be no festival. Korin grew worried that if the typhoon continued its rampage, Korin would have to bear a devastating loss of 720 gold coins. Merkaba Academy quickly held an emergency council meeting regarding the necessary measures to take against the typhoon. Chairman Ryu had summoned a few of the presiding professors and students. The tenured faculty professor, Heman Welsh, asked if everyone was fully aware of the typhoon bat. The magic department's head professor, Dana Arian, questioned the subjugation of the Alvin bat, as they could simply capture the valuable bat, and the money earned from the subsequent research on it could help them recover the huge financial loss from the disastrous incident with the king of the Iron Mountain. Growing visibly furious by this suggestion, Welsh emphasized that it was absolutely necessary to subjugate the bat, but he was immediately opposed by the magic faculty professor Edgar Lind. Edgar calmly explained that the typhoon would naturally clear up in 1 month, so there was no need to take the unnecessary risk of facing the Alvin bat. The alchemy faculty's head professor, Aniclimax, inquired of Edgar what proof he had for his opinion. Edgar added that the Alvins breed from the months of June to September and are known to repeat a very short-term pregnancy cycle, so the typhoon would most likely stop within a single month, even when all the other possible variables were taken into consideration. Lorala reluctantly agreed with Edgar's cautious decision, while the night faculty's newest professor, the man named Ogun Rentre, stated the importance of at least trying to subjugate it once, as the return of the students to the academy would be pushed back, and all of their carefully laid festival plans would be completely disrupted. Lorala agreed with Ogun's assessment, but she still decided that Edgar's much safer approach was the better option. Just then, Korin interrupted the heated association meeting. First, he addressed them respectfully as professors. Then he quickly corrected himself to call them his esteemed seniors. Korin humbly asked everyone present to listen to what he wanted to say, even if Korin himself still lacked their immense knowledge. Korin reminded everyone that they had all sworn an oath to be brave and to realize the virtues of kindness and justice in their actions, that they would never go against their sacred creed, even when facing death itself, and that they would all unite to protect the weak and defeat all evil, as all of them present were revered as guardians, the sworn protectors of all of humanity. Edgar tried to reason with Korin regarding the planned subjugation. However, Korin made Edgar realize the terrible loss of the people on the street, losing both their homes and their very livelihoods, and that Edgar could not simply calculate human lives with cold, hard money. Edgar was dumbfounded to see Korin possessed such a sincere and noble nature. Korin became emotional, declaring it wasn't about oaths or outdated chivalry, and that Korin simply wanted to save innocent human lives. He then requested everyone to help save the helpless people, almost mistakenly revealing that all Korin truly wanted to save was his inn. Everyone praised Korin for being such a passionate knight at such a young age. Heman suggested that they form a subjugation squad under the Guardians' names in order to save the helpless people from the storm, to which Chairman Ryu readily agreed and gave her final, decisive word. Korin's passionate and convincing acting performance led everyone to quickly form an official subjugation squad, and they all headed out immediately towards the raging typhoon. Edgar stated that he had already consulted with the support group, and that all they needed to do now was time everything perfectly in order to take decisive action. Korin was questioned about his sincerity and his passion to save the people. Korin, with a wide and knowing smile, agreed and was secretly happy that his inn would be saved from certain destruction. The subjugation squad assembled, and their strategic plan was remarkably simple: to capture the legendary golden bat, Alvin, as quickly as possible, which resided within the very eye of the raging typhoons. The subjugation squad would receive crucial support from the support squad to help them create a crack in the powerful typhoon's wall, and if they managed to succeed in opening up this crack, the entry squad would then go in to defeat the powerful Alvin. Korin and the brave squad soon found themselves facing countless terrifying monsters within the typhoon, which had been caught within the storm while attempting to eat the Alvin. These monsters were extremely hungry and super pissed off. Korin, on the other hand, was far from worried because his squad had some truly elite fighters. The semi-first knight, the legendary Heman Welsh, who was famously called Strong Hand Heman during his prime. The semi-first rank knight, Professor Ogun, who wielded a massive 2-meter-long axe as if it were a pair of chopsticks. A first-rank mage and the current party leader with truly outstanding talent. The great Professor Edgar, and above all, a simple second-year academy student. The first-rank knight and crazed warrior known as Birdjacker, with these powerful members making up the core of the squad. It was a complete piece of cake to defeat these rampaging monsters. Burglar gets extremely pissed when Korin asks if he is a half-giant. In the midst of fighting all the monsters, the main focus of the squad was to capture the elusive villain. Korin and the squad needed to enter the very eye of the typhoon before the widespread damage could spread any further. And, of course, for Korin's inn, to his great concern, the subjugation squad charged bravely towards the eye of the raging typhoon, making Korin extremely excited. Upon entering the typhoon, the squad was surprised to see a much smaller typhoon within the main typhoon. It was revealed that the Alvin had noticed the intruders entering the typhoon and had created this smaller, more concentrated typhoon with the very last of her remaining power, acting out of her powerful motherly instincts. Edgar wondered aloud if they could even get through the second typhoon. Professor Ogun believed that if they could somehow endure the damages to their bodies, then they still had a very slight chance of success. Edgar fired a signal flare to request immediate help from the support squad. Seeing the signal, Professor Dana excitedly unleashed her powerful mage powers, as Dana was finally getting the chance to show off her true powers for the very first time in a long while. Edgar saw the immense strength of the thunder from Dana's powerful attack, meant to crack the typhoon, and wondered if Dana intended to kill them all. The professor. Edgar quickly got the squad behind him to cover everyone with a magical shield, questioning Dana's decision to overuse her incredible powers. Dana's red sprite attack blew the entire squad away with its force, with Heman criticizing that mages always seem to kill their knight allies. Edgar believed that the attack would surely be enough to break the typhoon. However, everyone was completely shocked to see the typhoon still remaining in place. Edgar found it impossible that the typhoon could still be there, as the attack was strong enough to completely wipe out second-rank monsters. Welsh then noticed something and found it weird that the Alvin was actually getting bigger in size. Korin suddenly blurted out that the Alvin was, in fact, evolving, a unique and rare phenomenon in the development of demonic creatures, which only occurs in matters of life and death as a last resort. It was not at all strange for the Alvin, which could easily survive within the confines of a raging typhoon, to be able to endure Dana's powerful thunder. But instead, the Alvin had absorbed Dana's raw thunder magic, making it much stronger and more powerful than it was before. The Alvin has now transformed into the terrifying king of the thunder clouds. The Alvin then increased its immense and terrifying power, and the squad found themselves trapped and flying helplessly within the typhoon. Welsh shouted out to request urgent support from the support squad, but Edgar thought it was completely no use at this point, as any more mage attacks would only make the Alvin even stronger. Korin smiled, knowing that it was now time for him to finally step up. Korin began to attack with his powerful Calamity Serpent Intent technique, but he soon realized that a knight's powerful martial arts attacks are only effective if their feet are firmly planted on the ground, whereas the entire squad was currently helpless in midair. Korin found it extremely annoying not being able to do anything useful, and he tried desperately to look for any kind of opportunity. Korin then asked Bergiecker to do something to help them, but he found that the two M-Knights and a Spearman with 2 cores, like himself, were incredibly weak while they were in midair. Korin suddenly remembered that he had 720 gold coins on the line, and he quickly thought of a desperate new plan. He borrowed Bergieker's head as a stepping stone to jump forward. Korin then jumped over all the other squad members to get further ahead. In order to finish off the Alvin, as Korin refused to surrender to a monster. Blinded by his desire for revenge, Korin charged to attack the Alvin, but he found himself suddenly stuck in some strange, sticky slime. Korin threw his spear towards the Alvin for a powerful macro hit attack, but the spear was easily deflected by the creature's defenses. Korin realized yet once again that his feet needed to be firmly planted on the ground for any of Korin's powerful attacks to have any effect. Korin was now ready to give up all hope, believing this to be his final, inglorious end. He thought to himself that he never should have invested the money, but instead, he should have used it to buy some yummy and delicious snacks. Just as Korin was about to give himself up to the raging typhoon, Korin heard a strange sound within the typhoon of someone else fighting the Alvin, and he wondered who on earth it could possibly be. With one single, fierce blow delivered to the Alvin, the mysterious person brought the fight to a decisive end. The typhoon suddenly disappeared, and the entire squad fell down from the sky. It was then revealed that the mysterious savior of Korin and the squad was none other than the powerful warrior, Warren, who had just returned to the academy with Professor Josephine by her side. Warren was grateful that the brave rescue squad had come to save them. The disastrous incident caused by the typhoon bat that had hit the city had caused only some minor damages to the area, before being swiftly stopped by the incredible power of Warren. Only the main highway had suffered any real, significant damage, as the commotion was suppressed very early on in the conflict. However, there were still some victims caught in the windy rains, so they are expected to soon make a full recovery, as the academy is funded by the people's hard-earned taxes. So, for the esteemed guardians of the great academy, the image of heroism and symbolism is of the highest possible importance. And with maintaining that prestigious image comes the responsibility of volunteer work. For the good people of the city, the guardians of the academy are now doing their required volunteer work after the typhoon by distributing food and drinks to the grateful citizens. A citizen politely asked Warren for just one extra piece of potato, only to get refused by her in a surprisingly rude and dismissive tone. Korin, who had been paired up with Warren for their volunteer work, immediately pointed out her glaring mistake in judgment. Korin reminded Warren of the ancient story of how civilization first started. Warren began to get increasingly annoyed by his lecture, but Korin was undeterred, and he continued his tale. The story of how humans helping their weaker peers is what truly creates a thriving civilization. Warren misinterpreted the story by concluding humans to be weak. Warren found all of this to be completely meaningless because no human would help her. Warren stopped when Korin himself volunteered to help her with her burdens, so that it would finally mean something to the lonely and isolated Warren. However, Warren demanded that Korin stop talking to her, stating that if Korin truly knew about her past and how she was created, Korin would certainly not offer to help her. Warren called herself a living jinx, and she declared that even Korin would eventually turn his back on her. The soul whose body Warren was currently using demanded her body back, something which was revealed to constantly haunt the tormented Warren. Warren then began arguing with the disembodied soul, and she later asked Korin again if he would help this version of Warren. In Merkaba City, where the prestigious Guardian Academy is located, it is widely said to be the safest and most secure place in the entire world. However, this statement is far from being the absolute truth. There are dangerous back alleys in Merkaba City, led by the Black Star faction, who are the undisputed leaders of this dangerous, lawless area. It is revealed that the infamous Black Star faction make their vast income by means of illegal liquor distribution and by selling and trafficking in innocent slaves. The Black Star faction has also wisely invested in many other businesses in order to solidify their powerful position within the city, such as selling their illegal liquor to a small local pub, and yet still claiming protection money from the very same pub. Korin is seen to be getting drunk in one of the local taverns, who are currently in business with the dreaded Black Star faction. Korin then proceeds to create a huge scene, and he demands to see the manager for selling the bootleg alcohol. The leader of the Black Star faction enters to see the source of the ruckus and the one who is causing it. The powerful leader sees that Korin is just a minor and a student from the nearby academy, and he tries to let go of what Korin did by offering to pay Korin's tab. Korin, assuming the powerful leader to be the simple manager, pours out his entire mug of liquor directly onto him. The leader, allows the other members of the Black Star faction to beat Korin up in order to teach him a valuable and painful lesson, as he believes that his members are strong slave hunters from the wild, and that they're all like a pack of red, insane dogs. He then calls Korin a mere pup, compared to his powerful men. Upon hearing this insult, Korin proceeds to beat up the gang members of the Black Star faction to a bloody pulp. This action completely frightens their powerful and intimidating leader. When asked about his identity, Korin tells the leader that he's a dog man who catches dogs just like them, and he delivers one final crushing punch to the terrified leader. This single act made the name of the Black Star faction disappear for good. It is then revealed that Korin had a much different motive for his actions, for entering the tavern on that fateful night, other than simply dealing with a lowly and insignificant gang faction. The real reason that Korin had targeted the Black Star faction was to free the innocent slaves that they had managed to capture. All of the slaves that had been captured by the Black Star faction were demi-humans, who were currently locked up inside small, dirty cages, and were being treated no better than common animals. The humans were habitual of ostracizing the demi-humans from their society, leaving the demi-humans to be treated like animals by the cruel gang members. Korin then freed all of the terrified and grateful demi-humans, leading them towards the waiting carriages that were waiting for them, which had been provided by the benevolent and powerful Dunlevy family. Korin asks one of the demi-humans about two young siblings named Run and Ron. Korin is genuinely surprised to see that Run and Ron are mere children, as Korin had met them before in his previous alternate life, and in that life, these children were already in their 20s. Korin, however, knows that the bodies of the mysterious were humans developed. Based on their current level of mental and emotional development, Korin gently approached the two siblings, trying to greet them warmly. Ren tried desperately to protect Ron from being beaten up by him, and it was clear that both of the children were extremely frightened and traumatized. Korin remembered Ren being a ripped and gruff woman from his past life, and he wondered how Ren could possibly develop into that in just 1 year. In Korin's previous and forgotten life, Ren and Ron had been working for the Catholic Church as powerful villains, and both of the were-humans had been incredibly difficult enemies to face, but they had somehow managed to be killed by his partner, Park, who Korin had intended to save Run and Ron before they could be sold to the church, in order to prevent himself from having to face them as mid-level bosses in the future. Ren pleaded with Korin to leave them alone and not to harm them, but Korin instead hugged both of the siblings to ensure their complete safety. Korin asked for their names, and they introduced themselves as Run and Ron. Korin then introduced himself as a guardian and told them his name was Korinlock, to which Run and Ron both came at ease and relaxed into Korin's embrace. Korin began to wonder if he should hand over the two were human children directly over to the other guardians or not. Korin is seen drinking at the tavern with a bar employee named Lenya. Korin is still thinking that he had intended to use Run and Ron to keep Korin's enemies in check. Korin asks Lenya to take Run and Ron to the safety of the inn and to get them some much-needed food. Korin now knows that he has to save the tormented Warren all by himself. The very next day, at the Merkaba City landing zone, at the Eastern Platform Village, there are 3 visitors who are seen land. The conductor asks the visitors for their official registration, but he comes to know that it is the senior Professor Kong, Ryan himself, an official from the Barama Academy of the distant and mysterious East, with his 2 most trusted disciples, Jin Hyuk and Kong Yua, by his side. So the conductor warmly welcomes them and escorts them to a waiting carriage. It is then revealed that Kong Ryan and his disciples have a murderous intent, and that they want to take their bloody revenge against the poor Warren. 1 month after the terrible Typhoon Bad incident had concluded, the Merkaba Academy is seen preparing for their exciting upcoming festival. The festival, quite unlike its cheerful and misleading name, is actually a brutal academy exchange war, where students from the 4 great academies of each region compete, and they battle it out in their constant strive for absolute mastery. Korin's friends are all seen discussing if they will be participating in the individual duel event or the chaotic group matches instead. Alicia asks Korin which match he would be choosing to participate in, and Korin has decided that he will choose the doubles matches, and he intends to take Alicia along with him as his trusted partner. Corin notices Alicia's sudden and uncharacteristic hesitance, and he ensures her that they're already a fixed and established team. As before, Alicia then tries to quickly change the topic, and she suggests that Corin should choose the group matches instead. But Corin refuses to have to deal with a random and chaotic team distribution. Alicia then reminds Corin that the doubles team might also have random partner selections as well, to which Corin reminds Alicia that it will soon be announced that any students with a second rank or higher will be given the special right to choose their own partners for the event. Alicia doesn't want to be paired up with Corin again, as Corin always treats her like a common slave and makes Alicia do all the hard labor, which greatly surprises Corin. Alicia suggests that Corin should partner with Mariette. However, Corin then tells Alicia that Mariette intends to choose the individual matches for herself, so that she can win the individual match prize money all for herself. Everyone then notices the participants from the East making their grand entrance. The Fighting Hound, Seojin Hyok, and the Swordmaster, Kong Yua. They are entering with their esteemed professor, the legendary immortal Taoist, Kong Ryan himself. Corin remembers Jean, Hyuk, and Yua to be the main protagonists of the story's third part. The Heavenly Yiksha, Kong Ryan, requests that Professor Josephine transfer Warren to the Boreum Academy, to which Josephine flatly refuses to accept his unusual request. Kong Ryan believes this to be a perfectly reasonable request, being Warren's closest living blood relative, as Warren was the very center of the tragic and devastating accident that they had all faced just a single year ago. An accident that had turned Kong Ryan's magnificent castle to ashes. Ryun reminds Josephine that she had taken Horan during that great disaster, and now that Ryun knows of Horan's current whereabouts, he wants his precious niece to be returned to him. Josephine states that Horan is a very special and unique case, and that Ryun should be well aware of that fact by now. Josephine finds it very strange that the reason Rayon requested this meeting immediately after his arrival at the academy was for the sake of the poor girl Warren. Rayon wants to recover Warren from the monstrous beast that resides in her body. Josephine reminds Ryun that Warren's body is still alive because of that child, and more importantly, it is the will of the great chairman, Ryu, and of Warren's own father, the great Kongyu. Ryun questions if Josephine would truly allow a beast to socialize with others, and Josephine states that Warren had already spent the first semester with no such problems arising. Legion Young, the Catholic Church's own dispatched bishop, believes that Warren's socializing might just be a part of the beast's own wicked and devious plans. Josephine tries to put an end to the interfering bishop's words. Yet, the bishop requests that Warren participate in the upcoming festival in order to test the true and hidden nature of the powerful demon, as it will surely be revealed in the intense heat of violence. Josephine thinks this to be a very good and opportune opportunity to show the world that demons can also socialize peacefully with others. Josephine makes it clear to Rayon that it is up to Warren herself, where she ultimately chooses to stay in the future, and that Warren's legal guardians are now the chairman Ryu, Josephine, and the Zion Cathedral's own great and powerful saintess. Josephine is now thinking over Corin's previous words to be true. Corin had previously informed Josephine that Balthazar's dogs were hidden somewhere within the upcoming festival. When she inquired about their identities, Corin stated that he did not know the specific details of their plan, but he guessed that it was somehow related to the Catholic Church. In Bora May, the Catholic Church wants to expand its sphere of influence, with increasingly desperate attempts to do so. While Bora May has sent its own students to participate in the festival, it is revealed that the Heavenly Yiksha is a very important incident that will ultimately decide the overall future direction of the Yahello's kingdom. Corin asks Josephine to keep a very close eye on the Catholic Church, and he requests that Josephine have the Boreum students stay at and located in the outer regions of the city, so that Corin himself can keep a close and watchful eye on them. Josephine still does not fully trust Corin's intentions, believing him to still be one of Balthazar's loyal and dangerous disciples. However, Corin then shows Josephine his sacred oath as a shadow warrior, in an attempt to change her mind about him. Josephine questions Corin about him owning the inns in the outskirts and trying to make a hefty profit with his stalls and in business. The festival's group match preliminary round officially takes place. Warren is the only one who is absent from the named characters, so Corin believes that Warren might be participating in the brutal individual matches instead of the group event. Kong Ryan is the official judge in charge of the intense group trials, and he will be determining the 16 guardians who will participate ahead. The primary topic of the exams is to save the helpless civilians, and the participants to have their armbands ripped off will be eliminated. Ryan cast the powerful 8 gates array to form the arena. It is revealed that the stone dolls will be acting as the civilians. After a guardian touches a civilian, the guardians can then give them specific commands. Guiding a civilian to safety earns them a single point, and destroying a civilian would deduct 2 points from each guardian. Korin is happy to see his friend's passion and excitement for the event. On the other hand, a change of scenery. Alicia is shown to be performing extremely well against all the obstacles. The main task for all of the guardians is to transport as many of the civilians as they possibly can to the designated safety zone. Alicia felt quite accomplished with her group, having gathered many civilians and deciding to find the safe zone to win. All of a sudden, the very ground starts shaking violently below Alicia and her group. It is then revealed that Korin's own friends, Jaeger and the others, have tied the civilians together to make a huge trolley. They're calling themselves the Mandrake Bandits, with Korin as their undisputed leader, and calling himself the Almighty Immortal Lock. Korin and the others believe this is the best way to eliminate all the others in order to win the match for themselves. When Alicia is calling out Korin's name, he doesn't seem to care, declaring that they must refer to him as the Almighty Immortal. Behind him, Jaeger and Lark are enthusiastically motivating him, being extremely happy about his recent change in behavior. The cunning Korin had very smartly taken many students on his side. The real reason was to join their combined forces and pass the first match. And just because only 16 of them could actually work together, they strategically eliminated more students than just that number. Very cleverly, they didn't go into a completely defensive mode. Rather, they used other students as protection by taking them on their side. The students who were not on their team are absolutely furious with them, thinking to remove them by using their powerful magic attacks. But they hesitate because some civilians are now on Korin's team. Meanwhile, the stone civilians form an army and carry Korin together. Getting to a safe zone makes him achieve the coveted 1 point, and destroying them would make him lose a devastating 2 points. Upon seeing this brilliant and infuriating tactic, the students get furious and lunge forward to attack Korin directly. But Lark steps forward, grinning evilly and blocking their path. And just then, he casts a powerful fireball magic against the students. Their quick and efficient grouping had given them a big advantage, while they had immediately grown in their overall numbers and surrounded themselves with most of the valuable stone civilians. The others were much slower to group up and focused on finding safe zones. Instead, though, after a grueling 30 minutes of being eliminated, Korin has a tense and dramatic encounter with the lovely Alicia. She is screaming at him, demanding that he stop his rampage. On the other hand, he is proposing that she should join the ranks of the Mandrake Bandits and demanding her colleagues' armbands as a sign of her loyalty. He is promising to give her the coveted position of vice president then. But when he sees her hesitating to make a decision, he instructs his opponents to bring Alicia's armband directly to him. A horde of challengers swarms Korin, their eyes fixed on her armband. With a white-knuckle grip on her massive odachi, she effortlessly fells the students who dared to stand in her path. However, sensing a greater threat, she ultimately accepts his proposition, and so she became the vice president of Korin's Mandrake Bandit crew. Following the trend, Mariette also assembled her own squad, one built upon the very foundation of friendship, and Mariette had proven to be a formidable leader so far, rallying the civilians from gathering stone. She was certain that their bond and unbreakable unity could conquer any obstacle that lay ahead, until they confronted the infamous Mandrake Bandits. Gazing upon Korin's deceptively innocent expression, she chooses to surrender and defect to his powerful team. Her followers begin chanting Korin's name in a deafening chorus. This development utterly stuns Isabel, who never anticipated such a shocking turn of events from Mariette. Observing the events on a monitor, Professor Kong Ryan is enraged by the sight of Korin's triumph. Meanwhile, Josephine completely disavows any connection to him, refusing to admit he's a product of her own esteemed academy. This leads to Corin's faction earning a deeply notorious reputation. Despite this, they soared through the match with incredible prowess. After securing their winnings in the next phase of the doubles match, Borome's twin second-rank guardians, known as the Chun siblings, appear. They assume a menacing posture, prepared to launch an assault on Corin. But despite their skills, Alicia swiftly neutralizes the duo. This was right after Corin had deftly evaded their initial onslaught. Simultaneously, a pair of spectators are critically assessing Alicia's abilities. They had anticipated a display of power far beyond the ordinary, having heard the legends of her being the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. But now their focus shifts, wondering about the mysterious Corin. They have prepared for the two widely known powerhouses, the warrior Berjacker and the charismatic Mariette. However, Cor being a major player was never in their calculations. After all, the Chun siblings are notoriously difficult opponents, and Corin sidestepping their attack with such ease reveals his immense hidden talent. They can sense his seasoned experience from his very posture, his breath control, and what's more, the way he analyzes his foe before unleashing a perfectly timed strike. These onlookers find his presence irksome, hoping he won't interfere when they finally deploy their grand formation. However, a mysterious figure standing among the spectators had been listening intently to their entire exchange. His visage grew dark as he processed their words. Back within the academy grounds, Warren wanders alone. A wave of nostalgia about her transformation into a yiksha crashes over her. The eerie silence of the campus vividly recalls that fateful day. This strange emptiness is a direct result of the festival. Her consciousness is pulled back to a terrifying vision. Before her, a towering structure is being devoured by flames as she stands atop a pile of smoldering skeletons, watching the building crumble into ash and ruin. In a flash, Warren's focus is violently drawn elsewhere, a sudden ambush, but then she perceives something more sinister. Bloodlust. It's an incredibly potent and dangerous skill. Warren whirls around. It's the same suspicious man, SAE Jin Hyuk from the crowd, now wearing a smirk. He seems impressed by her sharp awareness, given that most would fail to detect it and simply collapse. Warren feels a chill of danger. She knows something is wrong here, and so she demands to know if they have crossed paths before. When he hears this pointed question, the man's entire demeanor undergoes a chilling transformation. A strange, twisted emotion flickers across his features. He offers a wicked grin and feigns ignorance of her identity before making an attempt to depart. SAE Jin Hyuk claims he was merely attempting to startle her, having mistaken her for a different person entirely. And yet, Warren couldn't shake a strange feeling of familiarity with him, but she dismisses it and walks away. One of the female spectators from before, Manhwa, remarks that he shouldn't have acted so rashly in this place. But SAE Jin Hyuk seems completely unconcerned about it, because the Master's 8 Gates formation will work on that monster, essentially to contain this powerful entity and avert its rampage. The 8 Gates array of utter annihilation is required to be unleashed. Still, Manhwa cautions him, telling SAE Jin Hyuk to bide his time until the yiksha is provoked. However, her scheme involves igniting the fire from the orchid, and the consequences will fall squarely on that boy. Within the second round's arena in the Elha's kingdom, the central Nazria city is alive with activity. Inside a local cafe, Corin is struggling to process that they've traveled so far for this match. He had been utterly floored when Professor Josephine revealed the abrupt change of venue for the group match, a decision made by Professor Kong Ryan. She then begins to interrogate Corin, because Barama's side alleged that his bandits had plundered their supplies. Naturally, Corin vehemently denies looting those specific provisions, but he did indeed steal something else, supplies being covertly transported through the Catholic Church. These materials are critical for Kong Ryan's clandestine operation to construct the formidable 8 Gates array, utter annihilation, and seize control of Hwang. It becomes painfully obvious that the tale of Barama's stolen goods was a fabrication concocted by Kong Ryan and Li Jinyoung, so they could mask their own far greater theft and cunningly acquire the components they so desperately needed. They moved with haste to conceal their true intentions. Corin's train of thought is broken as Alicia chatters at him, placing food orders for the both of them with excitement. But he cautions her, reminding her not to consume anything here. At that exact moment, Kong Ryun strides into the cafe. Upon realizing the full roster of students is present, he immediately begins a sinister head count, and the moment his count is complete, suddenly, every armored man in the cafe attacks the players. Corin was already on high alert, but Alicia is utterly bewildered by the sudden, chaotic battle. She's even more horrified to see the corpses instantly decaying. But in stark contrast, Corin is completely unfazed. For the last 300 years, this city has been trapped in a time loop. By day, everything proceeds as normal. But when night falls, the entire metropolis of 1.2 million people descends into a land of the dead. The instant the city falls into its undead state, Kong announces the official start of the group match. He declares that the team divisions will be revealed shortly, and their objective is to secure the legendary Moonstone. They have from this moment until dawn, 3 days hence, to succeed, but they are also free to forfeit the challenge at any point. Once the teams were declared, members were teleported outside the inns, into the streets where the undead horde now wandered. They were given only a mission briefing and a few basic items. Corin's Team D includes himself, Alicia, Jaeger, and Lark. Corin knows he must secure a spot in the top 4 teams to not only pass, but to advance to the crucial third round. He must succeed by any means necessary to save Warren. Corin has already formulated a strategy, knowing the deadliest foes are concentrated away from the city center. In that case, they'll concentrate their efforts on the lower-level zones at the city's edge, where the undead's power will be far more manageable, and Corin's spear will be the vanguard that forges their path. They executed his plan with perfect precision. Soon, they reach a steeple on the city's periphery, move to a vantage point, and target only the glowing moonstones from the undead that have consumed the precious stones. Corin declares their intent to take down the stage boss, immediately ordering Lark to prepare his flight magic. But before Lark could even begin to cast a spell, the Revenant Titan and its horde lunge forth to ambush Group D. Corin and his entire team are sent into a panic, screaming for Lark to activate the flight magic now. But it seems fate was not on their side, and a poltergeist strikes, a bizarre phenomenon where a spirit forcefully possesses an object. And just like that, Lark was instantly eliminated. In the chaos, the undead siege the steeple tower, which begins to crumble. The 3 remaining members scramble towards the highest point, desperate to avoid being crushed by the falling debris. Both Alicia and Jaeger start to mock Corin's abysmal luck. It seems these disastrous events consistently befall them, but only whenever they find themselves near Corin. Regardless, they resolve to keep running until the sun rises. Despite their plans, something truly unforeseen occurred. An Abyss Shrieker knocks Jaeger out, and the White King materializes. In an instant, Alicia and Corin are cornered by the 3 bosses of Nazria: a White Tiger, an Abyss Shrieker, and a terrifying Revenant Titan. Corin is keenly aware that this situation could end catastrophically, because all of these are fearsome 4th-rank monsters. Corin's entire body trembles as the beasts begin their charge. He is certain he's about to be eliminated. But then, a blinding flash from a mysterious warrior's spear, mirroring the brilliance of Corin's own, intercepts the devastating attacks. Seizing upon this sudden opportunity, the 2 of them flee and find a temporary safe haven. The cloaked stranger is relieved to see they've escaped unharmed. But at the very same time, this person demands to know how he is familiar with her spearmanship. Just then, the cloaked figure turns to face Corin directly. His eyes widen in utter shock. This is his disciple from the future, his master, Aaron Daniel. In his prior timeline, during the winter break of his 2nd year, Park Seoho had summoned Corin to the chairman's office. Seoho had wanted to make an introduction to a certain individual, an individual who could make him exponentially stronger. That individual was none other than Aaron Daniel. It was thanks to Seoho that Corin had his fated encounter with the very person who would become his legendary master. Back in the present, Aaron has escorted both Corin and Alicia to a fortified building, a place where the undead are highly unlikely to breach. As a token of her immense gratitude, Alicia extends a cup of hot chocolate to Aaron, but she politely declines the offer. You must not consume anything from another era while you're here. This entire area has been frozen in time for 300 years. Ingesting food native to this epoch could have dire consequences. The food could forcibly acclimate to the present, or worse, the one who consumes it could be trapped in the past forever. Korin has never tested this theory, but he believes there would be a significant effect regardless. Later, once a bit of time has gone by, Korin relays the entire situation to his stunned Alicia. How Eren is his revered teacher, how they had their fated meeting, and all that transpired afterwards. But as he recounts the tale, both he and Alicia become perplexed. In a realm where time has repeated for 3 centuries, every single event should be identical. So how has Eren remained completely sane and lucid, immune to the maddening loop? That's when she reveals her secret. She is an associate of the Grim Reaper. She has been laboring to halt the ascension of the immortal king in Nazria. But now, that very king is on the precipice of being born at the city's heart. Hearing this, Korin demands they mobilize without delay. Eren requires an aid, and he is more than willing to fill that role. This is the ultimate quest of the Nazria domain. The player and the Grim Reaper are to aid the unknown Spearman in preventing the birth of the dreaded immortal king. Neither Eren nor Korin hesitates to accept this grand mission. Korin is aware that to diminish the king's vast power, the 3 undead bosses absolutely must be vanquished. Wasting not a second, they arrive at the city's epicenter. The Revenant Titan stands menacingly before them, a colossal mass of decaying flesh wielding a gargantuan weapon, flanked by minions. The moment it senses their arrival, it charges, but Korin and Eren react in perfect sync. They unleash their devastating combination attack, Tiger Weeping Wind and Whirlwind. A great magic spear of lightning erupts from their weapons, slamming into the undead behemoth and staggering. This is Korin's signal. He gives the nod to Alicia, and in a blur of motion, she disappears from view. An instant later, she rematerializes next to the monster, her Odachi cleaving through its neck. In a single, impossibly clean strike, the moonstone clatters to the ground. One is down. Just one target remains now, as dawn is fast approaching. They resolve to return on the following night. Alicia quickly drifts off to sleep, and Eren advises Korin to do likewise. As she observes him, a sense of deep pride wells within her. He has learned an incredible amount, all from her teachings. He affirms this with a small nod, admitting that she taught him spearmanship's legendary 6 steps, the profound theory of infinity origin, and so much more. Eren is taken aback by the notion of having selected a successor. He knows she chose Valtzer prior to him, a decision she regrets. But that very choice ultimately guided her to him. She playfully pokes his cheek, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She is happy to be so cherished by her own disciple. She wonders aloud what the future might possibly hold. Korin, on the other hand, is consumed by memories of the past, of her great sacrifices, of her death, a death that came because he became her new priority. A burning regret sears through him. He failed to expose Park Seo-ho's true identity in time. Time after time, he has attempted to alter the past, only to fail. Even his entry in the festival to save Hwarn had not prepared him for this strange twist of fate, meeting his master in this cursed city 300 years in the past. Now, with events unfolding in ways he cannot foresee, he fears that all his efforts may once again prove to be for naught. Eren perceives his turmoil and offers him gentle reassurance. Everyone experiences failure. What truly counts is pressing forward. She vows to bestow her blessing upon his future. So for now, he should simply rest, even for a short while. Yet, as he allows his eyes to close, a vortex of questions continues to churn in his mind. Only the passage of time will reveal what destiny awaits. On the following day, the next match commences. Warren carves through her adversaries with breathtaking ease, her power level far exceeding everyone else present. But she was given a strict warning: hold back and be lenient on the others. They pose no actual threat. Josephine had also spoken to her about Korin, stating that he is the most powerful among all the students. After completely dominating round after glorious round, she advances into her 8th and final match. Her challenger hails from the Borome Academy. It's him, the very same boy who had ambushed her previously, SAE Jin Hyuk. His expression darkens the moment he recognizes her. But even with that cocky smirk, he cannot conceal his palpable tension. They have met once more, and this time, neither has any intention of holding back. SAE Jin Hyuk unleashes a veritable tempest of attacks. Sky Wind Kick, instantaneous arrow fighting, Hound Combatant, and the deathly full moon hit. Every single blow carries an unbelievable speed and destructive force. The entire stadium erupts, shocked by this raw power and ferocity. Everyone was aware of his strength, but nobody could have imagined this terrifying level of skill. With one final, explosive roundhouse kick, he pant for breath, but he is completely unaware that his assault was futile against the Yiksha with an impeccable defense. She stands before him, her expression a mask of mockery. She even extends him an offer to simply surrender. He roars that she is a monster, and it is too late for false kindness. She should have shown that mercy when she slaughtered his family. His voice cracks, his eyes filled with tears and unbridled rage. Sweat forms on her brow, and for a long moment, she is silent. It takes time for his agonizing words to register. And then, the horrible flashbacks come rushing back. In another location, a workshop in Nazria, the black mage senses a disturbance in the flow. He is seething. Every aspect of his calculation was flawless. The ancient ritual was successful. The magic circle activated. The city should be in chaos. That's when the realization hits him. He finally understands that they are behind this. Her and that other one. The concept of 3 days repeating for centuries utterly unnerves him. Deeply baffled and completely infuriated, he storms out of his workshop barefoot, staring at the colossal magic circle etched into the city's very bedrock. A circle powered by pure, moon-drawn mana, stronger than any grand magic known to history. Then he spots it. A foreign component has been woven into the circle. It is in the ancient language of beginnings, an original rune that has been lost for over 300 years. And just as this horrifying epiphany dawns on him, she materializes. Her very presence confirms everything. She's still confronting the same immortal king who must be defeated. By the second dreadful night in Nazria, the duo has already vanquished the Abyss Shrieker and the White King. It was only through her meticulous planning and guidance that they could, despite the massive difference in their ranks, triumph over the undead. Now, only the Immortal King awaits. On the third night, they finally confront him. But there's a single critical admonition. They absolutely must not awaken the immortal king within. The Black Mage, who raised an undead legion 300 years ago, in his quest to become the undead king, looks even more grotesque than imagined. He questions if the mage has not yet fully become a lich. She lets out a soft chuckle, clarifying that the soul extraction is incomplete. Unlike most liches, he is devoid of sharp intellect and tactical refinement. Suddenly, with absolutely no preamble, the spear in his hand shoots forward like a viper. He charges, proclaiming he will deal with this threat alone. His strength now surpasses even Mariette's, and he's fully aware of it. But then, the Black Mage counters with a devastating doom bolt. A colossal explosion illuminates the entire battlefield. It becomes immediately apparent that this battle will not be easy. Without delay, the enemy follows with time curse, death, wind, and apocalypse. The assault is truly relentless. But within that storm of chaos, he loses his line of sight, and that is when his golden opportunity presents itself. Demonic technique, slicing through everything and vanquishing him with ease. This outcome is not surprising, at least not to him. This is a repeat quest for him. He has conquered this foe many times over. She is visibly impressed, but before a celebration can begin, they realize that she has vanished. He discovers her on a rooftop, gazing out upon the cursed city. She knew that this was not the mage's initial rebirth, and then she reveals the staggering truth. It has been 36,000 times. Nazria's timeline resets itself every 3 days. The Black Mage harnessed a lunar eclipse to transform the city into undead. 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days in the past. Each and every cycle resurrects 1.2 million undead, only for them all to disappear along with the Immortal King. And she has been forced to live through every single one. At long last, she confesses the whole truth to him. The true reason why it all endlessly repeats. The reason this damned city is still even standing is because she herself made it so. If 1.2 million undead were to pour out of Nazria, the entire world would inevitably be consumed. To forestall this apocalypse, She used an original rune to tamper with his grand magic circle. However, reversing the deaths of 1.2 million souls would have immense repercussions. He understands now the death god has been observing him, the one who had managed to deceive death. Look, he wonders if the death god knows he is a regressor. The death god resides within the confines of the system window, as the one who reaps the souls of the dead. His primary objective is the cleansing of these souls, permitting them to enter the cycle of rebirth. This is precisely why the undead, who perpetually revive, are the most disturbing beings in his eyes. So it was her who caused the repetition of these 3 days. And the sole reason the death god descended upon this land was to eradicate the original rune that defied death itself. Yet, she brokered a deal with him. The undead create more of their kind with every life they extinguish. If they escape, those departing the city will leave no human soul to purify. Despite this, he was presented with 2 choices. Either forfeit the chance to purify 1.2 million souls, or gain the ability to purify the entire world. His selection came with 3 conditions for the contract. First, he will stand watch over the 3 repeating days. Second, each time she vanquishes the immortal king, his memories will be reset to 3 days prior. Third, and finally, her departure from the city and the repetition of days will be separate. Those exact 3 nights repeated for 300 agonizing years. But now, she confesses this task is becoming too difficult, because after she surpassed the 20,000th repetition, he started to realize that the days were repeating themselves. That being said, Korn becomes absolutely furious. He questions her relentlessly, without stopping. For how much longer will she continue to slaughter these beings? Is her sanity even capable of withstanding all of this? Is she absolutely certain she can always defeat the immortal king? And how many more times must this cycle be repeated? She remains eerily composed, resolved to continue this cycle for as long as she possibly can, acknowledging that he arrived here to save someone, so he should focus on saving the world instead. Sacrifices must be made. With these final words, she turns to depart. Meanwhile, he knows no one will ever acknowledge her for these immense sacrifices. He has always witnessed this side of her personality, the one who is always prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. But this particular sacrifice does not benefit her at all. So he proposes a new contract directly to the death god. She whirls around immediately, demanding that he stop, but he refuses to listen. The death god finds this development intriguing and chooses to hear him out. He wishes to nullify the contract she made, and in its place, be granted a treasure from the netherworld itself. In exchange, he will purify Nazria within just 6 months. The god declares it impossible to cleanse 1.2 million souls at once, stating that the price is far too steep. So he instructs him to select a single-digit number, so that some value remains for the transaction. He already knows that these numbers contain the 10 most powerful items, so he selects a treasure whose identity remains a secret for now. Moving forward, he now confronts her. She is annoyed, calling him completely insane. But being selfless and making sacrifices for others is the core tenet he learned from his master. Because he is no longer the weak boy he once was, he will not permit her to sacrifice her own life. This time, he vows he will not fail. And so, the repetition that has plagued this city for 300 years repeats once more. Defeating the 3 bosses and the immortal king is now routine. There is no definitive reason as of yet. But she has fought this battle for 3 centuries. Aware of her unique nature, she made it her sworn duty to live as a hero. Until this moment, she can't stop thinking of the one who considered her and allowed her to rest, just for once. The death god is surprisingly calm, observing this new side of his companion, the one with whom he has spent 300 long years, although he does find it quite strange. The treasure he selected is the death god's ore. Its unique properties are always striking its target, separating body from spirit, and bypassing all defensive power. However, this immense power is only effective when wielded by the death god. For a mere human, is simply average, and for someone like him who cannot perceive spirits, it is the absolute worst possible choice. But since the scales did not tip, it signifies that the reward is still a perfect match for him. At the entrance of Nazria, Kang-in is assessing the entire chaotic scenario. Only 8 teams and 32 participants now remain, and only a mere 4 teams will advance to the next group stage. The Bora May Academy team, led by her, holds a total of 5. 58 points. Group A, with Mariette, has 4.49. Bora May is decisively dominating the entire leaderboard. Everyone inside the inn is buzzing about the immortal Lock Bandits, since they had held such high expectations for them. Jaeger and Lark sit, fuming at the whispers they overhear. As soon as he and Alicia re-enter the inn, the examiner reflects on their supposed defeat, but he still moves to tally up their final score. Group D has secured third place with 2, and the Immortal King's Moonstone. Everyone is left speechless, and thus, the group match qualifiers were set. Following this, Corin and Alicia resolved to venture back together to rescue Aaron. Alicia had no idea what Corin was truly scheming, but she was confident she could assist him in some capacity. As they journeyed, our main character contemplated how he could possibly unlock the power that he had just acquired from the god of death. He obtained the treasure of the netherworld in a manner different from what he had planned. But if he plays his cards right, the Death God's orb could be the ultimate ace up his sleeve for part 3. A hidden trump card to aid a conceited kid like our protagonist. Upon their arrival back at the academy, they learn the startling news that Warren has been taken into custody. But before we discover how this came to pass, let's delve into the tragic story of Ran. Ran was a young girl who was adored by all who knew her, but she was tragically unlucky, never even venturing outside alone, due to a chronic ailment known as Tying Chi blockage disease. It is an innate condition spoken of only in ancient legends. The overwhelming abundance of Yin energy smothers the Yang energy, a self-destructive curse that shatters the body's natural harmony. Tragically, Ran was born afflicted with this terrible curse. Her devoted father, Kong Yu, exhausted every possible solution, but nothing could alleviate her severe blockage. It would have remained a joyous and loving family, if not for the collision of 2 terrible misfortunes: Ran's chronic illness and Kong Yu's unparalleled genius. Since he was the most celebrated necromancer of his era, he had taken an oath to use all of his power to save his daughter. He desperately sought something with potent Yang energy to shatter the overwhelming Yin energy within her. But human effort alone was woefully insufficient to breach the barrier of the Tying Chi blockage. Despite this, however, Kong Yu refused to surrender and began seeking an alternative path. He theorized that if there wasn't enough Yang energy to control the Yin, then perhaps he could discover a method to completely exhaust the Yin. And so, a being of pure Yin was conceived, a being perfectly suited for a necromancer, one who guides wayward souls back to their final resting place. Kong Yu transformed his daughter into a Jiangshi while she still lived. And that is the story of how Jiangshi Hua was born. Rage boils in Se Jin Hu's very blood. He screams furiously at Warren that she should have shown that same mercy when she massacred his family. The fury is evident in his bloodshot, hate-filled eyes as he is engulfed by flames and surrounded by corpses, and he swears a solemn oath to kill Warren. In another time, Hong Ryun manipulates her into exterminating all humans in that land. He commands her that no living creature can possibly be spared. Se Jin Hyuk confronts Warren, declaring her nothing but a monster. To witness her charade of being a human, Warren is tormented by the truth that she is not Ran. She's merely a monster inhabiting a stolen vessel. Warren fights for control of this body, but from the abyss, the dead claw at her, dragging her down. Damning voices whisper that she must die for killing her father, and that the royal family will surely execute her. In an instant, spectral hands clutch at her throat. It is Ran, attempting to reclaim what is rightfully hers. But Warren desperately resists the spiritual assault. Finally, Warren unleashes a shockwave of raw power that hurls Se Jin Hyuk across the battlefield. Se Jin Hyuk seizes this momentary opening and ensnares the struggling Warren with mystical chains. Rendered nearly powerless by the restraints, Warren tries to scream that she has a right to this form, that it belongs to her, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. Meanwhile, inside Josephine's grand office, Josephine delivers the grim news of Warren's capture to Corin. Corin immediately asks if this is because of the seals, which confirms that he had already foreseen this outcome. She explains that Warren is bound by the chains of Zion and the sacred talisman of the East. But during her fierce battle with Se Jin Hyuk, the talisman was incinerated in the clash. The bishop exploited this chance to condemn it as clear proof of Warren's inherent violence. But in the end, Warren was transferred to the East under Kong, Ryan's authority, and a decree was issued to forge anew stronger talisman. Seeing such an aggressive response over one destroyed seal makes it painfully clear to Josephine that they are determined to pin Warren's instability on the academy itself. The principal then asks Corin exactly what he knows, which makes Corin realize that she has noticed the conspiracy too. It is now undeniable that the Catholic Church and the cunning Kong Ryun are scheming something terrible. Corin knows they have no intention of surrendering Warren to Boromir. He demands their absolute trust, telling them to leave this matter to him. However, to ensure the success of his grand design, everyone must follow his instructions precisely, with no exceptions. The third part of Arhin's heroic legend, its boss, the Heavenly Yiksha, possesses a far more complex backstory than any boss before. This battle hinges on one's bond with the character and the very narrative that they have woven. Ultimately, the final choice comes down to this. Will he choose to save Warren, or will he save Rand? The simplest and most efficient path would be Park Si-ho's, to simply select one of them, regardless of the consequences. But our hero's philosophy is entirely different. His goal is to save every single one. All the while, Warren, bound in chains, whispers that this body belongs to her alone. Kong Ryun approaches, introducing himself as the uncle of Kong Rand, the girl whose body she now occupies. Warren vows to never give it back, but Kong Ryun tells her she misunderstands the situation. He asks her with a menacing tone if she truly desires this vessel. He once again commands Warren to slaughter every human in this land, offering his assistance. Suddenly, Rand's ethereal soul manifests behind him, stating that his voice never reached her. That was always this way. Kong Ryun continues his machinations, offering the body to Warren. 2 days following their return from the group match, the competitors were granted a period of rest, a brief reprieve for the students who returned from cursed Nazaria, and Corin must now make preparations for Boromir. Corin questions Mariette about the food stall they established just outside of the main inn. Mariette explains that all the ingredients they utilized were provided by the Dunlap family, and they resold them at triple the cost after adding their special sauce. Hearing of the massive profits makes Corin leap with sheer excitement. Mariette then spots a mana stone throwing game and pulls Corin towards it. The stall's proprietor explains that these mana stones were deemed defective at the mines, so he brought them here, and they are unusually soft to the touch. However, they shouldn't possess this level of malleability. Mana stones are known to absorb mana well, so their fundamental properties can shift easily. This is why they are frequently used in crafting magic stones. If a stone is this soft, it will detonate with incredible speed. Corin snatches the mana stone from Mariette and hurls it himself. The skills he honed during his relentless spear and stone throwing training make his precision at this distance almost absolute. He launches the stone and strikes a near-perfect 95 score. Higher accuracy translates to a smaller blast radius for the festivals. Defective mana stones and lower accuracy results in a much larger blast radius in the game. When our hero equipped all kinds of debuffing gear and magic, he could expand the blast radius to a staggering 100 meters. A sudden realization strikes Corin's mind. He approaches the owner, asking to buy his entire mana stone stock for double the price. He plans to use them for unique skill that only the original players are capable of using, and it's the very reason he came to this festival. As the owner pauses for a moment to consider, Mariette catches sight of Corin's wicked grin. Corin asks her to procure a carriage for him immediately, since the carriage service is one of her subsidiary businesses. Mariette demands to know what he is plotting, and Corin cryptically states that it's time for his grand return. Meanwhile, inside a moving carriage, Yua forces a peach tree wooden tile into Warren's mouth. This tile is a Jiangshi's ultimate natural weakness. She casts Warren disdainfully onto the floor, warning her not to attempt anything foolish. However, Jin Hyuk worries that the tile may be insufficient because at most, it will only induce a severe fever. But Yua assures him that will be enough, because their true objective is to excise the monster from Rand. If they succeed in doing that, Warren, having lost her physical form, will either perish or devolve into a malevolent spirit. Yua reminds Warren that the body she inhabits is not her own. Suddenly, the carriage driver hears the sound of drums. He looks up just as a massive explosion erupts. The carriage is sent flying into the air before crashing down. Kong Ryun frantically checks if Yua and Jin Hyuk are alright. All three of them struggle back to their feet. They have no idea who their assailant is, but they know this foe is a formidable one. Instantly, the realm of blood paints the entire landscape crimson. The attacker commands his loyal patrons to seize anything that could possibly earn the money. The patrons lay their eyes on Warren and believe they've hit the jackpot. They resolve to capture her, but the immortal Locke intervenes. He declares that he will be the one taking the girl. A messenger informs Josephine that a band of unknown assailants raided the Borromeo carriage and have successfully abducted Warren. Josephine has served the academy for 35 years, and upon hearing of Warren's abduction, she utters a curse for the very first time. Corin tells Warren he learned of her terrible predicament and immediately came to her rescue, for if she was abducted, he would never see her in this state. Besides, being under the same roof makes her plight his concern. Corin is relieved to have arrived just in time, because if he were late, Kong Ryun would have forcibly extracted her soul from its vessel, and then either Hua or Ran would have been lost forever. Since they arrived at the perfect moment, Corin decides to create a false trail to buy more time. The bandits celebrate their magnificent prize, bid farewell to Corin, and vanish from the scene. Corin observes Warren's deteriorating condition and concludes they must have forced the wooden tile upon her. However, it should only cause her to have a fever, but she will be in agony for several days. Warren regains some of her senses and realizes she is being carried. She insists she can walk, but Corin tells her she is too weak, and he doesn't mind carrying her since she is as light as a feather. Meanwhile, Kong Ryun and his two pawns still don't know what attacked them, but they are certain that whoever it was, they were immensely powerful. Mariette resolves to bind them for an hour, as Corin instructed her. The realm's power wavers, and Yua seizes her chance to break free. Mariette witnesses Yua's escape, but focuses on tying the other two. They never anticipated anyone could escape the powerful realm, and now Corin must proceed with extreme caution. After walking for hours, the heavens open up, worsening Warren's fragile state. Corin decides they must find shelter immediately, but then he detects a shadowy figure moving nearby. Seeing Yua, he realizes she managed to escape the realm. Yua unleashes a throwing knife that bites deep into Corin's shoulder. However, he knows that her blade will not be poisoned, so he doesn't need to be overly concerned. Corin gently sets Warren down, telling her he is about to fight. He turns to face Yua and tells her, "I'm not one to bet on something with such a low probability." Corin unleashes the returning heaven's second technique, and a rotating demonic spear. But Yua effortlessly parries his powerful attack. She reminds him that he is being delusional, for even imagining he has a high chance of victory against her. She returns his attack with her own, which makes Corin realize that her aura is as incredible as he feared. Yua is a true sword master and the strongest knight of Borromeo, also known as the Sword Fairy. She possesses a vast reservoir of aura. The aura that is visible to the naked eye proves her immense power. Yua tells him to cease playing games and unleash his full strength, because she is certain that he must possess an aura core as well. However, he has learned through his schemes that his aura core is a secret weapon, one that must be kept concealed until the very last moment. However, the aura core he acquired by aiding the Sabancia Duke's ascension is more of a curse, as our hero has not yet mastered its control. It is like a dam, endlessly accumulating energy that cannot be released. Realizing that Corin will not reveal his hand so easily, Yua resolves to force him to use his full power. Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfs everything. Yua unleashes her Slaughter Dragon sword technique, and a bolt of lightning descends from the heavens. She then unleashes her second devastating technique, the True Dragon Strike. Our hero counters with the Calamity Serpent intent and the fearsome Slithering Serpent attack. A colossal explosion erupts as the two mighty attacks collide. A blinding light obscures all vision for a brief moment. After the blinding blast finally subsides, Corin stands in his original position, completely unscathed, and he calmly informs Yua that she went a little overboard. Seeing Corin completely unharmed by such a fatal blow makes Yua wonder about his true identity. She demands to know why he is going to such lengths for this child, but he simply states that he is merely an abductor. However, Yua is certain that this is just a blatant lie. She reveals that she is the child's cousin, and that the child is not human, but a monster. She reminds him of the Moonlight Castle tragedy. Corin tells her that someone else bears the blame for that event, but it is always the underlings who must do the fight. He tells her that the dojos are incredibly brutal, and that everyone is obsessed with challenging them. Suddenly, the branch upon which Yua stands is sliced through with a rapid severance. To her utter amazement, Yua finds Alicia Arden standing before her. Alicia proudly announces that she, Alicia Arden, master of the Alicia Dojo, formally challenges her, Barami's legendary sword master, to a proper duel. Alicia begins fangirling over Yua and begs her for instruction. She charges at Yua with her sword drawn, ready to strike. But Yua easily deflects the powerful blow. Alicia turns to Korin, careful not to expose his true identity, and tells the abductor to get to his work. Korin immediately seizes this golden opportunity, scoops up Warren, and flees while the two sword masters clash. As Korin pauses to rest and clean his soiled clothes, he wonders if this day is a blessing or a curse. The torrential rain masks the keen senses of the guards and knights, which aids his escape and delays any search efforts. But the hostage's terrible condition is indeed bad luck. Korin checks on Warren and discovers she has a raging fever. He offers her the premium elixir crafted by Mariette, hoping it will help her get better. He explains to Warren that they are in an owlbear's habitat. When these beasts can't locate a suitable cave, the owlbears will hollow out massive trees like this one to construct a makeshift nest. Warren's condition shows no improvement, which makes Korin wonder if the potent elixir requires some time to take effect. He realizes it will not be enough on its own, so he resolves to go and hunt a nearby bear. He thinks that perhaps wrapping Huaran in a thick bear fur might help her to finally recover. As Korin begins to walk away, Huaran musters all of her remaining energy. She stops him in his tracks and begs him to stay with her. When Hua was first brought into this world, her first sight was her master weeping before her and calling her his daughter. He believed she was Ran. The newly born Zhongshu assumed that was the name for her. She called him father, not understanding what it meant. However, this simple act brought her master immense joy, and as he embraced her, Hua knew she would have to pretend to be Ran forever. Otherwise, her beloved father might abandon her. Immediately, she became terrified that he would seek out his real daughter, and she envisioned a dark future where she had to give this body back. However, it was not long before her fabricated existence crumbled due to a minor incident, and Kanyu discovered that Hua was not his true daughter. The first time Hua ever saw blood was when she obliterated the sea beast that invaded their city. It was her own father who had ordered her to kill the beast, at the insistent request of the Lord. Her uncle saw a Jiangshi that could easily kill a first-class monster, and he came, claiming he would help to heal her. It was Kong Ryun himself who bestowed upon her the name Hua, his eyes burning with greed as he saw her immense potential, her father's utter neglect after learning the truth, and her utility being discovered, led to everyone exploiting her. After that fateful day, the castle lord, the imperial family, and the ascetics continuously ordered her to kill monsters, ghosts, and even humans. There were those who were turned to charcoal into fragmented shards of her memory, which was severed, and she was treated as if she, Hua, had seized this body after eliminating the weak original soul. This is the true origin story of the heavenly Yiksha. As Hua awakens, she finds Korin hovering over her, telling her to absorb the sunlight and take a blanket. She immediately shoves him away from her. He tells her to get some sleep, as the sun will rise soon. Warren assumes he desires something from her. Until this very moment, everyone has had their own agenda for her. A long-lost daughter, a healthy cousin, and a terrifying weapon of pure massacre. They have all wanted everything from her. Korin asks her if she recalls their very first meeting. Warren remains completely silent. He reminds her that she told him this body was not hers, and that she was a thief who possessed no rights. He then adds that his answer to her has not changed. There is no sin in simply being born. Warren becomes enraged and tells him that it is irresponsible and dangerous to speak so carelessly while allowing a monster to roam free, and that Josephine and the chairman both know this. She asks him if he truly believes she'll cease to be a monster just because of his cliché and empty words, or if the entire world will suddenly change. Our hero couldn't care less about the state of the world. He tells her he does not know if the world will ever change, but he only wishes to save the person standing before him. Our hero is the one and only player who can aid those trapped by their fixed, tragic misfortunes, and he believes his desire to save people is enough. Warren is silent for a very long moment, and then admits that she is afraid because this body isn't hers, and everyone constantly tells her to return it, and she knows that she must return it. but she's terrified of what will happen if she does. She demands that Korin tell her if she must give it back. Korin tells her yes, which makes her think he is just like the others. He then adds that she must first discuss sharing the body. Warren believes that sort of talk is reserved for humans, and she's a monster. Our hero tells her that there are humans far worse than any monster, and there are wicked people who masquerade as heroes, while secretly slaughtering innocent people. So, it is not her inherent nature that truly matters, but rather her choices and the actions she takes. She hasn't yet made any final decision, and Korin offers his aid until then and tells her to rest. However, it was ordained from the very start that Hua could not yield to Ran, but she cannot confess this to Korin because if she did, the only hand that had ever reached out to help her would vanish. She was in agony, unable to either grasp or reject that hand. The following day, they resumed their long walk, searching for a very specific jujube tree. They finally reached the lightning-scorched jujube tree, of which they can use but one piece as it burns so intensely. Korin knows that since they are deep within the forest, they will desperately need this jujube wood. He explains to Warren that a jiangshi, with its overwhelming yin energy, has several weaknesses, and jujube wood is saturated with immense amounts of yang energy, which is why it's often used to repel ghosts. He hands the piece of wood to Warren, telling her that if she consumes it, her yang and yin energies will be temporarily brought into balance, and her jiangshi traits will be neutralized for a period of time. But if she eats it, she will lose her command over this body. Warren explodes in fury and throws the wood away. However, Korin believes she must accept this responsibility, because she cannot simply reap all the rewards for herself without shouldering any of the burden. After all, he knows what those at the extremes of greed become, and he does not want Warren to suffer the same fate, which is why he needs her to make a choice and be accountable. Korin retrieves the jujube wood and offers it back to Warren, but then a voice suddenly interrupts them. Jin Hyuk has finally located them, and he sneers that Warren is quite clever for finding someone to cling to. In that moment, Korin steps in front of Warren to shield her, knowing that he or Yua will never abandon their chase. Korin knows he must settle this conflict once and for all, as he readies his deadly spear. Jin Hyuk addresses him as Korin Lork, but Korin corrects him, stating he is the immortal Locke. Jin Hyuk asks if he has lost his conscience along with his disguise. He immediately begins his assault on Korin, and then shows him his leg, revealing that Warren was responsible. Korin challenges Jin Hyuk, asking if he can utilize alchemy without the aid of an alchemy circle. As Korin begins to reveal his true power, Jin Hyuk is shocked to realize that his adversary might be on the same level as his own sister, or perhaps even faster. As Jin Hyuk prepares to strike, Korin sees that he has grown reckless, leaving himself wide open. However, before he could seize upon this vital opportunity, someone else decided to end this foolish game. A rain of talismans descends, trapping our hero completely. Kong Ryun emerges, telling Korin to cease his struggles, because this talisman holds an 8-array formation, the very signals that guide his thoughts, his muscles, and the very flow of his strength. None of it will obey his commands as he wishes. Korin struggles to even get to his feet. He screams for Warren to run. Kong Ryan approaches Warren, who is now cornered, and places a talisman upon her head, causing her to instantly fall into a deep slumber. He explains to Yua that this talisman seals Hua's consciousness, and without her conscious mind, her soul will be lost forever through utter annihilation. Yua sighs with relief, realizing they can finally restore. Ran. Korin lets out a scream of pure, unadulterated rage. Kong Ryun tells him that he will pay the price for his dreams and become nothing more than food for the monsters. He abandons Korin, struggling beneath the powerful talisman. Our hero wonders what has become of Alicia, even in his profound agony. He keeps thinking that he cannot let Warren be taken like this. He screams her name, but Warren, devoid of consciousness, follows Kong Ryun like a pup. As they all depart, Korin continues his desperate struggle. But then, all of a sudden, he begins to laugh. The persona of the immortal Locke takes over, laughing maniacally because everything is proceeding according to his plan. As Korin continues his feigned struggle under Kong Ryan's magic, a pack of menacing wolves begins to encircle him. They tear away the talismans with their powerful jaws, liberating Korin from Kong Ryun's devious trap. After Korin stretches out his body, and the wolves praise his impressive acting abilities, he asks if they have done as he commanded. Rin and Ron inform him that Lenya will handle it. They ask him what he has instructed her to do, but he only tells them something about the deep corruption within the defense industry. Meanwhile, the bishop tells Yua he has failed to find the thieves who stole the crucial items or any viable replacement. For this, he begs for her continued patience because he does not wield the same influence as her or her allies. Yua believes the bishop has drawn far too much attention to himself. The bishop longs for the days of old because back then, these people would never have dared to speak to him like that. However, he knows he must humble himself because he needs their immense power. He tells Yua that the thieves are like shadows who do not reveal themselves with ease. He then informs her that he's found a merchant group that has been conducting business with the Eastern continent for a very long time, and they can provide the necessary substitute items. As he speaks the name Mandrake Merchants, Yua feels a strange sense of familiarity with. Meanwhile, the announcer proclaims the highlight of the festival, the final round of the great group match. Kong Ryun is secretly negotiating with someone about an item, while Hwarin is kept hidden from sight, still clutching the piece of jujube wood. The audience is roaring with excitement as the announcer calls forth Kong Yua's group head and group head. The announcer then welcomes Merkaba Academy's groups A and D. However, she announces that Group D currently has a disqualified member. The announcer reveals that their esteemed leader, Korin, is missing and did not appear for the doubles competition. As she begins to speak about the group match, she notices a figure striding towards the grand stage. The person rallies his team to charge forward with him, to shine like eternal chrome, and he proclaims he will lead them all to Valhalla. Jua is utterly shocked to see this person is still alive. This mysterious person is none other than our hero, Korin Lork, also known as the Immortal Lock. The crowd erupts in cheers at this dramatic entrance, and Korin tells the professor to commence the final match. Kong Ryun is visibly annoyed by Korin's sudden appearance, but he cannot deny him, and so he begins the final match. The rules of this final match are deceptively simple. The 8 doors will be in a state of constant transformation, disorienting those who are trapped within this formation. To win this last match, the players must find the one true path and reach the center to claim the Golden Dragon sign. The shifting maze makes everything disoriented. The deployed formation reshapes the entire venue and immediately separates the participants. Kong Ryun knows nothing of the true nature of Korin lore, but he is certain that his grand poison is no longer stoppable. Suddenly, the broadcasting video feed freezes and ceases to function, and their assumption is that the formation's overflowing mana is disrupting the magical video transmission. Kong Ryun exploits this chance to begin the ritual of removing Wa from the body of Ran. He commands Yua and Jin Hyuk to guard the Black Tortoise of the North, because as long as that point is protected, it matters not if every other part is utterly destroyed. As Yua departs to carry out her solemn task, she tells her uncle to take good care of Ran. Meanwhile, Korin's teammates observe the 8 trigrams and the 9 ancient cardinal directions, which makes them wonder if the entire formation is active. Korin orders them to locate the heart of the formation. However, his new guise makes them feel obligated to call him boss. The Black Tortoise has always governed the northern direction, the one that protects the Emperor who stands at the center. Its position behind the Emperor's back enables it to both defend the Emperor and to attack him. So in assaulting a formation with the 4 symbols as its core, it is imperative to strike the Black Tortoise first. As Yua and Jin Hyuk arrive at the Black Tortoise's location, they are greeted by Korin and Alicia, already waiting for them. Jin Hyuk wonders just how much Korin knows to be here without any confusion. As they prepare to engage in a fierce battle, Alicia questions if the 2 of them will truly be enough. Korin reassures her that it'll be a better outcome than facing Mariette, seeing that Korin navigated the 8 gates deception and went directly to the northern gate. Makes Yua begin to wonder if her uncle's legendary 8 gates have already been deciphered. However, she believes that to be an impossibility because it has a grand total of 365 alterations, including stone soldiers, dense fog, and maze-like pathways. Yua is certain that even the most brilliant formation, sorcerer, could never escape this deadly formation. Once they have been trapped, Korin sees Yua contemplating and reveals that he knows about her recent purchase and that he simply followed the tracking rune engraved on that item. Since the group of bandits stole the items needed for the formation, Yua was forced to buy new ones from the Mandrake merchants. It suddenly all clicks into place for her, and Korin confirms that he was the one who stole them. The Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants were all his pawns. Yua becomes enraged and tells him that the two of them cannot win against her. Since Alicia lost to Yua intentionally last time, Korin encourages her to claim her well-deserved revenge on her. Yua unsheathes her blade, charging at them with the intent to end it all. If you're in such a hurry to finish this fight, Korin states he's busy too, then tells Alicia to unleash her full power. Jin Hyuk, with his annihilation fighting arts, and Yua, brandishing her dragon sword technique, rush toward Korin and Alicia like a storm. Our heroes, with their own incredible powers, hold absolutely nothing back. Cataclysmic explosions erupt, and in a single brutal instant, Jin Hyuk's entire leg is violently severed. The battle concludes in a flash. Jin Hyuk's limb and Yua's legendary blade are both shattered in two. Yua refuses to accept such a humiliating defeat. They both rise once more, their resolve to save Ran burning hotter than ever. Their clash to the death would have continued had Korin not struck the black tortoise shell, proclaiming that he would now reveal his true intentions. Yua and Jin Hyuk freeze, completely baffled by his statement. Then Korin reveals a horrifying carving, a beast with a tiger's fangs, a sheep's horns, and the grotesque face of a boar. This monstrous entity is the Taotai of the Four Perils, a being completely antithetical to the four symbols that represent order and divine protection. These are demonic beings that symbolize only destruction and pure chaos. Yua and Jin Hyuk are utterly bewildered. Why is a Taotai carved onto the black tortoise shell? A dreadful premonition occurs to them, but they quickly dismiss the impossible thought, believing a master like Kong Ryan could never overlook such a detail. But Korin tells them the utter annihilation ceremony is not being performed to exorcise Hua from Rant's physical body, but for the exact opposite. He reveals that from the very beginning, Kong Ryan was never concerned with saving Rant. His true obsession was always Hua. And this necromancer's ritual is designed to completely obliterate Rant's soul and grant Hua permanent, absolute control of her body. Kong Ryan stands triumphantly over Hua Ren's helpless form as he initiates the ceremony to achieve his malevolent goals. To some, 3 years is a lifetime. To others, a fleeting moment. But after witnessing Kong use perfect creation, Kong Ryan was consumed by a lust for her immense power. Kong Yu only ever wished to save his beloved daughter, never fathoming that Hua would fall under his brother's control. In the end, Kong Yu was branded the villain of the Moonlight Castle tragedy, his limbs torn asunder by the merciless Imperial Army. And not only that, but he had also unleashed the heavenly Yiksha, Hua. However, Kong Ryan's plans were thwarted when her brother pleaded with the Merkaba Academy's chairman to protect Hua. And although Kong Ryan is the greatest formation sorcerer alive and Barami's esteemed senior professor, he held zero influence on another continent. Kong Ryan descended into utter despair until Tate Balthazar, the legendary spear star, a specter from 80 years ago, appeared before him. He wanted the professor to do just one thing: unleash pure chaos. He commanded him to slaughter countless humans and to shatter the chairman's formidable shell until she had no option but to flee her castle fortress. This dark offer made Kong Ryan salivate with greed. He was certain the annihilation of one city for the afterlife was a paltry price to pay. Soon, the Western Protestants' holy relic, the chains of Zion, which suppressed her infinite inner power, would finally be broken. And Rant's soul, the final anchor keeping Warren in her human form, would be destroyed when Kong Ryan feeds her the 10,000 flesh pill, gifted to him by the malevolent Balthazar. Warren will transcend mortality and awaken as a true, unstoppable Yiksha. Korin's voice suddenly shatters Kong Ryan's reverie as he contemplates his evil machinations. Yua begins to interrogate her treacherous uncle. She demands to know if this ceremony is to annihilate Rant's soul, and why the items of the Four Perils are being used instead of the sacred four symbols, and if the tragedy of Moonlight Castle was his doing. In that moment, Kong Ryan realizes that Yua and Jin Hyuk are now useless to him. He invokes the law of fresh blood to engulf himself, and declares that all life within the formation will dissolve and become one within the next 10 minutes. And he will use their essence to create the pill that transcends the Yiksha. The Golden Bat, Alvin, was a second-rate monster at his peak, after he sacrificed his life to achieve transcendence. Even semi-first rank and first-rank guardians were no match for him. So if a special-ranked monster like Warren were to ascend, stopping her would be an absolute impossibility. Korin calmly reminds Kong Ryan that he cannot defeat the deep-rooted corruption within the defense industry. Instantly, the law of fresh blood dissipates, leaving the necromancer utterly stunned. Korin reveals to Kong Ryun that the items he was covertly smuggling through the Catholic Church, Korin was the one who intercepted and stole them. He was the one who introduced the merchants who sold the replacements, and it was he who supplied the items directly to them, after engraving his own runes upon them. He had orchestrated it all, and when he commanded Mariette to destroy every last one, Warren's transcendence would become an impossibility. But Kong Ryun refuses to accept his defeat. He abandons his plan for afterlife transcendence and uses his remaining power to release Warren's seal. Kong Ryun believes that if he can just kill them all, he can perform his dark ceremony once more. He commands Warren to annihilate them all. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the area. Jin Hyuk panics, realizing Kong Ryun truly controls Warren, and that he was the mastermind behind everything. However, with his severed leg and Yua's shattered sword, there is precious little that they can possibly do. Korin orders Alicia to fall back, and while he buys them some time, she is to end this with her domain severance. Witnessing Korin fight with his aura core at maximum output, Alicia was completely overwhelmed. She knew she wouldn't last 30 seconds if she were to face him in this terrifying state, and it wasn't just her. She was certain that no living human could stand against him. However, she was mistaken. For the heavenly Yaksha, Warren, it was absolutely nothing. Korin had burned through everything in a minute-long battle, but this walking natural disaster didn't even so much as flinch. Warren attacks Korin with such tremendous force that he is sent flying across the field. Korin realizes that everything about Warren is on another level. Just as he thinks that keeping up with her is impossible, he sees her leap towards him for the final blow. Our hero has reached his limit and can no longer regenerate, and with this next attack, he will be completely annihilated. Even so, Korin forces himself up for one last stand. But to his utter shock, Alicia intercepts the blow, blocking the attack with her domain severance. She knew his plan, but she could not simply stand by and watch him die. However, Alicia took dozens of steps within her own domain, and its burden is far heavier than receiving Warren's attack. So her very own body must be crushing her right now. Warren attacks again, and Alicia attempts another desperate block. A massive explosion erupts, and Warren now stands alone, surrounded by nothing but rubble. Korin gives Alicia the special elixir he saved for emergencies, because if he doesn't treat her wounds now, she will either be permanently paralyzed or die from blood loss. Normally, Korin would have waited until Mariette destroyed the 4 perils. Then, he would have used Alicia's domain severance during the brief window to deal 100% piercing and destructive damage, and then deployed his hidden trump card. He had this plan from the start, but 2 things have now changed. First was Warren, whose seal was broken, unleashing her unimaginable, terrifying strength, and the second was Alicia being injured while protecting it. Our hero would have survived the immediate danger, but now Alicia will be unable to fight any longer. He wonders if he can possibly hold out until Mariette destroys the perils. Alicia apologizes for having ruined his grand plan, but our hero could never bring himself to blame her. If he had taken that devastating attack head-on, there's a high probability he would have died instantly. He tells Alicia that he is eternally grateful for her saving him. Korin has expended all of the aura in his core and in his body. He used far too much aura during his clashes with Jin Hyuk and Warren. He wonders if he must now use the Sabensia Duke's core. He can force himself to, but the core contains a power that his body simply cannot handle. And even with the system's command backing him, Korin is not certain that he can possibly withstand. Alicia then points out that Warren has not used her right hand this entire time, and she might be concealing something within. Suddenly, Korin recalls the juju Woody had given to her. He realizes that she is still carrying the heavy burden of choice. He gets to his feet and speaks directly to Warren, praying that she is still conscious somewhere inside. But he realizes that he is left with no other choice. He had given Warren the juju wood because Warren cannot have all of the benefits for herself. He understands what pure greed is like, and he refused to let her end up like that. He wanted her to finally make a decision. Korin steps forward, trying to reach out to Warren. He recalls the legendary Sabensia Duke's swordsmanship and knows that his demonic energy has been passed down to him. From this moment on, Korin aims to recreate the grand myth of the Sabensia Duke. From 800 long years ago, He, with his demonic spear, and Warren, with her demonic chi, charge at each other. An explosion erupts as the two forces collide. This clash of raw, untamed powers isn't just a battle. It is a collision of myths of the heavenly Yiksha and the Sabanshi. Duke, Kong Ryan, is shocked to see Corrin actually fighting against Warren, and he screams at her to kill him now. As Warren extends her fist to deliver a blow, Corrin can feel 1,000 auras radiating from her. However, he too has some tricks to match that power. Warren possesses an aura of 100,000, but she can only unleash thousands at any given time. And if our hero can match that very same amount, he can stand against Warren on equal ground. But all his body must do is endure that immense power. But the Sabensia Duke's aura is crippling his body in real time. The searing pain in his body will soon make it impossible for him to even hold his spear, and all his tendons will surely break. But even then, Corrin refuses to yield because Warren is still not using her right arm. As Warren and Corrin continue their earth-shattering clash, Corrin takes a gamble that could cost him his own life. He plants his right foot and pulls his left arm far back. He sinks his very consciousness, his breath, and his muscles, and unleashes a punch that could be used only once. And this time, he did not miss, as he strikes her with the 8 trigrams extreme fist. A massive explosion erupts. Corrin sighs with relief, realizing he has finally broken through Warren's absolute defense. However, that was all that he could accomplish. He could not subdue her, because death was now closing in on him. Seeing Corrin lying on the floor completely weakened, Kong Ryun laughs maniacally at him, telling him he can't do much. Warren stands over Corrin, her powerful fists now clenched, as she prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. The chains suddenly begin to restrain her once more. Corrin rises, revealing he had been stalling so that Mariette, Yua, and Jin Hyuk could destroy all the items within the formation. Kong Ryan is stunned to see his grand plan fail. Josephine appears, points her sword at him, and tells him not to move. With Kong Ryan now apprehended, Corrin turns his attention to Warren, who is still bound by the magical restraints. He rips away the talisman that had kept her unconscious. Slowly, Warren's eyes begin to flutter open. As she regains her consciousness, she finds Corrin standing before her. He tells her again that he will help her until she decides, and urges her to make a choice that she will not regret. Warren resolves to repay Corrin by proving she is not a monster. She is the choice that she herself makes. She slowly opens her fist, only to discover that the juju wood has turned to fine dust. With her immense strength, she begins to cry, feeling utterly meaningless, believing she will never get the result she desires. Corrin is amazed that her strength turned juju wood into dust, but he assures her that there are always other methods. He embraces her, thanking her for repaying his unwavering trust. Warren still feels terrible for hurting him and for seizing Rant's body. She wonders if she can ever truly be forgiven. Corrin tells her that he doesn't have that answer, but that they can find out together. Following Kong Ryan's ultimate failure, the entire incident was handled exactly as they had decided, by keeping it an absolute secret. Barami's senior professor. Causing such an event is already a major problem, and this dark ceremony involving Huaren would draw even more attention to her. Those who feared her power would surely denounce her, and others would seek to control her power. Josephine later informs Corrin that they are trying to make it appear as if Kong Ryan suffered an unfortunate and tragic accident. And even Barami's own chairman has agreed to this, given that this is a huge consideration for them. They even requested financial compensation for all the damages, which the chairman initially tried to avoid paying, but it all worked out in the end. Josephine knows they are in no position to trust anyone, but still, she is deeply thankful to Corrin for all of his help. Corrin is optimistic that they will eventually come to trust each other. Josephine says her final goodbyes and leave Corrin to rest. Meanwhile, Mariette is overjoyed to see that Corrin is finally awake. She checks on him and sees that he has lost his fingernails. She feels sad that he constantly pushes himself and ends up hospitalized, and begins to cry because she is the one who feels hurt. When Corrin inevitably hurts himself, Corrin asks her if she is alright, considering she had to destroy all of the powerful stone soldiers. Thanks to Jin Hyuk and Yua, Our hero arrived just in time and barely escaped with his life. They were never evil people. They were simply in a tough position. Jin Hyuk was merely avenging his fallen family, and Yua only wished to save her beloved cousin. It was Kong Ryan who had exploited their profound desperation. He is the true villain. He is the one who should be blamed. As always, Corin asks Mariette to call him Appa for being so mature, which makes her think he is obsessed with that specific word. Mariette knows that it is impossible, but she desperately wants Corin to never be hurt. Our hero has been tasked with saving the entire world, and yet he is nothing when compared to the player. He is just an ordinary sub-player, with nothing but his spearmanship to depend on. His body is destined to suffer greatly. Seeing Corin not even deny that he is going to be hurt, Mariette offers to fight by his side, regardless of who he faces. Corin is overjoyed to hear those powerful words, because he is destined to fight against evil beings and the great enemies who are seeking to destroy the world. And he's going to fight them side by side with Mariette. Mariette tells him that since Harvest Day is nearly here, and the holidays are quickly approaching, she's applying for the Guardians thing much earlier, because with Corin as their leader and her as the vice leader. Just then, the nurse wheels Alicia in on a wheelchair. Corin sees her wrapped in bandages and begins to laugh, because she now looks exactly like a mummy. But he also knows she pushed herself to that point. For him, he immediately stops his laughing, apologizes to Alicia, and offers her his sincere thanks. Even though with Mariette's powerful elixir, her bones had miraculously remained intact, she will still require at least 2 full weeks of rest. With only 1 week of the grand festival left, Alicia will not be able to attend the campfire at the closing ceremony. Alicia is incredibly upset that she has to rest, because she desperately wanted to go to the campfire. It is especially sad because it would be Alicia's very first time. However, Corin offers to purchase her a Jessica dress for the winter ball, which instantly lifts her spirits once again. Corin begins to playfully tease Alicia by calling himself her Appa. As for the remaining members of the Guardians, Corin suggests Alicia, Lenya Claire, the young lady from the intelligence division, and the Wolfman siblings, Ron and Ron. He also wants to extend an invitation to Yule, but Corin believes that her allegiance is too ambiguous. Mariette is surprised that Yule and Corin are so close, and Alicia informs her they are close enough to hang out together. As Corin mentions Warren as the final, crucial member, Alicia is utterly shocked. Mariette falls completely silent. Corin informs her that Josephine has already given him her permission, but Marie asks him if he really wants to see her lose her sanity. People have always been terrified of Hua. They have hated her and stoned her and called her a foul monster. And this time, Corin was gravely injured because of her, and she nearly killed people just like she did before. Corin's words echo through Warren's troubled mind. She always believed that her strength was the only justification for how she had taken over Rant's body. She thinks she cannot rely on anyone for help. She finds Corin's kindness to be painful, and she hates him for it. She was always accustomed to people simply using her, which is precisely why she was so closed off. Corin approaches to check up on the troubled Warren, but she hurriedly urges him to change her back into Rant. Corin attempts to begin the difficult process, but before he can even make contact with her, she stops him because she suddenly wants to eat some fish. Corin realizes at once that she is simply afraid. He tells her that it is okay and that he will buy her fish later. Outside, Warren's body begins to slowly levitate as they prepare to commence the soul-swapping process. Corin takes out the sacred death god's orb, that which always hits its mark and separates the body and spirit, all while completely ignoring any defensive power. The orb is an overpowered soul-reaping weapon that exists only as data. But when a mere human uses it instead of a death god, its phenomenal accuracy rate drops to near zero. So it is, for all intents and purposes, completely useless. But our hero cannot even perceive spiritual beings. So what if he just throws it? Its accuracy will be absolute zero. He throws the spear, but it deflects and clatters to the ground. He suddenly recalls the mana stone and how its diffusion range is tied to the accuracy rate. The diffusion effect for this particular system has a max range of 100 meters, but only when the accuracy is at its absolute lowest, around 1%. But what happens when our hero, with an accuracy rate of 0, uses it? The diffusion range will then become truly infinite, completely ignoring the fact that he cannot perceive spirits, and its ultimate effect will be activated. In other words, it gets registered as an attack on the soft mana stone. Korin hurls his spear and strikes the stone with perfect accuracy. He catches Hwa-Ran just as she begins to fall. He tells her that he only used a little bit of mana. Ran awakens and immediately calls Korin Appa, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Warren calling Korin Appa. This triggers memories of him always wanting to be called Appa. Tears well up in his eyes as he realizes this is Ran, making her very first grand impression. Ran explains that she noticed him wanting to be called Appa by Hwa, which makes him realize she was watching everything this entire time, when Hwa had possessed her body for 3 agonizing years. He asks her if she hates Hwa for having taken over her body, but Ran doesn't respond and begins to run around with excitement. Thanks to Hwa, she can finally walk for the first time since she got sick, and she is now using the energy that Hwa had gathered. Ran tells Korin that she hated Hwa in the beginning and that she screamed for her to return her body. But then she realized that her own voice could not reach her, and Hwa would only ever talk to herself. Ran knew that her talking to herself was her way of coping with the guilt. She understands how hard it is to battle fear and anxiety, because she had been trapped in that body as well. Ran does not hate Hwa, because she was brave and finally returned the body to her. Korin feels a warmth seeing Ran forgive Hwa, even though she had possessed her body for 3 long years. Ran explains that her time had stopped at the age of 14, but Hwa was only a mere 3 years old, and she's finally gotten the little sister she had always wanted, a sentiment with which Korin agrees. Korin assures her that he will always come to her rescue anytime she needs. Ran tells him that she also likes sushi, and that she and Hwa have the same taste in everything, including men. She starts touching Korin, telling him that if he were to marry her, he would actually have 2 wives, and she demands an answer from him. At first, Korin thinks that she is just teasing him, but Ran assures him that she is being completely serious. And back in her hometown, everyone is married by this age. Korin tells her to ask for Hwa's opinion as well, since they are both sharing the very same body. Ran kisses his cheek, and instantly, Hwa takes over again. Hwa tells him not to take her words seriously, because she was only speaking utter nonsense. Seeing Hwa talking to herself again, Korin realizes that she is now speaking directly to Ran. Warren tells Korin to meet her at their usual place for dinner at 7. Korin knows that food is Warren's unique way of apologizing. As Warren's marriage proposal runs through his mind, he wonders if she really is just an innocent kid. The church knights believed that they would be able to capture the Protestant princess. But thanks to a certain individual, their plan was a complete failure, and they have no idea who he is or how he unraveled their plans. They were just following Jin Yang's direct orders. They assembled 100 cross-charge squad members, and in order to incite Warren's latent danger, they took a massive risk and moved through the century-old tunnel. Korin tells them they should have simply used the Chapel Knights. The squad leader calls him out for behaving so arrogantly, and Korin knocks him out cold with just a single hit. He wanted to test the throw that could take everyone down at once. As Josephine tells him she will arrest them all, Korin reminds her to extract their suicide poison capsules from their right molars first and foremost. Josephine still had so many questions for him. How did Korin know about the church's 100-year-old tunnel? And why did he ask her to keep a close watch on the Catholic Church? For the time being, Josephine was just glad to have him as an ally. Having been born with immense strength in a body that did not get injured, the Jiangshi girl's vitals were naturally made to be slower than others. So Horan was, in fact, incredibly lazy. Hwa and Ram begin arguing about waking up. And finally, Horan decides that she will get up. As she walks downstairs, she sees Korin fast asleep on the couch. Ran urges Hwa to go and wake him up, because his mouth will get twisted if he continues to sleep like that. Ran then asks Hwa if she actually likes him. Hwa tells her that she doesn't understand him at all, because he does things that she never asks for, and he pushes himself way too hard. Hwa tells Ran she doesn't like Korin. She says that she hates him. Meanwhile, Mariette notices that Warren is up unusually early. Realizing that she couldn't sleep because of Korin, Mariette asks Diokyu to lift him up onto the bed. As Mariette leaves after telling Warren to get some sleep, Warren suggests just putting Korin on the nearby sofa. Mariette tells her that he will get cold without any blankets. She then tells Warren to eat the steamed potatoes in the kitchen, and that she will eat her corn with her. Meanwhile, even though the festival had not yet concluded, the regular classes had already resumed. And since our hero has heard all of this in his previous life, he decides to focus on something else entirely. He checks his current stats, and realizes he has now surpassed Alicia's beginning stats and has even gained his third powerful aura core, as well as unlocking the demonic chi release. Now, his own aura core is currently weaker than, or equal to a normal knight with just their first core. However, our hero has the core he obtained from the White Silver Mandarin, and the demonic nature's core he obtained from the Sebastian Duke. So while the other knights only had their very first core, he already possessed 3. Alicia also obtained her domain at this time. The countless steps she took within her domain have also helped Alicia to gain some amount of power. So her aura rank has now risen to a lower high this time around. She had an upper middle rank at the very beginning, and she has now developed a half a year faster than normal. So Corin is incredibly excited to witness her future. Now, the only thing that remains is the demonic chi release. Corin's current aura is now over 8,020%, and a 16 of this can be an instantaneous release. It is a truly absurd amount of immediate, raw power. But the real problem is, when Corin had tried testing it out in the nearby hunting ground, he couldn't feel its effects at all. He starts getting overly excited, thinking he will be able to split the skies and cut down dragons with his spear. Suddenly, the teacher reveals that she will now be checking notes. Corin snaps back to the harsh reality and begins to wonder. If Lorala is angry that everyone has been sleeping in her class, it is highly likely that Lorala will punish them by forcing them to clean out the entire classroom. The issue is that this particular classroom is exclusive to the alchemy faculty, which means it will be filled with filth from countless experiments. Corin knows that he needs to write something down if he wishes to avoid this terrible punishment. He starts to look around. On his left side is Jagar, but on his right, his hand touches someone else's, and he finds Ran holding his hand, and she offers to show him her own completed homework. Ran tells Corin to just copy down her homework. She then invites him to have lunch with her. Corin accepts her offer and volunteers to buy. Meanwhile, the other students are watching him and wondering if he was always that close to Huarun. The other student points out that he was the only one who ever talked to her, which says quite a lot. Ran tells Corin that Hua was feeling sleepy, so she took over control and is letting her rest. Corin asks her if she has met with Jin Hyuk and Yua. Although the two of them were used, they still need to accept some of the responsibility. Be executed, a sentence carried out in secret by the royal family. Yua now holds the title of Lord of the Kong family, which means she now presides over all their affairs, from simple household chores to the family's marriage arrangements. Ran mischievously tells Corin she has permission, calling him her husband. This leaves Corin desperately wishing for Hua's swift return, as Ran's forward nature is becoming incredibly difficult to handle. Elsewhere, Mariette commands Diak Gu to report every single detail. Diak Gu, who had been shamelessly spying on Corin and Ran, relays everything. Mariette is aware that she and Corin are not dating, but she cannot suppress the sting of jealousy. While Mariette is typically a reasonable person, it is undeniable that her cooking for him holds a deeper meaning. Diak Gu then reveals Rant's shocking two wives marriage proposal. Mariette now understands she can no longer remain passive. She needs to make a grand gesture of her own. Her mind races with schemes, from potato farms to diamond mines. Or perhaps she should just be more direct. However, she immediately dismisses that bold thought, believing she couldn't possibly be any bolder. She spirals into a panic, asking Diak Gu if he understands the feeling of liking a boy, but all he can reply with is bone. Later, Mariette presents Corin with a bowl of ox blood soup, a rustic dish often prepared by the workers on a ranch. Corin's eyes light up with pure delight upon seeing the soup. Mariette had worried he wouldn't enjoy the bloody dish, but the very instant he tasted it, he declared it was delicious. In a flash, a system window appears, stating that his strength has increased by 30 points. Corin is ecstatic seeing this massive upgrade, and blurts out to Mariette, "I love you." Mariette feels a wave of relief for trusting in Diak Gu's advice. Meanwhile, Ran tells Josephine that her friend is having a problem. Whenever this friend sees a certain someone, her heart begins to race, and she feels light and euphoric. Josephine knows she is referring to Corin, as he is notoriously lucky with women, and he's the only person that Warren ever speaks to. Besides, Corin is a natural-born playboy. Josephine has even fielded complaints from second-year female students about him. Josephine knows this will be hard mode for Warren, going up against such an experienced charmer. Warren instantly denies it, when Josephine suggests that her friend has fallen in love. Josephine then explains that men with many women around them don't make the first move. The girls approach them. Josephine tells Warren about a 100-year-old romance novel, advising her to be bold, intensely passionate, and utterly determined, and to eliminate the other girls if she wishes to win his love. The great misfortune for these girls was that they were taking romantic advice from a witch over a century old and unmarried. Since Hua and Ran lacked any experience, they decided to accept this questionable novel-based advice. Josephine wishes Hua-ren the best of luck before departing. Meanwhile, Hua-ren resolves to go and find Corin. She finds Diokyu outside, but looking in, she sees Corin with Mariette. Warren watches the two of them from the window as her heart shatters. She had believed that Corin would be there for her, that he'd help her. But she was also painfully aware that his kindness extended to Mariette too. And still, she was deeply hurt by the sight of them together. Perhaps it was because she thought she was someone special. As her eyes fall upon Mariette, sinking her fangs into Corin's neck, Warren realizes this is far more than a senior and junior relationship. Ran asks Hua to leave this matter entirely to her, vowing that she will eliminate anyone who dares stand in their way. As the entire group enjoys dinner together, Alicia grows excited for the upcoming dessert. She comes from a remote part of the countryside, so they never had any dedicated dessert shops. Corin wonders just how remote it must be to lack a dessert shop. He has journeyed to the east on quests before, and he had come here for dessert, never imagining he would gather so many companions. At the same time, Warren and Mariette offer Corin cake. Corin chooses to accept Warren's delicious crepe. Warren then takes Mariette's offered strawberry cake. To make Mariette jealous, she then asks Corin to feed her. Mariette and Warren begin a passive-aggressive war of words. Warren inquires about her famous potato farm cakes and questions whether they can even be called a cake. Jaeger senses the atmosphere becoming incredibly tense and wordlessly asks Corin if he is responsible for this. Jaeger, Lark, and Corin all get up to escape to the bathroom. Mariette and Warren continue their verbal sparring about how living in the countryside is fresher than the corrupting city. Although they are both smiling, Alicia knows it is not a genuine smile and wisely decides to focus on eating her food. Mariette informs Warren that Corin will be traveling south with her to relax in a luxurious hot spring. But Warren tells her she will be asking Corin to visit Zion Chapel with her because receiving a blessing from the saintess is better than a smelly old hot spring. Mariette becomes enraged and tells Warren that Corin is coming with her. Corin, who is still hiding in the washroom, is suddenly struck by a wave of intense, killing intent. Alicia finally decides to enter the heated conversation and informs both Warren and Mariette that Corin had some urgent business in the east and had already agreed to watch a solar eclipse with her. Suddenly hearing this revelation increases Mariette's killing intent even more. A few short days ago, Yule told Corin about a powerful spirit from the eastern forest. Druids, who are beloved by the spirits, are said to travel with them, regardless of their own affinity. But even so, embarking on such a long journey is quite unusual, which means the druids named Uskas and Findias have been found. Findias is the very location where Clam Soles, one of the 4 great and powerful secret treasures, is currently hidden. The druid who protects that land is Uskas. In the original game, these were unobtainable story items, only ever collected by Tate's Balthazar and his evil minions. And Park couldn't even defeat Balthazar before his own demise. Weakening the enemy would be a better path for Park, but if only he could obtain one of the treasures that his great enemy was destined to acquire. Corin wouldn't even know where to begin his search, but thanks to the reward he gained from defeating Fermac Damon, he had all the information transferred directly into his mind. Corin can now obtain Clam Soles during the next solar eclipse, when the sun is at its lowest power. During his 3 years of playing, there is only one solar eclipse on the 8th of February. Both Findias and Uskia are located beyond the eastern part, deep within the territory of the beast. King Findias is the sacred domain of the druids. It's a hidden location, but Corin was certain that Yule, with her newly increased strength, could find it. Corin is thrilled that everything is going as planned, and soon he will acquire the Clam Soles and ruin Vulture's plans. Corin informs Mariette that he must leave, and he isn't certain of the Sabancia Duke's full abilities, so he needs to consult the sword-crazed person in the east. He finds Mariette giving him an incredibly intense stare. She then hands over her personal family sigil, which could grant him assistance in most known places. Corin asks her if she really wants to give this to a nobody, but Mariette tells him that he is far from a nobody. He tells her that he might require her assistance, and Mariette readily agrees to always be there for him. She gives him a large sack of potatoes and warns him not to accept potatoes from strangers, as if he were a young child. As Corin prepares to leave, Mariette stops him, suggesting they do it before he departs. Corin tells Mariette to suck as much as she possibly can, because soon she'll be stuck with only blood packs. Meanwhile, the day before he is set to leave, Corin feels utterly exhausted and decides to get some sleep. As he enters his private room, he finds Warren already on his bed, who complains about his excessively long shower. Warren suggests they sleep, but Corin refuses the offer. She points out that they have already done it before, but Corin tells her that was only because of the rain. However, not wanting to waste any more of his energy, Corin agrees, thinking it's fine as long as Josephine doesn't catch them. Besides, she had been comforted when they slept together before. As Corin begins to remove his outer robe, Warren thinks he is stripping and throws a pillow at his head. He jokes about sleeping completely naked, but then assures her he is only going to wear his pajamas. After a bit of arguing about who should look away and who deserves to have the single pillow, Warren tells Corin to be careful in the east, because when he gets hurt, she gets hurt as well. Warren tells him to get injured less often, and that she will be coming to the east very soon too. Meanwhile, on the following day, Corin reads the news about the Sword Emperor, Garrett, bequeathing to his granddaughter, Alicia, the 5th Sword Pavilion, which Alicia had no prior knowledge of. Alicia tells him she brought her coat and bag with food and clothes as snow equipment, and Yule believes nature itself will protect her. Corin simply calls them amateurs, because they are now heading directly east aboard a wyvern, and they will soon discover exactly what that means. As they ascend 1 kilometer into the frigid air, Yule and Alicia quickly realize that nature does not protect anyone. As they fly high above the Taklon region, Alicia points towards a massive horde of elephants and tells Corin that they will completely destroy the town if they continue on their path. Since they have enough time to intervene, Corin tells Yule to make roots sprout directly in the elephant's path and instructs Alicia to then handle the rest of them. Yule uses her power to ensnare the elephants in powerful roots, while Alicia attacks them with her mighty sword. But to their utter shock, the elephants block her powerful attack. Corin tells Yule to focus on binding the ones at the front, while he handles the rest. Suddenly, the monster hunters from Arden arrive and slay the beasts. In an instant, Lunia, Alicia's older sister, calls Alicia pathetic and far too slow. She tells Alicia that she could have caused even greater damage. Corin begins to wonder if Lunia is trying to warn Alicia about the news in the newspaper. She then hands them some of her honey bomb candy and tells them all to be more careful next time. Lunia expresses her appreciation for Corin making it to the first rank. Just as Corin thinks that Lunia is being too dry, she suddenly turns around and proposes marriage to him. This leaves Yule, Alicia, and even Corin himself utterly stunned. Dunlevy, with its bountiful lands and the largest family in the south, controls all of the major trade routes. In stark contrast, the eastern regions border not only a nation of heretics, but they also must face an untamed and savage nature and fend off countless monsters from the uninhabitable lands. Despite all of these conditions, the eastern region has always maintained their pristine reputation, thanks to the powerful Arden family, the legendary defenders of the wastelands. Upon Lunia's orders, her servants show Alicia and her friends to their private rooms, while Yule and Corin play a game of chess. Yule expresses her concern for Alicia and thinks she might be punished for not slaying the elephants properly, but Corin assures her that will not happen. Suddenly, a servant appears and tells Corin that Lunia is summoning him. As Corin enters into Lunia's lavish room, he assumes she has called him here for punishment. After she confirms that Corin is turning 18 and is unmarried, Lunia asks him if he would consider marrying her. At first, Corin thinks that she must be joking, but Lunia assures him that she is being completely serious. She tells him that his mature way of thinking, his martial arts prowess, and his looks are perfect and definitely her type. Corin never thought she would be the type of person to care about looks, but Lunia reminds him that she is still a woman, so she wants to choose the man whose face and body she will be seeing. Lunia tells Corin that she is doing all of this because of him. When Alicia had defeated her, the demented Sword Emperor, Gezer had appeared and told them to appoint Alicia as the 5th Sword Pavilion Master. This led to her supporters losing all of their confidence in her, which Corin would understand since he had arranged all of it. Lunia began to lose all of her crucial support and started receiving proposals from various swordsmen, offering to help restore her good name. However, she despises this kind of political maneuver because she is far too superior to be a mere product on the marriage market, and that is why she wants to fake an engagement with Corin. Alicia is the illegitimate bastard child of Arden. Even so, countless extravagant gifts awaited her, due to her being appointed as a possible heir at such an early age. When Alicia's mother informed her about the news, Alicia had tried her best to resist. But Sophia told her that her father's words were absolute law. Grand Arden's wish is an undeniable order. He told Alicia that as the master of the 5th Sword Pavilion, she must work diligently to protect humanity and their family's glory. With this, she now has to select people to serve in her pavilion and to establish all of their respective roles. Alicia obeyed because she could not possibly refuse her father, and this unwavering submission remains unchanged even now, even when she knows these people will never truly accept her. As Alicia stands just outside of Lunia's grand room, she overhears her asking Corin out for a proper date. She knows that it's very much like her to do that, and that the proposal must have some ulterior motive. But she is also certain that Lunia truly likes Corin. As a swordsman, Lunia deeply respects the prowess of a warrior, and she would have never offered to become engaged if she did not actually like Corin. Alicia likes this idea because Lunia played a motherly role for her, and even if they were at odds with each other sometimes, she wants what is best for her sister. Corin, too, is special because he helped her to realize her true talent. He believed in her, and he saved her from her sister's followers. Alicia believes the two of them are perfect for each other, and she is truly happy for them because she loves them both. Meanwhile, Sophia presents Lunia with a list of potential heirs from renowned families and many skilled swordsmen. Since the majority of her supporters are from her mother's family, Lunia could not possibly ignore their wishes, so she brought up the marriage proposal on a whim. She believes that Corin is a good man, but more importantly, he is incredibly power-hungry. Lunia's grandfather, the Grand Arden, will be the one to choose the next head of the family. And Corin Lork has enough raw talent to reach the domain, so he will not hesitate to silence any opposing opinions. Lunia can't help but wonder if Alicia is just a friend to Corin, or if there is possibly something more. She truly cares about her younger sister. After all, Jenny walks in on Lunia and asks about the proposal. However, she does not appear to have a problem with Lunia's choice, because Corin is powerful and very suitable to be her partner. However, what she does object to is Lunia's choice of attire for the day. As Corin arrives at the place where Lunia had asked him to be, he is left speechless by how absolutely gorgeous Lunia looks. She takes his arm, and they leave to enjoy their first date. Meanwhile, Alicia, with her loyal people, is hunting down dangerous monsters, while Lunia and Corin are being swayed by beautiful, enchanting music. Alicia is covered in gruesome scars and the blood of slain monsters, while the singer hits the final, beautiful notes of the song. Alicia delivers the final, decisive swing of her mighty sword, where the talented musician wins the hearts of his audience. Alicia shows her people how to properly hunt down a monster. At the conclusion of the date, Lunia asks Corin if he had fun, and Corin assures her that he most certainly did. Lunia gets on her knees and kisses his hand gently. Corin reminds her that usually the man is supposed to do that. Lunia tells him she is used to dealing with girls like that, and that she will leave it to him for next time. Before she departs, she asks to meet with him again because she has some plans for him. As Lunia walks back towards her residence, she finds Alicia standing there, completely covered in blood. She informs Alicia that she had fun with Corin in the city today. Alicia points out that this is the first time in 7 long years that she has worn traditional, formal clothing. Lunia, without offering any comment on that, tells Alicia that she's going to get changed and asks her to meet her at the training grounds to spar. Normally, Alicia would have tried to avoid this situation, and even though she wasn't sure why her sister offered to spar, she still found that she could not say no. As they stand opposite each other in the training grounds, Lunia points out that usually Alicia would not have said yes. She tells her that no one else is watching, and that she can say whatever it is she wants to say. Linnea and Alicia recite their phrases before sparring and begin the fight. The very first attack from Linnea leaves Alicia completely surprised. Linnea continues with her fluid moves, telling Alicia to keep up with her. As Linnea continues with her horizontal lines and no light, her attacks should be visible to Alicia's unique boundary eyes, but her own reflexes are simply too slow. But if she can anticipate Linnea's attacks and not just react, perhaps Alicia can manage to counter them. As Alicia attempts to counter the deadly attack, Linnea dodges it with incredible ease. Linnea tells Alicia her breath is unsteady and sent her flying with just a single punch. Thanks to Alicia's supernatural reflexes, she stands a decent chance against her powerful sister. Linnea realizes Alicia has improved greatly since before, and thinks it is because of Corin that she has changed her mind. Linnea tells Alicia that she and Corin fight in the exact same way. They do not waste any fancy moves on mere humans, and it only takes them a distance of a finger to breach the lethal gap. Linnea closes that gap in an instant and attacks Alicia, and she hopes she can dodge her next devastating one. Alicia can dodge Linnea's normal attacks with ease, but how is she ever supposed to dodge this one? And so she lost. After her great victory against her sister, she had believed that she was better and much stronger. But now she believes it was just a matter of pure luck. And now, there was a massive gap between Alicia and Linnea that couldn't be crossed. Linnea tells Alicia that she must keep working hard, because if she doesn't, she will be left watching Corin at her back. A few days later, Sophia brings up Linnea's marriage once again, and tells her that if this new boy is just a fling, she can indulge herself after she has become engaged, because a man is only a tool to carry on the family's name. Sophia was once celebrated as the greatest swordsman in the East, but after her husband's shameful adultery, Jade Arden's very ideals for marriage have forever changed. Sophia tells Linnea she is free to marry whoever she may want. Linnea assures her that her chosen guy is a magnificent warrior, far greater than the names that are on that pamphlet. She tells her that he reached the domain at the age of 20, and his talent as a warrior is comparable to her own grandfather's. Linnea then adds that it is more than just his raw talent. It is a talent of the victory-seizing kind, and he is quite handsome. And taking away something precious from Alicia gives Linnea a certain thrill. Hearing this last part for the very first time in her life, Sophia began to reconsider her own personal views on marriage. The New Year's ceremony took place just 9 days after they arrived at Arden's, and the village's theme looked strikingly similar to Korea. Corin's original goal for coming to the East was to locate one of the 4 treasures, Findias, the sacred domain of the Druids. Findias is a land filled with nature, towering mountains, and dangerous monsters, and it lies far beyond the border that is managed by the Ardennes. As they continue on their perilous journey, Yule finds a local spirit to ensure that they do not become lost in this dense forest. Corin thanks Linnea for all of her help in crossing the dangerous border, and she tells him she is just there to serve as his guardian, since they are all so young, and she is now his fiancée. However, without Warren or Mariette present, Linnea is a truly great support for them at the moment. Alicia tells Linnea that she should not say things like fiancé, because people might begin to think weirdly of her. But Linnea tells her that she doesn't care about what other people think. Alicia insists that she should not bring down Corin's potential. Like that, at long last, they reach the entrance, and they only need to cross the gateway. As everyone passes on through, Corin finds himself separated from his team, which is to be expected of a place guarded by a sage-level druid. He immediately recognizes the spell, one that is designed to charm those entering through the barrier. Corin wonders if it is the 8-ray formation, just like last time. It is a sacred test to determine whether the travelers with the druid are truly worthy of entering this place. Corin is now ready to take on any monster or illusion that they might throw to test his mettle. Suddenly, Corin hears a familiar voice and begins to sweat. As he slowly turns around, he finds the main player standing before him with a grin on his face, calling him brother. Corin is shocked to see the main player, but without wasting a single precious moment, he begins to fight. As Corin attacks the main player, he merely touches his spear and is instantly decimated. Park Seo-ho, the legendary main player of this world, may be evil, but his power is equal to that of a god, and he is even stronger than our hero currently is. Now, Park tells Corin he should be proud of having killed him, but that he does not have what it takes to save the world. Park had failed, despite hoarding so much immense power, and he believes that Corin is nothing in comparison to him. He cannot possibly defeat Tate's Balthazar. Corin tells him that he can by stealing one of his 4 treasures, and that he is trying to secure a truly happy ending. However, Park thinks that if he truly wanted that, he would have chosen to become just like him. He tells Corin that he enjoys sacrificing himself for others, and the time that he has spent saving the NPCs, he could have spent focusing on the far bigger picture. He could have become so much stronger. And Corin knows that he isn't playing as he is supposed to. Park had sacrificed anyone who ever got his way. He believed that is how one truly gets stronger. He asks Corin to let people die and to save the world with him. Corin tells him that he had started the game over again, and that he had regretted missing out on items, and that those desires are the reason he is seeing this vision. Corin swears that he will save the world and create a safe place for all the people that he saved without putting cold efficiency above everything else. He charges his energy and punches Park with all of his might. He thought that this vision was meant to scare him, but it only helped him to regain his unwavering focus. Corin knows now that even if he had the opportunity, he would not change a single thing. With his intense focus now regained, Corin conjures up his mighty spear once again. As Corin regains his full senses, he sees all of his friends gathered around him. Yule is a druid, so he knows she wouldn't have been affected, but he wonders how Lunia managed to get through it. Lunia tells him she just saw her grandfather speaking utter nonsense, so she simply cut him down. However, Alicia is by far the most vulnerable one, so they all hope that she wakes up very soon. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a leopard talking. He is impressed by how quickly they were able to clear the fog. The mystical leopard then transforms into his real shape and welcomes Yule and all of her good friends. The leopard turns out to be the guardian of Findias and Uskias, and he offers to lead them all to the sacred land of Findias. It is only at this moment that Lunia realizes that this place is the domain of the 4 treasures, Findias. Yule tells her that all of the people who reside here are her kin. However, Lunia is curious if she can get a place here for herself. Uskias knew about a young druid searching for this sacred place, and he asked them why they are here in the wild. Corin tells him that he is looking for the legendary sun sword, Clam Solace, and because he is here as the first spear of the Queen of Paradise. Danua, our hero, is the one and only rightful successor to his great master, even after he has regressed. Corin realizes Uskia said that he, too, is looking for the treasure. Suddenly, a tall shadow walks in and recognizes Corin, but he was not expecting him to be quite that unhinged. The shadow is the fearsome monster of Nereus, the king of the shade, the great beast king Dunscape. He tells Corin that there is only one available throne, and when the dreaded age of shadow finally comes, his goddess will be devoured by all of the beasts. Now, since Corin and Dunscape both want the Clam Solace, and Uskias cannot simply bestow it to either one of them, he resolves to test their individual worthiness. The great druid is neutral, but our hero does not know the specific contents of the test, although Dunscape doesn't know either. Balthazar had successfully acquired all 4 treasures in his previous life, so there is a significant risk involved. The druid tells them both to wait in their respective rooms, while they discuss if it will follow the proper canon. Dunscape will surely pass the difficult test. While everyone else is asleep, Alicia imagines a happy family, with Corin and Lunia happily married, and her little nieces calling her aunt, even though she knows it will be for the best. She does not understand why she feels so bad about it. Corin checks to see if Alicia is awake yet, but he finds her fast asleep. He hopes that she wakes up by tomorrow, because he will need all the help that he can possibly get, just as he is about to turn and leave. Alicia grabs him and pulls him down on her bed. As she sits up on top of him, she removes something from his finger. She gets incredibly close to him and whispers into his ear that her sister is not home today. Alicia, after telling Corin that her sister is not currently here, immediately falls asleep next to him, leaving him completely flustered. The druid announces that it is time for the second task. These people had not realized it, but they have already completed the very first task. It was a test to determine how far they would go for what they desired. They have all now proven themselves before the great druid. Suddenly, Alicia recalls the events of last night and becomes very embarrassed. Lunia tells Alicia that she must follow her own beliefs, because that is where their true strength really comes from. Yule tells Alicia that she should rest if she feels tired, but Alicia is too busy looking down upon herself. Their objective, to locate the fabled mistletoe oak, and from it, forge a wand before the sun's first light. Before the trial commenced, all participants signed a binding pledge. It forbade any conflict between them for 60 full days. This very condition was specifically requested by Corin, for he feared that the treacherous Doom Norix might intervene. Because while the other druids maintained their neutrality, Doom Norix had sworn his allegiance to Balthazar, and though Yule possessed incredible specialized skills, Doom Norix was a sage of immense power, and despite the truce forbidding direct combat, the chasm in their power levels remained vast. To make matters worse, the spirits were ignoring Yule's call, as they were all lending their aid to Doom Norix, making their quest even more difficult. Suddenly, Alicia cries out that she has discovered it, but her discovery turns out to be a common hackberry tree. Mistletoe rarely grows as a parasite on oak trees, and just finding an oak in this forest is a challenge in itself, making this a truly desperate gamble. The quest would be arduous even with a spirit's guidance, but all of them have sided with the vile Doom Norix. Alicia suggests just finding some mistletoe and attaching it to an oak, but Yule knows that such a shortcut would be meaningless. With the challenge now over, Uskia summons everyone to present their wands. Dunscaith beholds Corin's wand, noticing it is larger than his own. Alicia had managed to find a few mistletoe sprigs, which they grafted onto an oak and grew using Yule's magic. Ordinarily, it would have withered and died, but the special potion from the east had worked. Uskias accepts all their wands and announces the final trial. The final trial is to retrieve the crimson fruit from the mystical rowan tree, located deep within the northern forest. As they arrive, Sharon tells them they must prove their worth to claim the fruit. Sharon is a sky titan from the heroic legends of Arryn, a member of the same race as the great sky titan that protects the sacred son of Findius. The participants know that a battle would be extremely difficult, and they cannot obtain Clam Solace, regardless of victory or defeat. Corin understands that engaging the giant in combat is a futile effort. He tries to decipher the trial's true nature, but the Titan reveals that they must solve a series of riddles. Dunscaith becomes excited as he adores solving riddles. The Sky Titans cherish both treasure and clever riddles, because they believe that anything else would simply crumble beneath their immense power. Corin also agrees to participate in the riddle contest. The giant explains that the first to solve 5 riddles wins, and only 2 combatants from each side can participate. The druids are forbidden from playing, as they frequently solve riddles with the titans. Dunscaith is thrilled, while Corin chooses Alicia for his team, since Linnea has no fondness for riddles. The Titan poses the first riddle. It grows larger in the morning. It shrinks at noon. It grows large once more in the afternoon, yet it vanishes completely at night. While Corin struggles to think, wishing he had more time, Dunscaith instantly answers a shadow, and he is correct. This revelation stuns both Corin and Alicia. Corin had forgotten about Scaith's special trait, since he always gives off such an odd impression. The second riddle, it exists, yet it cannot be seen. However, it cannot be defeated by any mighty foe. It will pursue you, but will stop eternally if you pass. Scaith once again answers time, and he is correct. The Titan then gives them the third riddle. It is sometimes a thing of great joy, sometimes a comedy, and sometimes a terrible tragedy. All living beings are the main characters in this grand play. Scaith once again answers life first and is correct again. He laughs aloud, quoting Shakespeare out of pure happiness. Corin feels as if he is competing against millions of people at once. He screams at Alicia for not helping, since she reads so many magazines, but she tells him that she only reads the teenage girl variety. The fourth riddle, it is beautiful only to me, yet others will never be able to understand it. It may be violence to some, but it is an escape for all others. Corin struggled once more, wondering if he was always this unimaginative. Suddenly, Alicia raises her hand high into the air. She rethinks the riddle and asks if the answer is an affair. Everyone is completely shocked by her answer. Alicia assumes that she is incorrect, but the Titan actually accepts her strange answer. Alicia is incredibly embarrassed by her own answer, as she notices Corin will no longer look her in the eye. Even though they had managed to break Scaith's winning streak, they had to accept defeat after he got the next 2 riddles correct. Scaith had claimed the fruit, and they had ultimately failed. However, Yule believes that this task does not end here, and it just won't have an item for the upcoming task. Yule begins to search for enemies, but she cannot find any, and she cannot locate any of the local spirits either. Corin realizes that they have not seen any monsters here either. This entire forest is notorious for its spirits and monsters, and to find neither of them can only mean two things. Someone either killed all of the monsters and spirits, or scare them away. Skaith begins to laugh with a truly evil tone, as Doom Norix prepares his sinister and evil plans. As the dark spell concludes, the entire forest glows an eerie green. Kor notices something approaching them at an incredible speed. He shoves Yule down and shields her from the incoming attacker. As the brilliant green glow finally fades, they are shocked to find a humanoid monster before them, and they wonder why such a being is here. Lunia's jaw drops completely to the floor as she recognizes the legendary Arden-style swordsman, the Sword Demon. The demon territory lies far beyond the Arden territory. It is a place where the mountain beasts and powerful demons, who think of themselves as the true lords of the forest, maintain a very fragile and delicate balance. One old man, with just a sword, broke that equilibrium. He did not summon any of the demi-humans, because they had all given in to their beastly instincts, though there were some very rare occasions when a monster with a completely human form would emerge. It is unknown whether it was for the sake of living or of dying. The Sword Emperor that found this sword-wielding creature laughed aloud and began a very one-sided master-disciple relationship that only the master himself was aware of. On the 8th day, he bestowed upon the monster a name. He called it the Mighty Sword Demon. The only ones who ever knew that name were Corin and the very same old man who had named it. However, in the not-so-distant future, it will be known throughout all of the lands, as it is destined to rise, to become the strongest swordsman in the heroic legend of Arden, and will eventually join Valtazer's nefarious side. But seeing how he had just attacked Doom, Norix and Skaith, Corin believes he has not yet sided with Valtazer. Even so, he feels deeply uneasy. Next, the Sword Demon rushes to attack our terrified hero. Corin knows that he cannot possibly dodge, but then Lunia steps in with her powerful combo to fight alongside Corin. Lunia is completely shocked by the Sword Demon's swordsmanship skills. As she fights him in a hand-to-hand battle, she notices that it doesn't just use both of its hands, but also its feet, which are like sharp daggers too. This demon, who controlled countless swords all at once, now faced a new opponent, who swiftly controlled her distance with just a single sword. The victor will be determined by the ability to cut through the gap between them. Corin and Alicia then step in to attack the fearsome Sword Demon, but to their shock, it effortlessly dodges their combined attack. Corin goes in again for another chance, insistent on not missing his target. But the demon uses its domain severance and 8-hand peerless skill. Corin is incredibly impressed by its raw power. Moving just once is a difficult feat, and yet the Sword Demon attacked 8 separate times. Alicia and Corin, with all of their might and powerful combos, only managed to block 5 of them, while the other 3 head straight on towards Lunia. Lunia can sense the coming domains, but she is simply too slow. Corin thinks that Lunia will be hurt, but then he sees her pull off a technique that Alicia would only ever learn. In the endgame, she uses Warding Aura combined with some other combos, and successfully manages to strike the Sword Demon. However, she misses all of its vital points, so they move in again to finally finish it off. The Sword Demon has not yet reached the stage that Corin knows of. Eventually, it will learn the skill of 1,000 peerless hands, and will be able to cut through anything and everything, which is why Corin knows he must end it right here. Suddenly, Skaith jumps in and attacks the Sword Demon, the king's own subordinate, surprises even the Sword Demon, and forces it to retreat. The great beast King Dun, Skaith, and legislator Doom Norix are beings with near-immortal levels of pure life force. They're the very monsters that Corin and his friends must face. After the great fight, Yule feels bad for not being of any help, but Alicia and Lunia assure her that it is perfectly okay, because everyone is safe and sound. However, Lunia begins to wonder where the Sword Demon learned the powerful Arden-style sword skills, and the only possibility that she can think of is that it had learned them through thousands of fights. Lunia believes that there is only one person who could do that. Suddenly, her own grandfather, Grand Arden, walks in, confirming her wild theory. Lunia thinks that he must be mad for teaching a monster those skills. Garen Arden tells her that he was just passing the time, and that he did not actually teach the monster. He had only ever shown it. The grandfather reveals the domain and thinks that it is exciting that the sword demon uses a monster's own sword to tread upon the domains. He adds that he can even see the next stage of swordsmanship. While Lunia thinks that her grandfather is completely mad, Alicia asks him to teach her the ways of the sword, because she is tired of always being so powerless. Garant Arden agrees to teach her the sword, and thus begins her awakening into that very same madness. The entire group goes back to Uskias, and Korin asks him about them not having the sacred fruit. He asks Uskias whether they can still be a part of the last test or not, to which Uskias permits them to continue, but with a major consequence. Uskias mentions how their lack of fruit will advantage Skaith and Doom. Norix. Skaith's sarcastic laugh upon hearing this greatly annoys Korin, and he protests this decision to Uskias, asking for a small favor, since their loss was due to the sudden interruption on their way. However, Uskias ignores him completely and moves on to the final trial. The opponents are now ordered to grow the staff, which they had all crafted during the second trial, up into the sky and make it face the giant that shields the sun. For this final task, they're given time until the great solar eclipse, which is in 3 weeks, cut from the very same cloth, a nature that is activated by objects which hold the capability to cut. Due to this, Alicia is able to understand the nature and intelligence of the sword demon and fears that they are much stronger than even her. While training Alicia, Grant states how awful her basics truly are. Nonetheless, he was delighted that raising the demon made her want to learn the blades. Alicia asks him the reason which had stopped him from killing that monster, to which he replies that it was destined to reach the Sky Sword. When she asks him what the Sky Sword is, he proudly claims to have created it himself. Alicia lunges at Gran, filled with great annoyance, and he prepares himself for their sparring match as well. He explains that anyone on this particular level will be able to cut the skies and to cut into the fabric of the world itself, and that is the swordsmanship that he wishes to witness. Mariette, in the Elha's kingdom, Southern Castle, seeks her mother's formal permission to leave. She proceeds to depart in order to see Korin before the solar eclipse on the 8th of February, but she feels incredibly nervous. Her brother tries to stop her, saying that her break should be devoted to her family. However, their own mother stopped her brother, saying Mariette should go and find herself a man and make her own family. While leaving, Mariette announces that she is borrowing Hraesvelgr, an eagle-shaped originator of the mighty wind. On her journey, Mariette could feel the sudden appearance of a new competitor in her love life. The Saintess, Estelle, is informed about the arrival of Warren. Thus, she permits her entry. As soon as she sees Warren, she jumps towards her for a warm and loving hug and asks her if she is doing fine after the great trouble she had gotten into at the festival. Without answering directly, Warren asks the Saintess to lift the seal that is limiting her vast powers, since she wishes to be a proper wife for her beloved husband. After inquiring about it for a bit, the Saintess lifts the sacred seal up to the very first lock. Without wasting a single precious minute, Warren runs to leave when the Saintess offers her the use of a wyvern. Since she needs to cover 24,000 kilometers, Warren claims that she is faster than any wyvern and that she wants to arrive there before the other woman does. They remark that it would take her 3 full weeks to get there, but Warren jumps from the window, saying it will just be 2 days. On the other hand, Estelle finds it very interesting for Korin to be stuck between these 4 women: Dunleavy, Lunia, Alicia, and Horan. After 4 very long days, Korin curses the Sword Emperor for being so incredibly harsh with Alicia. During their spar, he treats the deep wounds on her back, mentioning how she could die from blood loss at this point, before she could even climb up the massive tree. They turn to look at the tree and realize how bad their situation truly is. Nevertheless, Korin encourages her that things will surely work out. Alicia thinks about how he has always been this incredibly positive, even in the most hopeless of situations, and she wonders how he can possibly be this strong. Curious about it, she ends up asking him about his final goal. But before he can answer, Doom Norix walks up to them, remarking on their hard work in a deeply sarcastic way. Doom Norix asks Korin the reason that humans want to stop the coming of his utopia. Korin states the obvious, that it would result in the deaths of humans in a large number, and he throws back a question at Doom Norix, asking him why he had picked Korin's opposite side, when he should be dutifully guarding nature. Doom Norix replies that he has now realized, after hundreds of years of vast experience, that humans must die for the ultimate sake of nature. Alicia looks angrily at the pure malice in Doom Norix's eyes before she is shaken back to her senses by Corrin's hand on her shoulder. He asks her to look very closely at Doom Norix, since he is the kind that Corrin wants to kill completely. Doom Norix acknowledges all of Corrin's valiant efforts, but he points out their own great progress, saying, he is destined to fail with the difference he has with Skaith's staff. He claims that there is no magic which can ever compete with nature's logic and its pure efficiency. Corrin steps towards his staff without saying another word, but thinking about how people had believed him. Back when he suggested throwing the gold mandrake into the lake, except for some certain people like himself, Corrin had experimented with the gold mandrake. And to him, he's the first one to have created a fertilizer from it. Corrin had even used a few precious drops of it when he was growing the sapling into a gigantic staff. He pours it into the rich soil around the staff, showing off his unique creation to the shocked Doom Norix. The short staff grows incredibly high up towards the sky, while Corrin calls Doom Norix a mere newbie, despite his many long years of vast experience. After the magical tree has grown higher than they could ever see, Doom Norix praises Corrin's impressive abilities and advises him not to let go of the moment when the sun weakens if he ever wants to get the Clam Solace. As for his very last and final farewell, Doom Norix grabs a hand of Corrin's and bows down before him, entrusting all these things to him. Alicia is about to leave to call for Lunia, asking if they are now leaving, but Corrin quickly stops her. He says they will be leaving in a week, after they have prepared all the food and clothes for their long climb. With that being said, he looks back up at the colossal tree and thinks about how the final battleground will be set high above the skies. He tells Doom Norix to be very well prepared, since he has gathered a strong and powerful team for himself. A full week passes by, and it is finally the day of their great climb. Corrin feels restless over the fact that neither of his helpers, Warren and Mariette, has arrived at the location yet. Two men find both Mariette and Warren by the Great Barrier, and they bring them directly to Uskias. The three of them talk about how the girls' states have greatly altered from when they had first brought them a few days ago, and notice that their mana and aura is now far too powerful. They begin to wonder what kind of visions the two of them are having, for to nearly risk the entire domain if this continues. Thus, Uskias decides to enter their visions himself to lead them out. The other men offer their help, but Uskias prefers to divide his own consciousness into two and to lead the both of them out of there himself. Mariette is now envisioning Corrin's wedding with none other than Jenny, and she criticizes how they already have their own kids, even before Jenny's own graduation. The three small kids seem to look exactly like Corrin, but what shocks her even more is the very sight of Jenny as Corrin's bride. A full year after the wedding, Mariette feels bitter to see the couple, and she thinks about how that kid should have been her very own. She looks at all of the efforts Corrin is putting in to get ready for their grand anniversary. But when she notices him wearing the same clothes he had worn to his wedding, she becomes incredibly envious and thinks about how she would have gotten him all new clothes, food, and all the treasures and powers he rightfully deserves. Even now, she still wishes to give him all of that if he would just greet her once more with a warm smile. Right after she thinks this to herself, Mariette is struck with a grand idea and decides not to give up on it. She plans on turning Corrin himself into a powerful vampire, using her elderly vampire privilege right when he dies, after he has lived his short life of a mere 100 years. At this very point, she doesn't care, even if her relationship with him becomes that of a mother and her child. Her devious plan extends to giving him another 100 years of new life, until every single trace of Jenny finally fades away from his very life. Next, we come to Warren's visions, where she sees Corrin getting married to Mariette, while she is sitting on the branch of a tree right outside her house. She accepts her great defeat for having lost Corrin to another woman. She feels devastated about the only person she had ever loved or touched as a nun, but she is taken out of her thoughts by her conscience's voice. Her own alter ego asks her about all of her secret wishes, to which Warren confesses about how she had wanted to live a life filled with love by Corin's side and have a very normal and happy family. Her alter ego then pushes her to work on achieving her desires. So Warren gets up from there and enters into Corin's large house. Corin greets her, but without greeting him back in return. She grabs his hand and then jumps right on top of him, caging him beneath her. When he confusedly questions her behavior, she blames it on him for looking at someone else besides just her, and she digs her sharp teeth into his very skin. She says that his very first time should also be reserved just for her, the very same way she has given him all of her own first times. In her own personal vision, they sleep together, holding hands, and a mystical bird leaves them a baby in the bright morning. She feels deeply satisfied after she has finally won Corin, but her great happiness does not last for very long, as she is finally led back to the harshness of reality. Instead of Corin, Warren seems to be sleeping while holding Mariette's hand, and they both look at each other with completely bewildered looks. Uskias clears his throat in order to grab their attention, and he introduces himself as they both quickly sit up. He informs them that they are now late to go and meet Corin, since he has already started climbing the tree 4 days ago. The girls then ask Uskias, with great confusion, how he knew they were looking for Corin. So out of sheer embarrassment, he turns away, saying he knows all. Being the great sage druid, he feels quite embarrassed about the things that he has just witnessed in the strange visions of the two young girls, and he swears never to speak up about the dark and secret desires of the three girls. Corin, along with his 3 loyal members, keeps on climbing up the great tree, but he reaches absolutely nowhere. Corin remembers that Balthazar's army obtains all 4 of the treasures, Iredver, Cleve Solis, and the Liaf fail canonically. And while he was chasing after them in the game's story, he was able to visit Gorias and Murius. But the sacred treasures were already gone, as was to be expected. However, Corin now remembers the specific text from the game, stating that the Undry of Murius is in the deepest darkness, like it was in the bottomless pit of snakes. Similarly, Corin thinks about how Uskias mentioned reaching the skies and then grasping the sun. He wonders what if it was just a euphemism. Hinting, Yule then alarms Corin about the clouds that are descending, to which he clarifies that it is actually the tree, which still has not yet finished its growing. They soon arrive at a great castle with walls about 50 meters long. However, Lunia claims that it seems far too small to be the castle of a sky giant, and she guesses that it might just belong to a normal giant instead. After she hears this, Yule gets confused and reminds them of Uskias' own words when he had told them that the giant guarding the sun would be here. Therefore, whatever is actually in here, they just cannot use the main front door to get inside. Corin gets a new idea after he hears this and realizes that their way inside was the very fruit they couldn't get. He suggests they just knock on the door and shouts out very loudly, calling for the giants to come outside from the great castle. Alicia feels very unsure about Corin's current plan, but he tells her that they are just going all in. At this point, the giants question who is outside, and they open the door. They are very surprised to see mere humans. Whereas, Alicia is astonished to see the giants being almost higher than a rank 1. When the great giant demands that they show him the key, Corin refuses, just as he is about to crush Corin under his mighty punch. Corin asks him to stop, and he states that they are the Forerunners, who have been approved by Uskias himself. He further clarifies that their own great master will bring the crimson rowan tree fruit to serve as the key. The giant then asks for the name of Corin's master, to which Corin tells him the name of Dunscape, planning to impersonate someone who has the required fruit. Corin makes the giants believe that their truly heroic master will surely be bringing the required fruit, as he has the approval of both Servon and Uskias. He further claims to have brought even a druid with him to deliver the sage's very important words, and he points directly at Yule. Yule gets incredibly nervous at being dragged forward, whereas the giant demands that she prove it. She conjures up a Walperdinger using her powers, which makes the giant believe in all of Corin's words. However, he still feels quite skeptical about the actual key. Once again, in order to convince the powerful giant, Corin says that they were told to announce their own arrival first to the great giants as a sign of their good manners. At long last, the giant agrees to accept them as his honored guests, but he reminds him of his conditions regarding the sun. When the giant returns back inside the great castle, leaving the massive door open for them to come on inside, Linnea asks him if this was what his entire plan had been. Corin smirks at her innocent question, and tells her that his grand plan is what is going to start from now, which is to loot the entire castle of all its treasures, along with Alicia. Corin enters into the castle, leaving the other two outside. He feels quite weird about the fact that being a professional thief was once a major part of his life. In his very last attempt, where Sewa had a cheat skill called inventory. Therefore, no matter where they found themselves, they would always look for the great treasury first and foremost. As they finally arrive at the massive treasures, Alicia asks him how he had found it all so easily. Corin states that all treasures follow a very usual pattern, and then emphasizes their great need to find the sun sword. Among all of the other treasures, the room has an open ceiling for clam solace to be able to absorb the sunlight during the day. Thus, it may only be obtained just when a solar eclipse occurs, and its immense power greatly weakens. While they are both busy thinking of a way to find clam solace, a strange chicken appears. Corin rushes Alicia to hide, informing her about someone's sudden arrival. So they both quickly hide behind a great pillar as a giant enters into the room to retrieve the chicken. The chicken suddenly looks directly towards their direction, which makes both Corin and Alicia begin to panic. However, much to their great luck, the chicken just lays a single golden egg and then looked away. They realize that it is the very same chicken which has laid all of this great and immense treasure. And Corin begins to drool upon the thought of having unlimited gold if they were to just steal the chicken. Alicia shakes him out of his greedy thoughts, reminding him that they are here for the sun and not for any gold. The giant picks up the chicken and then leaves. But Alicia keeps on lying over Corin as they were while they were hiding. She is suddenly reminded about her strange dream from earlier, and she asks him what he really thinks of Linnea. She mentions her good traits and confesses to feeling drawn to her, as any other man would be, which makes Alicia's heart completely break. Corin then tells her that they need to be quick, since they just have 2 days left before Skaith gets the sun, through all the proper and legal procedures. Alicia gets up from Corin, and through the open ceiling, she looks up at the moon, while Corin also thinks about the traits that they have been told about clam solace. Together, they come down to the very same question. If clam solace is actually the moon that is floating above them, which should be a half moon today instead of a full one like it is now. They return back to their personal rest place, and the other two girls enter the room as well. Corin tells them about how clam solace looks just like the sun during the days and like the moon in the night, floating high above them. He further explains that it won't be as far away as the actual moon and the sun. However, with the clock ticking down, 2 precious days were spent devising a strategy to reach Klaus Solis. But alas, the party could not conceive a viable path, and the fated hour of Skane's arrival loomed ever closer. However, a new, audacious scheme began to form in Corin's mind. He'd overheard the giants plotting their grim feast upon the humans. As destiny would have it, the sky giant Servon had etched an ancient decree into their very bloodline, a sacred law which prevented them from ever striking a druid. It compelled them to yield the sun to the one who possessed the red rowan tree fruit. Hearing the giants' plan to feast after the deed was done, after they had delivered the sun and descended back to the mortal realm, Corin felt a grim satisfaction. His days had not been wasted after all. The heavens darkened, the solar eclipse began, and Skies arrived at the fortress. Skies was ecstatic, on the verge of claiming the sun. But suddenly, the castle doors burst open from within. A colossal walker man emerged, followed closely by Corin and his allies. The giants erupted in furious shouts, calling out to them. Before Skies could even process this chaotic scene, Corin began hailing him as his revered master, all while brandishing the chicken from the treasure vault. He proclaimed that he had faithfully executed Skies' command to pilfer the golden chicken. It was as if the immortal, mischievous side of Corin had fully awakened as he carried out this diabolical plan and presented the chicken to Skies. The enraged giants threatened to slaughter them all until they laid eyes on Skies. Skies, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered, having never issued such an order. Doom Norix instantly knew they had fallen into a clever trap. The giants began their indiscriminate, furious assault as chaos erupted and screams filled the air. Corin became a whirlwind of untamed power. He vowed to grind Klaus Solis itself into nothingness. If he couldn't possess it, then neither would anyone else. He began his descent from the colossal tree, proclaiming that no one could possibly stop him. Not Skyez, and certainly not Balthazar. Linnea questioned if he felt no shame for his reckless actions, but he retorted that the immortal Locke knows no such emotion. She offered Corin a cloth to wipe away the crazed makeup from his face, a strange persona for her own beloved fiancé to adopt. As he cleaned his face, Alicia voiced her concern that Skyez might slaughter all the giants and seize the sun, but Corin dismissed it as irrelevant, for he would simply fell the world tree once he was on solid ground. Yol called his plan demonic, but he coolly stated that victors alone are the authors of history. Thus, if he could not claim Klaus Solis for himself, he would just chop down the trees and maroon two of the king's most powerful servants in the sky for eternity. But to their utter misfortune, just as they were nearing the surface, they were met by a beast whose only hunger was for the Song of Blades. Awaiting them was a fated duel between life and death. As they drew closer, they were horrified to behold the sword demon. To contend with this fearsome entity, Linnea boldly stepped forward. She unleashed her warding aura to shield herself and her companions. The sword demon, however, effortlessly bypassed Linnea, making her wonder if his strategy was to eliminate the domain users first. The sword demon's power was legendary, so immense that he was recruited into the ranks of the king's servants. But now, he was nothing more than a monster, a being with almost no link to the world-ending prophecy. This meant that in this brutal confrontation, Corin could not call upon the aid of the commandment. The sword demon lunged with blinding speed directly at Corin, unleashing a furious storm of slashes against him, leaving him grievously wounded in an instant. This sight filled Alicia with agonizing worry. She turned her head to gaze upon Corin's fallen form, but he sharply reprimanded her, yelling that in the heat of battle, one must only ever look forward. Alicia had no time to even register Corin's harsh advice, as the sword demon was already hurtling straight for her. Thankfully, Linnea intervened, shouting for her to get clear. She brandished her own blade and swung it toward the sword demon, furious that he would dare to ignore her presence on the battlefield. Outside this restricting domain, her power would eclipse Corin's and Alicia's combined. It would be a truly difficult challenge for even the sword demon to face her true strength outside the domain. Yet, in here, she was but a shadow of her true self. She knew she could scarcely enter the domain twice in succession, and she saw that the sword demon was once again disregarding her, focusing his immense power solely on the domain users. Therefore, she resolved to use the one half-step she was permitted and utterly annihilate the sword demon the moment the domain shattered. With this grim resolution, she also recalled that Alicia's defenses could only withstand 3 of the sword demon's attacks, which meant absolute disaster if the domain were to collapse. And so, to defend her precious younger sister, Linnea surged forward and intercepted the sword demon's lethal blow. The resounding clash of their swords echoed through the air, and Alicia could only watch this horrifying scene unfold. After cursing the domain for shackling her true abilities, Linnea found a new, stronger grip upon her sword and plunged it deep into the sword demon's torso. The sword demon roared in agony, and seizing this moment of weakness, Alicia dashed forward, swinging her blade at the sword demon, before seizing Linnea's arm and yanking her back to safety. When Alicia desperately asked if Linnea was all right, Linnea snatched her arm away and chastised her for not staying put, for constantly looking back at the fallen. But Alicia was simply too terrified to remain idle, while all of her comrades were being struck down around her. And as she held that tormented expression on her face, Linnea suddenly crumpled to the unforgiving ground. The sword demon remained standing, seemingly unharmed. So Yol stepped forth and summoned the mighty Walker Man. This forced the sword demon to contemplate how he would conquer it. Meanwhile, Yol implored Alicia to flee at once and save her own life. When Alicia witnessed the Walker Man materialize, she understood the grave danger Yol was in for using it a second time. This summoning must have demanded a terrible sacrifice from Yol, just as the sword demon was moments away from being obliterated beneath the Walker Man's crushing hand. He sensed the Walker Man's overwhelming presence and glanced around. In less than the blink of an eye, the sword demon executed the Arden second sword technique, and with a devastating combination move, he struck the colossal Walker Man before the construct's hand could even graze his form. The very moment the Walker Man was struck, Yul coughed up a spray of blood, and she too collapsed to the ground. This left Alicia as the last warrior standing. The horrifying situation paralyzed her with absolute dread. She was utterly lost, and an overwhelming fear consumed her. But as much as every instinct screamed for her to flee and save herself, she chose instead to charge toward the sword demon, to face him alone, because she understood that she could never just abandon everything and leave her precious friends to their fate. The three of them lay fallen on the ground in a heap when Yul heard Corin let out a groan of pain. She weakly asked if he was all right. However, while clutching a vial containing some potion, he urged Yul to tend to Lunia first, as he would recover with time alone. But if they were to lose Lunia, there would be no escape from this dire predicament. Not with Corin's currently depleted strength and speed. Just as the chaotic situation seemed to be stabilizing somewhat, a sinister voice echoed down from the heavens. As they gazed upward into the sky, they witnessed Skyaz descending upon them like an angel of death. He immediately singled out Corin, dragging him away with a twisted, chilling grin, eager to test the fabled skills of the Firmax killer. Instead of panicking, Corin simply grinned and thanked Skyaz, as his internal system backup protocol initiated, and a divine spear materialized for him from the very heavens. He sliced through the shadowy tentacles of Skyaz, which held Corin captive, then hurled the spear into the massive tree, before leaping up to perch upon the embedded spear, following his lead without a pause. Skyaz also began to ascend the tree, clutching his hat in his other hand. Corin then casually inquired of Skyaz why he was attacking him, when, according to the established rules, they were forbidden from doing so. Skyaz let out a chilling laugh and admitted it was true, because if Corin were to violate those very rules, his head would detonate just like Skyaz, as he gruesomely demonstrated. However, he added that he couldn't care less who solved the riddles and conquered the trials, or who first claimed the legendary Sun Sword, because his one true desire was to kill Corin and seize everything from his cold, dead hands. As the two of them continued their verbal spar, Mariette and Horan arrived on the scene, astonished to see Skyaz there. Corin leaped at Skyaz, tackling him and dragging him down. He shouted for the two to ignore Skyaz and ascend the tree quickly. Skyaz laughed mockingly at Corin's desire to protect his friends, and demanded to know why he opposed them, when his own master would gladly bestow upon Corin any level of divinity he desired. To this question, Corin gave a resolute answer, that the methods used by Skyaz and his ilk were fundamentally wrong, because he had no interest in becoming the god of a desolate wasteland. He stated clearly that he was killing them all to vanquish evil, and to save the world, as was his sworn duty under his commandment oaths. With those final words, he swung the mighty sword spear towards Skyaz, proclaiming that Skyaz was about to bear witness to his ultimate victory. The sword demon was confronted by Alicia, and, as they clashed, the words of his master, Gran, echoed in his fractured mind, telling him that the swords he now wielded were, in fact, Gran's. The sword demon was confused about Garen's true intentions, before he had chosen to teach him the way of the blade. As he continued his deadly dance with Alicia, he couldn't shake the haunting memory of Garen from his thoughts, and he wondered, did Garen know that he had not mastered the blades on his own? It was because every time he faced a new adversary, the sword itself seemed to diminish his body's natural capabilities. And even after acquiring such immense power, he still felt like nothing when compared to the legendary Gran. Alicia appeared to be holding her own quite well against the sword demon. However, he couldn't fathom why he was down here battling mere humans, when he could have easily ascended to the skies by climbing the trees. Alicia took his attacks with ease, and kept retaliating with renewed vigor. At this point, her eyes began to glow an ethereal blue as she reappeared, and she taunted him, asking if he truly thought she could not cut him. When the sword demon lunged at her for yet another assault, she swung her blade with impossible speed, slicing him before he could land a blow. The sword demon seemed unable to comprehend the situation. As the predator, his prey should have been easily torn asunder by it, and yet he could not land a single cut, while she remained perfectly unscathed. Furthermore, the sight of her laughing at him only deepened his state of utter confusion. It didn't matter what powers or spells he unleashed upon her. She effortlessly evaded them all and mocked him with her laughter. This enraged him even further, as Alicia taunted him for being too slow. After nimbly dodging all of his attacks, He finally understood the vast chasm that separated them. It was that, despite possessing more than enough energy and stamina, he was no longer able to keep up with her incredible pace. Since she had grown exponentially faster, he used multiple spells and powers, but it was no match for Alicia's blinding speed. He suffered numerous cuts from her sword before he could even mount a defense. This made him realize that this was the first time he'd felt so powerless. After unleashing his domain severance and his power-up, it was because, somehow, Alicia was able to predict his every move. On the other hand, Alicia unleashed a torrent of other powers and spells to continue cutting him down. It was when the sword demon sustained a deep gash on his shoulder that he finally understood his true purpose for being there. He came to the chilling realization that, just like him, Alicia was also possessed by the spirit of the sword, in addition to possessing an incredible spectral talent. This was why he had been drawn here, to cut her down and finally ascend to the level of his master Grant, a destiny he had always craved. On the other side of the battle, Mariette and Warren reached the Sky Castle and waged war against the giants, unleashing their full might. But no matter what transpired around him, the sword demon found everything utterly mundane except for Alicia. He now was certain that she existed solely for him to cut down and achieve his next level of power. On top of that, he started to believe that her very birth and entire existence were orchestrated for his sake alone, and this became his unwavering conviction. Thus, channeling every last ounce of his strength and power, he lunged toward her to fulfill his newfound purpose in life. As he swung his swords to finally cut Alicia down, he was utterly dumbfounded to find that she had vanished. However, his arrogant overconfidence was instantly shattered when he felt her presence materializing behind him for a counterattack. Alicia, along with all the giants that were descending from above, then slit the sword demon's throat and brought his existence to an end. He was left with but a single question, which he posed to her before dying. He asked if there had been any other emotion greater than her desire to cut during their monumental battle. She remained silent for a long moment and thought back to Lunia and Korn's advice to always keep looking forward during a fight and never look back. Alicia took a single step forward after striking him down, and turning around, she declared that she would now advance. This was an outcome that should have been utterly impossible, since the sword demon was the ultimate and most powerful adversary of her entire life. However, there was still something higher than even him, a power that could be forged by taking a single step forward, a fleeting miracle born from Endless and Domain Crusher. Alicia cut down the colossal tree, just as they had planned all along. As the sword demon spiraled closer to oblivion, he finally understood that he was the one created for Alicia, not the other way around, as he had believed. It was he who mastered the blade, also that she could take a single step forward. Korn, despite being critically low on energy and strength, persisted in his desperate struggle against Skaze. Along with that, he continued his arduous climb, but Skaze relentlessly pursued him, launching attack after attack. Dune Skaze was known as the Beast King, for his death held no meaning. He was an entity of pure, endless darkness, comprised of countless serpents and toads, and 3 ancient dragons. His very existence was one of the 4 legendary secret treasures. When Skaze's serpents closed in to strike Korn from all sides, Korn merely smirked, proclaiming that the tainted soul of a beast could never hope to defeat him. He then produced the Death God's orb and severed the attacking serpents, and announced aloud that Skyaz had been a soul reaper from the very beginning. Skyaz lunged forward once more, roaring that he could still fight on, and taunted Korn, asking if he had any remaining mana left. Korn scoffed at him, pointing out his profound ignorance. He enlightened Skyaz about the unique fertilizer that was used to grow the very tree they were fighting upon, and the boundless mana it provided for Korn to wield. After Korn gained the upper hand in their epic struggle, he heard a bizarre voice calling out his name. Dune Skyaz had morphed into his terrifying final form. He had become a monstrous Falgus serpent. He asked Korn a chilling question. How long had it been since the entire army had merged into a single entity? But Korn just smirked and called it a bit excessive, before stepping forward to engage in this one last, desperate battle. Dune Skaze transformed into one of his many terrifying final forms, the Falgus Serpent, and at this critical juncture, Korn's strength was almost completely depleted. He couldn't help but grow weary of how this relentless battle dragged on. Skaze revealed that he had been imprisoned in a palace of shadow by the queen, and had been confined within a minuscule pot. However, now that the throne was vacant after she was sealed away, he swore to begin devouring all the things she had protected, and his feast would begin with Corin, the first spear of the queen. He hissed and threatened to consume Corin whole, along with the very flesh of the last remaining goddess, Danua. Corin grew tired of him spouting such nonsense, and reminded Skyez of what he had just told him about creating the very land they were fighting upon. With that declaration, Corin leaped onto a branch and soared upward, and activated the powerful rune magic of resonance activation. So, when Skyez, in his colossal serpent form, began to coil himself around the world tree, Corin told him to look down before he committed to his attack. While ascending the tree earlier, Corin had inscribed a series of runes all along the tree's trunk, and this was the trap he now triggered all at once, using the surplus of magical energy. The entire tree erupted into a raging inferno as Corin continued to fly upwards. When Sky questioned Corin's own safety after setting the tree ablaze, Corin gazed at the claw Solis hanging in the sky, and declared that this was his ultimate prize. One of the 4 legendary treasures that could be acquired only during the fleeting moment of an eclipse, the Sun Sword Claw Solis. Right now, whoever wielded its power would emerge victorious, and whoever did not would surely perish. Gripping the spear tightly in his hand, Corin issued a challenge to Skyez to take flight for the sake of his own survival. Forced into action by the dire circumstances, Skyez had no choice but to transform into his next final state, a fearsome dragon. He burst forth from the burning tree and gave chase, determined to hunt Corin down. Neither of them relented until they reached the heavens themselves. Mariette sensed Corin's presence and felt a wave of relief at his timely arrival. But when she saw him locked in combat with Skyez, she couldn't help but be utterly astounded. Skyez remarked on how long Corin had managed to stand against him, to which Corin urged him to just bring it to an end already. The legendary mystic dragon form of Skyez looked truly horrifying, but without a moment's hesitation, Corin went all in, activating his 3rd core activation. He was certain that this attack would transcend even the realm of legends, and unleashed a flurry of combination moves. However, to Corin's utter disbelief, Skyez dodged his ultimate attack simply by transforming. Corin hastily retreated to shield himself from the catastrophic fallout, but Skyez skillfully tried to ensnare him with his tentacles. Corin sliced through the tentacles once more, but couldn't believe that his grand strategy had failed so miserably. Skyez then questioned Corin about the conditions necessary for the sprouting of the crimson roan tree fruit. This fruit absorbed negative energy to sprout, i.e., the energy of the eclipse. After revealing this crucial piece of information, Skyez soared up into the sky and seized the claws Solis, a boundless swarm of serpents. Enough toads to fill an entire sprawling mansion. 3 savage dragons and 3 mystical cows, the beast of the shadowed darkness. The amalgamation of monsters sealed away in the underworld, and the king of all cows, the mighty black ox. On top of all that, after transforming into his ultimate final state, Skyez had even claimed the legendary Sun Sword for himself. This was a truly disastrous turn of events for Corin, having to face the sun twice. The cascade of unfortunate events in Corin's life continued, when Skyez hurled him against the walls of the giant's castle with such immense force that the entire fortress began to crumble and fall. When Corin once again activated the runes he had inscribed there, Skyez laughed derisively at him, mockingly asking if he had ascended early just to prepare this pitiful trap. However, he declared it all to be completely useless, because all the flames in the entire world bowed down only before the mighty sun. When Corin realized that he couldn't even buy a few precious seconds with his trap, he felt utterly defeated. He desperately tried to evade Sky's attacks, since he could no longer hope to compete with his overwhelming strength. When Sky's noticed his evasive tactics, he taunted him for running away like a coward. In response to this mockery, Corin called Skyez amusing for even bothering to carry a weapon, saying that the sword demon wouldn't be so legendary if wielding a sword was such a simple matter. Skyez told him to cease his arrogant boasting, when he was mere moments away from being turned into nothing but ash, and readied himself for the final devastating attack. The two of them ignited with their respective powers and surged forward to attack one another one last time. However, when Corinne's spear met Sky's sun-forged weapon, it was instantly incinerated and completely obliterated. Corinne was in utter disbelief that he had just lost his weapon in a single blow, along with having two of his power cores completely depleted. After being pushed to the very brink of defeat, Corinne decided to unleash everything he had left. The short spear technique that had pierced even the indomitable adamant Jiang Shi. He lunged toward Skies in a desperate, self-destructive maneuver, risking his own life for a single chance at victory. Skies took the deathly punch head-on, and the two of them plummeted into the smoldering ruins of the castle, just when Corin dared to hope that he might have finally defeated Skies. Now, Skies began to laugh like a complete madman. It was in this moment that Corin accepted that this monster was truly unbeatable, and no matter what he did, no matter how he tried to overcome him, Skies was fated to defeat him with ease. The giants that resided within the Sky Castle become demi-humans of at least a semi-first rank when they reach full maturity. Of course, Mariette and Warren, being two special-ranked demi-humans, were doing exceptionally well against them, as Mariette urged Warren to make haste, so they could go and assist Corin in his desperate battle against Sky. However, it was no simple task to contend with roughly 50 of the giants of the Sky Castle, when Alicia had cut down nearly half of the giants in a single, decisive strike, while felling the sword demon. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, those had been the weakest of the giants that had come down to hunt. Sky's elite captain giants, who possessed the semi-special rank, had remained on the Sky Island. So, when the odds of survival are so slim, simply escaping is completely out of the question. And right now, given the current circumstances, Mariette and Warren couldn't expect any assistance from anyone. The persistent warrior's regeneration ability had finally reached its absolute limits, and his recovery speed had slowed down to a mere crawl. Corin could no longer feel even a spark of strength within his aura core, and his entire body felt as though it were shutting down completely, making him wonder if his final moments were near. Seiho materialized before Corin's fading eyes, and reminded Corin of his dire warning regarding the player's strength, which was limited by the number of souls they had reached. He boasted about how he, at least, had made it to the final battle, whereas Corin was lying there defeated and about to be crushed by Tate-2's minions, when Seiho declared all of Corin's struggles to have been utterly pointless until now. Corin vehemently denied his claim and replied to Seiho that he had clearly never witnessed. Mariette's smile, which brought so much joy into people's lives, even though she was a vampire, and the children who were just beginning to accept themselves for who they are, and are bravely moving forward one step at a time, and the ones who are constantly pushing their own limits. Seiho whispered to him, asking if all of this had brought him any happiness, before telling Corin to simply give up as his job here was finished, since he had no strength left to fight on. His words enraged Corin, compelling him to rise back to his feet before punching Seiho. As he vanished, Sky saw Corin standing once again, and asked him in disbelief if he still possessed any regenerative powers. Without answering Sky's, Corin reactivated his rune of regression, and the divine spear reappeared once more in his grasp. When Corin hurled the spear in Sky's direction, Sky's caught it effortlessly in midair and threw it back toward Corin, telling him to catch it if he desired it so badly. The spear shot straight toward Corin with incredible velocity, and pierced deeply into Corin's chest. Skis then advanced upon Corin, and incinerated Corin's body with his sun-forged weapon, after he had made certain that Corin was utterly and completely defeated, and was buried deep beneath the rubble and flames. Skis turned around, preparing to depart. However, just as Skyez had taken a few steps forward, he heard a slight movement, where he turned back toward the sound. He was utterly shocked to see Corin standing there once more. This was more than enough to stoke the raging inferno of anger within Skyez, and he grabbed Corin by his hair, yanking him up off the ground, confused and enraged, questioning how Corin was still alive. He then hurled Corin high into the air and seized his own weapon, wondering if Corin would still be able to revive himself, if he were burned down to nothing but fine ashes. Sky is transformed back into his fearsome dragon form and soared up to the sky and unleashed a torrent of fire down upon Korin, telling him to stop playing around with his spear and just die already. Suddenly, while breathing his inferno of fire, Skyas noticed that his flames were being drawn inward, absorbed, a phenomenon he could not possibly comprehend. He then saw his own weapon hurtling back toward him, with the rune of regression now etched upon its surface. When the weapon struck Skyas, Korin mocked him for his countless transformations and stated that he was, in the end, just a servant of the king. In the end, when Korin asked Skies what he believed Korin to be, Skies called him a profoundly unfunny individual and screamed for him to just die as he unleashed his fire. Once again, in the previous game, Park Seho and Korin had reached the final boss, which meant that the king's servants, the wielders of the 4 secret treasures, had somehow been defeated. Korin is the first spear of the queen, and the only human being to be fully aware of Claw Solis's true, terrifying powers. Its rightful owner in the last game had been Korin himself. The weapon of Skyas transformed into a small, condensed orb of Klaus Solis, and Korin consumed it. As soon as he did, Klaus Solis accepted him as its true user and a great warrior. He was granted the light of the sun, Agathrin. When the fire from Skis finally reached Korin, he remained perfectly intact, standing defiantly within it, and claimed that this was the second time he had wielded the power of the sun. Skis became absolutely furious and punched him squarely across the face, causing him to crash heavily into the ground. However, he once again chanted the spell to activate the runes of regression, and the entire area ignited with flames. The Claw Solis absorbed all the intense heat and fire around, while Skis snarled furiously at Korin, screaming that it had belonged to him. When Korin hurled the weapon forged from Claw Solis at Skis, he was burned down into nothing but ash, while screaming and writhing in agony, until he was completely gone. Korin stood amidst his ashes and the ruins of the castle. He dared them to return, even if they bolstered their ranks, for his resolve was absolute, a relentless force that would not be stopped, not until he had fulfilled his vow to save this entire world. Meanwhile, Warren and Mariette waged their own desperate war against the giants, unleashing a torrent of their most lethal techniques, such as the Crimson Bow, which tore through the flesh of the colossal beasts. Amidst the chaos, Mariette suddenly cried out Howren's name, demanding to know if she too sensed that strange disturbance from Korin's direction. She had, but pointed grimly to the overwhelming hordes of giants still standing. They were trapped, unable to rush to Korin's side. Mariette proposed a desperate gambit. She would forge a path for Howren with Diaku. But before she could even finish her desperate plea, a blinding radiance erupted from the heavens above them. The 2 warriors, and even the giants themselves, gazed upward to behold Korin descending into their midst. He was aglow, radiating the pure, brilliant light of the sun, with their ancient powers sealed by the might of the sun. The giants were left with no choice but to submit to Korin, the one who now wielded its absolute authority. They fell to their knees in reverence, bowing before Korin, while the girls rushed to his side in relief. Mariette immediately threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. This instantly worried Korin, as he now commanded the sun's power, and Mariette, being a creature of the night, a vampire, must have been in tremendous discomfort at that moment. However, when he anxiously asked if she was all right, she dismissed it as a trivial matter, and instead demanded to know why he was so grievously injured. Warren was also heartbroken to see Korin in such a battered state, and to ease her sorrow, he gently placed his hand upon her head, reassuring her that he was perfectly fine. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the power and light of the sun vanished from Korin, and he was once again just a normal mortal man. This abrupt change immediately seized the giants' attention. It was in this moment that Korin knew they were in grave peril, because the giants began charging toward them, intent on his annihilation. He had never imagined the power would fade so quickly, and the 3 of them, along with the loyal Daioku, began a desperate flight for their very survival. Their escape became increasingly difficult and frantic, as the giants' massive strides consumed the ground between them. The colossal king of the giants rapidly closed the distance and leaped upon them, vowing to devour them, and then every last human in the world, just as Korin realized they were about to be captured. A flash of brilliant blue light erupted, and the giant's arm was severed from its body. When they turned around, they saw that the legendary Gurren had arrived, at which point Corinne wryly commented on how late he was. Resting the massive blade upon his shoulders, Gurren strode towards the giants to protect Corinne and the others, remarking that his old body needs time to climb to such heights. He then noted how perfectly everything had resonated just before. He told Corinne to leave the giants for him to handle. As Corinne and the others made their escape, Gurren engaged the giants in furious combat, musing to himself how he had missed such a spectacular scene as the sword demon's demise. Nevertheless, he was ecstatic to have finally found a swordsman of his caliber. And after this fateful encounter, in a realm that exists beyond the highest mountain peak, he felt a pure, unadulterated joy. While Corin and the others climbed down the tree, he felt a profound need to repay his debt to Garland. For without Garland's intervention, their fates would have been sealed. He commanded Mariette and Warren to fell the colossal tree, as a way to settle the score he had with Garland. They were baffled, but he explained his twisted reasoning with fury. He had nearly perished at the hands of the sword demon, a monster that Gurren himself had personally trained. Therefore, Corin declared this his just revenge. He would strand Gurren on the Sky Island, a fitting punishment, leaving him marooned for a year, perhaps even longer. Warren and Mariette complied with Corinne's request and obliterated the tree, unleashing their immense powers. When Gran saw the tree being destroyed, in the midst of his battle with the giants, he was in utter disbelief at what Corinne had just done to him. That night, Corin sat perched on a tree branch, gazing up at the moon. When Alicia awakened and wandered outside, he inquired about her condition after the battle, to which she confessed that while her body ached, it was her heart that was truly in turmoil. She lamented how all she had ever desired was a simple, ordinary life. After being accepted into the academy, she just yearned for a normal school experience, filled with fun and all the mundane, simple things. However, due to the cruel twist of fate, she had been pushed far from the path of the ordinary, and had become a person who couldn't resist the primal urge to cut down her enemies. When Cora sensed the profound shame she felt for her own nature, he reassured her that it wasn't something to be ashamed of, as long as she kept her moral compass and choices firmly on the right path. By that, he meant that she must never draw her sword against just anyone, but only against the bizarre freaks who make twisted choices. He then urged her to take pride in who she was, if she ever hoped to live a normal life with her extraordinary powers. Seizing this opportune moment, she asked Corin to promise her that he would stay by her side and look after her, since she now considered herself a strange person, because she feared the day she might make the wrong choices. And to that end, she asked him to do ordinary, simple things for her, like wandering around town on the weekends, or enjoying desserts at charming little cafes. For her sake alone, Corin finally agreed to play along with her request. And so, the epic saga of the Sky Island reached its conclusion, though not without one final, chaotic twist at a feast. Corin dropped a bombshell, announcing his sudden engagement. The two girls froze mid-bite, staring at Corin in disbelief. In a state of shock, they demanded to know who he was getting engaged to. Before Corin could even utter a single word, Linnea gracefully entered, addressing Huaran and Mariette as Corin's companions, and then formally introduced herself, declaring that their engagement would take place in just 1 week. The girls remained in a state of stunned silence, still unable to process this sudden turn of events. When they were asked by Linnea to be her bridesmaids, Corin witnessed their devastated reactions and decided to prolong this cruel prank for a little longer, to extract a bit more amusement. They both began to weave elaborate tales about how they had passionately fallen in love with each other and would be wed on the night of the next full moon. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Mariette abruptly rose to leave, her mind already consumed with plans to turn Corin into a vampire sometime in the future. Corin was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened to Mariette, until he laid eyes upon Warren, who was openly weeping. She sniffled as she congratulated Linnea and Corin, wiping away her tears. When he finally realized his joke had gone disastrously too far, he tried desperately to explain everything to them. But Warren also fled from the room in tears. Corin slumped to the ground in defeat, utterly lost and unsure of what to do. At which point Lunia laughed and called him her truly sinful fiancé. The night wore on, and Warren and Mariette were still nowhere to be found. Corin wondered where the two of them could possibly have gone, as he was desperate to apologize to them for his actions. However, he worried what would happen if they had run away from him. Once and for all, he placed the blame on the heavenly Yiksha's incredible physical prowess for making it impossible for him to ever catch up to her. Suddenly, Corin sensed a presence standing right behind him. Upon turning around, he saw that it was none other than Warren, so he attempted to speak with her. But she refused to talk and strode past him without a single word. Another girl, who looked just like Warren, then appeared from the front and walked toward Corin, clad in a nightdress. She approached very close to Corin and boldly declared that she would be sleeping with him tonight, which left him utterly bewildered and confused. Hua stated her desire to sleep by Corin's side, so he allowed her to sleep beside him. However, as she drifted off into a peaceful sleep, he pondered how boldly she had made her demand of him, when she now looked as innocent as a child, clutching his hand. Throughout the night, Hua clung tightly to him in her sleep, and in the morning, she was the first to awaken from her slumber. She stood before the mirror and spoke of something that was not coming. When Corin asked what she was talking about, she replied that she was speaking of the crane, and asked him why it had not yet arrived. While stretching his weary arms, Corin informed her of the absence of cranes in this region, adding that they likely stayed far to the north, as they are found in great numbers near the northern kingdom. He then told her to get ready for their morning meal, and the two of them proceeded to freshen up. Over breakfast, Corin told Hua that his engagement was merely a fabrication, and asked her to relay this information to Ran as well, as he had only intended to surprise them with a joke. As Hua prepared a bite of food, he commented on how skilled and busy she had become. However, she cut him off mid-sentence, extending the chopstick toward him, and asked him to eat the bite of food she offered, offering to travel alongside him if a situation like this should ever arise again. Corin was taken aback by her sudden gesture, but he accepted the food anyway, before thanking her and accepting her offer. Now that he had cleared the air with Warren, Corin needed to locate Mariette and explain. However, the problem was that absolutely no one, not even the most loyal servants of Arden, had any knowledge of her current whereabouts. This predicament left Corin with only a single option. He would have to seek Diaku's assistance. Corin promised Diaku that he would procure for him the highest quality black cow if he would only reveal the location of his mother, Mariette. After enduring a great deal of criticism and insults, Diaku finally divulged Mariette's hidden location. So, without wasting another precious moment, Corin went directly to find her and clear the air. Mariette was found hiding in the Arden Manor's exterior guest chambers. When Corin finally revealed the truth of the matter to her, she screamed at him for not being honest from the very beginning. Thus, he offered her his most sincere apology. An overwhelming wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she repeatedly kicked the sheets of the bed in frustration, while burying her crimson face deep within the pillow. After finally calming herself, she emerged from beneath the sheets and confessed to Corin that she trusted him without question, and even if he were to promise to return her money threefold, she would still lend him every last coin she possessed. Therefore, he must swear to never lie to her again. However, deep within her own thoughts, she believed that no matter what he did, he was fated to belong to her one way or another in 100 years. In the end, all the girls who harbored feelings for Corin discovered that his engagement to Lunia was nothing but a sham, and their public dates were merely a ruse to deceive others. But Alicia still remained completely unaware of the truth, blissfully ignorant that their engagement was entirely fake, as she found herself seated at a neighboring table to Lunia and Corin in a restaurant, attempting to spy on the two of them. Consumed by jealousy, she couldn't even comprehend why she was there, nor could she recall how or when her feelings for Corin had first blossomed. She wondered if it had been there from the very beginning. The fateful sword-breaking incident, the terrifying serial killing incident, or if it was a more recent development after he had promised to remain by her side. However, Alicia was violently jolted from her thoughts as she witnessed the scene that unfolded before her very eyes. Lunia rose from her chair and gently grasped Corin by his chin, while leaning in close to his face. He uttered her name in a questioning, hesitant tone, to which she playfully replied that, They should give the onlookers a sweet scene to witness. When Corin finally understood her intention, he also slipped into character and began to flirt back with her. Seeing him flirt with such natural ease, she remarked to him that he was still quite slow in certain aspects. Corin asked Lunia if he was missing something important, but she simply denied it and turned back to gaze at the now empty table, where Alicia had been seated just moments before. Lunia then announced that it was time for her to depart, mentioning how truly wonderful the date had been. So much so that she might actually consider him as her real fiancé. On the fated day of the engagement, Lunia and Corin looked absolutely breathtaking in their white attire, and the grand ceremony finally commenced. As the ceremony progressed and the couple shared a dance, they suddenly heard a voice cry out. When they turned around, they saw Alicia with tears streaming down her face, refusing to accept this sham of an engagement. Seeing Alicia finally standing up for her own heart, Lunia was reminded of how Alicia had once lived with a brilliant sparkle, but had gradually lost that inner light over time. Until this very day, she wondered if Alicia had finally made her decision. When she saw Corin being dragged away somewhere by Alicia, mid-ceremony, the woman urged Lunia's mother to pursue Alicia, but Lunia suddenly pretended to collapse from the shock of it all. Meanwhile, Alicia dragged Cora to Hwoarang's side, and the three of them took flight using the mighty eagle. After Lunia had ensured that they had made their escape, she gracefully rose from her mother's arms and declared that she was far too shocked to meet any other potential suitors for a while. And this is how the grand wedding ceremony in East Arden completely fell apart. After Corin and Alicia were safely inside the eagle, Corin questioned her about what had just transpired, so she presented him with a letter from Lunia and explained that Lunia had known about his plan all along. So they had assembled a trustworthy team consisting of Alicia, Mariette, and Warren. When they asked him where they should head to next, he told them to keep flying, as they had a great deal to accomplish this way. And with that, their brief respite in the eastern regions came to a dramatic end. The queen battled valiantly against the king's ever-growing army for 4 long, consecutive nights of bloodshed, and her enemies continued to grow stronger with each passing moment. She was being pushed ever closer to her absolute limits, and was reminded of how Corin's life would be utterly destroyed if she were to fail in her duty to purify this sacred place. When the final question was posed to her, asking why she wasn't nervous with the impending deadline, she confessed that she was in fact quite happy, because this meant that Corin would be returning to her very soon. 3 years prior, before Corin's fateful regression, Corin was sparring with Eren, but after a short while, he surrendered. However, Eren could clearly see the truth. He had practiced relentlessly, and his fundamentals were as solid as rock. Eren then asked him the reason why he was so focused on mastering the 8 trigram spearmanship. Corin explained how it was the very first thing that had captured his attention in the martial arts section of the Grand Library, and he had chosen the spear because he had heard it was easier to master than the unforgiving sword. Corin also thought of learning Eren's legendary techniques, but Eren advised him against it, as they would simply consume him whole, and that he should stick with the 8 trigram spearmanship for at least another 6 grueling months of training. Balthazar's most secret art, the 6-step spearmanship, was a technique Corin yearned to learn. Sihu introduced him to the NPC so he could commence his training. But even after more than a month of dedication, Corin had made almost no progress in his training. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Sihu's natural skill. The fact that Sihu only had to open his skill window, and he could unleash magic of the most extreme caliber. However, being greedy and envious would no longer serve his purpose. This is why Corin resolved to make slow and steady progress. Every single day, he would swing his spear unleashing a tremendous amount of pure mana, the raw energy enveloping his entire surroundings. And he ended up mastering the 7 basic forms of the art. After having mastered these 7 fundamental forms, he attempted to perform the 8 advanced forms. And after trying, it actually worked for him in just 2 short months. Karen had been successful, and Eren could see how badly his hands were damaged. She held her hands in shock, completely stunned, stating how she had thought 6 months was a very short estimate. She couldn't understand why Corin was so desperate to grow stronger. He explained that if it were simply about being stronger, then Sego was already more than strong enough. Corin explained how sometimes Even the hero needs a loyal companion, someone to whom the great wagon could be entrusted. And the most crucial thing is, if he becomes stronger, then fewer innocent people will have to die. Hearing this, Eren realized that Korin was, at his core, a good person. But Korin disagreed with her, calling himself nothing more than ordinary, which brought a warm smile to Eren's face. The Mage Tower Rebellion incident was when the mages of the tower sided with the dread Firmak Daemon, shattering the protective shell of Eren Manhwa, who had disguised them as the esteemed chairman Eryu. Once the shell was destroyed, the true Eren returned to the mortal world. According to the original scenario, she had died and had left the players with her final will to protect this world. Also, the hidden piece, the Tribulation Treasure Vault, was finally unlocked. And that was the cataclysmic event, an event that no player could stop. At least, that is what everyone had been led to believe. Yet, the hand Korin held was filled with affection, and her voice was kind. It was none other than the legendary Eren. Returning to the present day, Eren is aware that Korin knows the truth about her and Tates' story, and Korin makes no attempt to lie about his knowledge. She had passed on everything she knew, including the secrets of the 6-step spearmanship, to her disciple. But his ultimate goal was the coming of paradise, which was in essence the end of the world. When Eren denied him the final step of succession, it became the greatest and most tragic failure of her long life. Eren was filled with regret for her life choices. And in the game, Heroic Legend of Aryan, there's a very special hidden event where Eren Manhwa asks if Korin will accept her as his master. This is an incredibly rare moment in the story, only unlocked if players meet a long list of conditions and earn enough good karma. Excited beyond belief, Korin agrees to her request. However, by that point in time, knowing the game's secrets was no longer so important. When he gives his consent, Eren embraces Korin, advising him that it is all right to fall or to fail, just as long as he keeps on trying. It's okay to cry. Just smile even brighter afterward. She encourages him to stay true to his core beliefs and to always walk a righteous and noble path. With that final piece of advice, she promises to grant Korin the sacred blessing of the goddess as she gently kisses his forehead. This profound affection and warmth was something he could never forget. In the doomed city of Nazaria, the same tragic thing happened. For 300 long years, the same night of death repeated itself. And yet, the immortal king's army was only growing stronger. And that delicate balance, which had lasted for 300 years, had finally reached its limit. As Eren is desperately running, she is worried that it is the third night, and at this rate, the immortal king will fully transform into a lich. But then her eyes shift to the voice that calls out from in front of her. It is none other than Korin. He assures her not to worry, because the dreaded Gerorg has already been dealt with. Additionally, he tells her not to be in such a frantic rush, because they have plenty of time since he has come to save her. When the immortal King Gerorg was finally slain, the city's time rewound by 3 days, and all the undead vanished along with it, as if nothing had ever happened. This city has a population of 1.2 million. Aram has forged a pact with the Reaper himself, because if even a single undead were to escape the city, then everything would be utterly annihilated. By day, this city is as normal and peaceful as any other city. But when night falls, it transforms into a city ruled by the undead. And this horrific cycle continues in an endless, agonizing loop, though they must defeat all the undead bosses and slay Gerorg within a span of just 3 days. To accomplish this, Eren has split her very soul in two. Her soul has repeated this 3-day cycle for 300 long years. But Gerorg was beginning to notice the strange time loop, and now the loop has finally reached its breaking point. So Korin struck a new deal with the Reaper. Now, with the deadline rapidly approaching, they have looped through time 3 more times. At night, they battled against the undead hordes, and by day, they went on dates with one another. They read books together, visited circuses, and enjoyed their precious time together. And yet now, the final moment has arrived. Standing at the top of a tall building, looking out at the sunset, Eren expresses her gratitude to Korin. But Korin is more concerned about how she endured the time loop for such a long time. But Eren explains that spending it alone and spending it with someone you care for are 2 very different things. Korin is glad that they were able to enjoy their time together, but still regrets that they never went to one of the city's fancy restaurants. However, Eren believes that a fancy restaurant is not necessary to make things truly meaningful with her future disciple. Although tonight, they will finally purify Nazria and end this never-ending, horrific night. According to Korin's grand theory, This is possible as long as there is no sudden, abrupt interference. Korn clarifies that this is him simply paying her back for her help, and she will grant him a single wish when this ordeal is finally over. On the other side of the city, Georg has finally understood that the regression has lasted for 300 long years. Georg places 2 powerful runes, front and back, and defile the original runes. With this action, the Nazria cycle is officially over, and the curse has been amplified several times over. Georg lets out a maniacal laugh and transforms into a fearsome lich, declaring his intention to kill Eren. Seeing all of the undead in the monitored zone converging in a single place, a battle priest who is stationed in Nazria, Cruz, is shocked because this has never happened before. The true immortal king is summoning every single undead in the city, hiding behind a large boulder. Korn and Eren are confused because while anomalies can happen, this is the very first of its kind. So they decide to remain hidden for now and prepare for the worst. Before they could even make their move, another powerful Doom Bolt spell was unleashed from the sky above, poisoning the very earth itself with a corrosion contamination, transforming it into a true land of death. This makes Corinne and Eren realize that Georg has already become a lich, and this means that the magic power within the city is now infinite. Instead of continuing to hide, they start running because there is no longer any point in hiding. Abruptly, mid-rank, undead creatures and undead hunters begin to appear out of thin air. But Korn has had enough of this madness, so he brandishes his spear, unleashing the devastating 6th wave attack, even when Eren warns him not to use any aerial movements, because if he were to stop in midair, things could become incredibly risky for him. He doesn't listen to her because Korn has already mastered this skill, so he skillfully slashes his way across these grotesque, undead creatures, leaving Eren both proud and completely shocked. On the flip side of the battle, Georg, the newly transformed lich, has gone completely insane and has struck down with 10 strikes of the powerful Doombolt spell, laughing like a madman. But then his laughter turns to deadly seriousness when he sees his Doombolts simply disappearing into thin air. Just then, Korn appears directly in front of him, acknowledging that Georg has likely forgotten what sunlight looks like after 300 years. With that, Korn launches his solar focus skill. His aura transforms into a fiery blaze, and the brilliant light of the sun envelopes the entire surroundings. Smirking, Korn declares that this is the sun, which Georg has not laid eyes upon for hundreds of long years. When the fire completely surrounds Korn, Georg can't help but scoff and laugh at the sight, assuming Korn has suddenly manifested such incredible power. With that, Georg unleashes the Doombolt's maximum output, intending to remove the energy of that false sun. In addition to all of that, Georg finds it amusing that Korn actually thought he could win with this, since the magic of the endless moon is currently blessing her. However, all of a sudden, the character Geir gets a profound shock when bright lights begin to appear on the undead creatures, and on him as well. He is even more startled upon seeing a number of runes inscribed. The rune of the sun and the rune of fire glowing all over the floor. The runes have spread out over a massive, large-scale area. At that moment, Korn agrees with Georg's assessment that suddenly manifesting this kind of immense power is not possible. He is stating all of this while generating raw power with his bare hands. These last 10 days spent with Eren, the only reason Korn had the leeway to act like her disciple is because of the numerous battle traces that have been left behind by a true hero who doesn't mind being completely forgotten. Those are the traces that have slowly built up over 300 lonely years, because during her tons of brutal battles, Eren wrote powerful runes all over the entire city, releasing the concentrated power of the sun. A partial release of the energy of Klaus Salas. Ronin creates a widespread, raging inferno in the surrounding area, declaring that this is the final, decisive night. Pausing for a moment, Korn threatens the immortal king to leave, as he unleashes the ultimate claw, soulless solar manifestation, causing such a brilliant, bright light that it literally melts and burns away the undead creatures slowly, just as they are melting and burning away into nothingness. Horin strikes them with the ultra-large-scale purification. Upon its activation, this blinding energy covers the entire landscape with a pure white light. Georg screams out in agony, pain, and utter astonishment not understanding how someone who is a mere human could possess this much power. After 1.2 million deaths during 300 long years of darkness, all the shadows are now swallowed up by the sun. Finally, the darkness has vanished, and the city has returned to normal. Just then, the death god himself appears before them, praising Korin, for he had done it, as he had never thought. This would be caused by something from the tribulation treasure vault. However, now that Korin has successfully fulfilled his promise, it is now time for the Reaper to fulfill his side of the bargain. Hearing this, Eren looks at Korin with sorrowful eyes, feeling very emotional, not believing that this is really the end, because once this is all over, Eren will disappear forever. Both Eren and Korin stand on a balcony, looking out at the city, talking about how difficult things were. But still, they had managed to be successful. In his heart, Korin is certain that he will never forget Eren. In his past life, Korin remembers how Eren bid her final farewell to him, advising him to hold onto his convictions and walk the noble path of a king. Since even the Eren of the present has different memories than his own master. Back then, she had always comforted him in the exact same way, with kind, reassuring words. Though this time, Eren cups Korin's face in her hands, assuring him that the goddess's blessing now dwells deep within him. And instantly, she presses a soft, gentle kiss to his lips, hoping that he will always find happiness in his future, as tears stream down her beautiful face. The moment the sun fulfilled its sacred role and the darkness receded once more, all traces of Eren would vanish from existence. And that is exactly what came to pass. Aside from the disciple she raised as if he were her own child, no visitors ever come to this lonely castle where Eren remains, Valtazer, due to the profound betrayal of that very same disciple, whom she had once thought of as her rightful successor. She was sealed away for 80 long years in the desolate castle. 3 centuries ago, she had wandered the streets of this very Nazaria. Somehow, she had forgotten, but now these memories flooded back into her. How she had forged a grim pact with the Reaper himself, and how she was cursed to repeat that single night for over 300 years. However, a new memory of Korin then surfaced in her mind, the moment he made his very own pact with the Reaper. When the image of Korin crystallized in her thoughts, she believed this young man was once Balthazar's disciple. She had assumed he betrayed Balthazar and then came to her. She recalled with clarity how he had arrived to save her. But then the final, vivid memory of her lips meeting his flashed through her mind, and a deep, crimson blush spread across her flustered face, as beads of sweat began to form on her brow. In that very instant, Josephine appeared through a portal holding a book, inquiring if the great Eren wished for something to read. But Eren was so mortified that she had squeezed her eyes shut, unwilling to face another soul in that moment. She gently touched her own lips, unable to erase the phantom sensation of kissing her student, Korin. Meanwhile, at the second holy site of Zion, within the Grand Cathedral, one of the esteemed saintesses, Estelle, received a report from her men concerning the city of Nazaria. It had been completely purified in the span of a single night. The man explained how it was like a new dawn, and surely a divine blessing upon all of humanity. For years prior, Estelle herself had journeyed to Nazaria and had achieved a purification through a sacred prayer ritual, but its effects were fleeting at best. The city reverted to its cursed state after a mere 3 days. Now that the dreaded place has been cleansed for good, a new kind of suspense and terror has begun to spread, because no one has any idea who is behind this miraculous purification. Estelle issued a decree: find the one who purified Nazaria. This incredible news became the talk of the entire continent, reaching the Mage Tower and even the church itself, and also journeying toward the unforgiving, frozen north. In the northern kingdom, upon the Dingle Peninsula, in a brutally frigid atmosphere where monstrous beasts constantly roam, the people there are perpetually prepared for battle. Thus, this land inevitably became a place where only raw strength is revered. And 80 years ago, a legendary figure appeared in this very place. This brutal land was the only suitable home for this man. Tate's Valtazer. Now, seated upon his throne, Valtazer was in the middle of an interrogation. One of the unfortunate men was begging him, desperately trying to explain he was not the one from whom the sun was stolen. But when Valtazar unleashed a searing bolt of light at the poor man, he finally revealed that the culprit was Corin, as he is also the one who might have slain the dread Firmac. The terrified man explained how Corin called himself Aaron's first spear when Valtazar muttered Corin's name aloud. It made the people around him realize that Valtazar was familiar with this name. Thus, Valter revealed that he did, in fact, know him, because his fated rival has now shifted from the boy, Partsihotim, and Valter resolved to personally meet this Corin, if he truly claims to be the Spear of Aaron. On the other side of the world, standing before the academy, Corin smiled because he had now become a second-year student. This academy was established to manage the special demi-humans in the school, within a place called the Integrated Dormitory. In essence, it is a dormitory created to isolate Warab and Mariette, and Josephine had become a professor who served as the supervisor due to a severe shortage of staff. Right now, Warren was holding a massive tuna head high in the air, leaving Josephine completely and utterly shocked. Cornell served as the assistant supervisor as well, and all the students were currently engaged in butchering the massive tuna and doing other chaotic things. Witnessing all of this madness, Josephine demanded an explanation from Corin at once. So he explained that Mariette had mentioned she would be having many guests over. So at the moment, she was busy arranging all of the furniture. And this was the reason why large furniture was being brought inside. Warren had purchased a bluefin tuna from the market, so they had all decided to share a meal together. And Alicia was here simply to lend a helping hand. She's right now employing her Arden-style sashimi technique to thinly slice the fish. Playfully, Corin offered to sell some of the meat to Josephine at a good price, but she could no longer tolerate this chaos for another second, and suggested that they clean up this entire mess and prepare the rooms for the first years that Corin had told her about. Corin assured her that the first years he had mentioned were a brother and sister pair, so they could share a single room, which could be prepared by him alone. However, Josephine informed him that she would be helping him herself, because there were 2 additional rooms to be prepared. Since there are new first years arriving at the academy tomorrow, she requested that Corin be the one to guide them. Hearing this, Corin couldn't help but let out a smirk, because he demanded to only do it if she would listen to his one request. Basically, the great responsibility of guiding the first years is bestowed upon outstanding second-year students, and Mariette has now become a third year. Thus, the one chosen to guide them is now Corin. Now aboard the train, Corin explains the inner workings of the academy to the new students, while Warren holds a cheerful happy enrollment board in her hands. As he gives them the grand tour and waits for the students to ask any questions, the male students instead end up complimenting Corin's fine attire, leaving Warren feeling incredibly awkward. Upon arriving at the academy, Warren decides to depart, as someone annoying is coming to find her. Before Corin could pry any further into the matter, Warren had already taken to the skies and flown away, even though flying within the academy grounds is strictly forbidden. However, it now finally felt real to Corin after guiding the new students that he was, in fact, a second year. Though his attention soon shifted to the 2 sibling pairs, Run and Ron, who were heading inside the academy and had denied any offer of help from Corin, claiming they would handle everything on their own from now on. Seeing them, Corin was absolutely certain these were the students who would garner the most attention. Right then, his gaze shifted over to Alicia, and he asked, who was in charge of guarding the formidable Westgate, but she was currently busy guiding the other students. Unexpectedly, a new voice called out his name, confirming if he was Sir Corin. Upon turning back to the voice, Corin saw a new first-year student named Miriam Elizabeth Elris, who greeted Corin with a radiant and warm smile. The very moment he laid eyes upon her, Corin realized just how wrong his prediction had been about Run and Ron receiving the most attention this year. Hearing the royal name Elras, Corin immediately knelt down before Miriam, leaving Alicia gasping as her gaze shot toward him in utter shock. But while one may not recognize their face or first name, there is not a single soul who would not know this royal surname. Kneeling down, Corin kissed her hand with the utmost respect, as this person is the second princess of this very country. Additionally, she is the infamous villainess of the heroic legend of Arhin's era. The way Corin behaved so respectfully greatly impressed Miriam, and she praised his impeccable etiquette, curious as to where he had studied it. Lowering his gaze, his expression suddenly darkened, and he revealed that he had learned it from someone he knows. The harsh reality is that Miriam is the one from whom he had learned. During their very first meeting, she had demanded that a true gentleman should kiss a lovely lady's hand and ask for a dance if a lady stands before him. Even after that fateful meeting in Corin's past life, they had shared some sort of relationship, and other things had happened too. But in the previous life, they had never met within the walls of the academy. However, both Miriam and Corin were interrupted when Estel Hadasha Elras greeted him, overjoyed to see Corin there. She wondered if they could possibly shake hands, and without any hesitation, Corin reached out to her and greeted her as he introduced himself. When Corin acted with such formality, Estel assured him not to, because they were now students of the same academy. With that, she turned her gaze upon Miriam, addressing her as Mir, while pretending she hadn't noticed her at first, giving the lame excuse that she's simply so small. Miriam couldn't help but become instantly annoyed, and also reminded Estelle to never call her Mir. However, Estelle reminded Miriam to call her Auntie or Sunbae as well, and also declared that she has returned, starting from this very day, acknowledging the fact that it has been a little over 2 years since she had taken her leave of absence from the academy. Annoyed, Miriam stated how respect is only given to those who are truly above them, and the only thing that Estelle has, according to Miriam, is some useless chunks of flesh. With that, Miriam thanked Alicia for escorting her to this place, addressing her politely as Alicia Sunbeam before taking her leave. Estelle followed after her, giving Corin a quick and cheerful goodbye. Alicia and Corin stood there completely stunned and motionless, as sweat trickled down their faces in disbelief, because Miriam had shown such immense respect to Alicia, while Corin was still in the process of digesting everything that had happened, being aware of one simple fact: he was completely and utterly doomed. Now, on the way to the Great Hall, Ren and Ron were feeling a little bit scared, but still, they tried their best to act confident. This is when Miriam greeted them and offered to shake their hands, since they were all from the same academic year. Hesitantly, Ron stepped forward and extended his hand toward her, but that is when Miriam grabbed his wrist with a harsh grip, stating how they had killed each and every one of the beastmen. But still, these disgusting mutts were left. With that said, she threatened him to never, ever touch her staff, and then threw him harshly to the ground, as his sister rushed to console him. At the exact same time, Corin was confused as hell and felt like he was walking on thin ice, not knowing what would happen to him next, because these two new characters were introduced very late into the original story, so they weren't even supposed to be here at all. And still, they had appeared in the academy at the exact same time. Not having much of a concrete idea, Corin thinks that it is maybe because of his purification of Nazria. He had been far too careless. Later on in his class, Corin was not focusing on a single thing, knowing that he was in some very big trouble. The professor in the class spotted him not focusing and asked him a question, but when he didn't answer, the professor ended up deducting his academic marks. This only made things more frustrating for poor Corin. Pressing onward, he was walking down the long corridors, calling it an unwritten rule to go through the orientation and then finish class early on the very first day. As he entered the special dormitory, Corin recalled that the earlier plan was to just have Josephine, Mariette, Warren, the Wolf siblings, and himself inside the special dormitory. But now that Corin remembered, Josephine had told him about preparing 2 additional rooms, as 2 more people were apparently coming to stay. Just when he realized what had happened, from inside the room, a voice suddenly called out for him. It was Miriam, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, ordering him to maintain his courtly etiquette. But then, Corin explained how a gentleman only kisses a lady's hand once per day. This made Miriam let out a soft chuckle, making her wonder how a commoner knew so much about proper etiquette. With that, she told him to support her when the royal succession officially starts next year. Not looking at her, Corin revealed that he is a lowly guardian. She cannot really gain much from his humble support, as Miriam revealed that he is the knight who carried a holy relic, recognized by both the Catholic and the Protestant churches, Clause Solis. Corin walked and stopped directly in front of her. As Corin stood directly in front of her, she could see how suspicious he was of her intentions. So she grabbed Corin by the neck and pulled him down towards herself, claiming she would pay him for his services in advance. As she lay down upon the bed, she wrapped her legs around his waist and demanded to know what Corin wanted from this royal, whom nobody had ever touched before this day. since she would give him whatever he wants, and he could ask her for anything. While she stretched her arms out languidly on the bed, red streams of energy began to surround the entire room, and Corinne looked at her as if he were completely hypnotized. Lying on the bed, Miriam granted Corinne her permission to do whatever he desired, as a crimson energy began to envelop the entire room. With that, she moved closer to him, declaring how he was her one true destiny, so he should devour her completely and make her his. As her eyes began to shine with a brilliant red glow, when Corin finally realized what was truly happening, he jerked away from the bed, stumbling back to his feet, panting heavily from the exertion. Realizing that she had even used aphrodisiac incense to try and tempt him, and finding it incredibly disappointing because a noble who was about to inherit a grand throne should not be doing this. However, Miriam had other games playing out in her mind. To use the sun god's chosen champion as a powerful political card, she explained how marriage and child conferencing are the oldest and most effective forms of transaction. Ignoring that, Corin wanted to know what Miriam had meant by destiny earlier, but when she didn't bother to explain her words, Corin began to leave. Once he had reached the door, Miriam offered to set the mood for him again another day, but when he promptly refused her, she explained how her conditions might yet change his heart, wondering how confident he was with his final decision. Looking back and smiling warmly at her, he revealed that he had learned from someone he knows to be extra careful when it comes to beautiful women. With that, Corin exited the room without another word, leaving Miriam smirking to herself as she thought of working even harder. Corin was panting heavily, as this encounter had been very dangerous. And the strangest part is that he has been getting into these kinds of situations much more often. Corin recalled a similar incident with Mariette, also one with Alicia, where she had said strange things to Corin because she had chosen theater as her main elective and chose to play a part about a torrid affair. And then Warren holding his hands at every single chance she got. Ever since Corin had swallowed the sun itself, his body has been flowing with a powerful yang energy because Warren releases an endless amount of pure En energy. Due to her legendary 9 En meridian physique, even just touching him feels good to her now. During break time, she keeps holding his hand and insists on staying for a little longer. Later on, at the crowded cafeteria, Corin discusses this new issue about women clinging to his body with Jaeger and Lark. However, at first, Lark and Jaeger remain completely calm about it, but then they start to grab him in a fit of anger, calling him a shameless playboy and suggesting he just pick one woman. All of them freeze in their current positions when Miriam herself approaches them, though. Both Lark and Jaeger sit back down at their places and hear their conversation, with their jaws hanging open, since Miriam requests Corin to give her a private tour, because she is going to be visiting the city center very soon. Seeing him, Jaeger thinks that they don't have to give this guy any advice, as it feels that he will be split in 5 different ways any second now. Lark agrees. At first, he was incredibly jealous, but now he is taking this all in academically. He thinks that Corin's body must be releasing powerful pheromones, and for some unknown reason, their own immune systems prevent them from being affected by it. When Jaeger doesn't get what Lark is trying to say, Lark signals for him to just look at Corin, who is now talking with the esteemed Professor Arya. Jaeger's eyes widen with utter and complete shock, because both of these dumb guys, pretending to be smart, think that Karen has some serious issues and is also interested in men. Later on, Professor Arya announces to the first-year students about Mercabia's sacred ritual, which is a practical training session at the legendary hunting ground. However, this time, rather than facing monsters, a few second years will be their opponents. With that, the practical training officially begins. At the deadly hunting ground, some innocent students are impressed by a new student, German Luther, as he is a second-ranked student. They decide to form teams and then plan a winning strategy. On first impression, German Luther looks like an ordinary kid, just like all the others, but he can't help but feel disgusted to be on the same rank as the lowly wolf siblings, because there is nothing he could do about losing to Princess Miriam, who is currently ranked first among them. German is aware that he would have left this academy if he was not appointed for his sacred, holy mission. Last semester, a covert unit from the Order had infiltrated the academy in order to eliminate the monster, but they were captured. At that time, Bishop Renaud denied any connection in order to save them, but now they had sent in German Luther. So now, he has to hide the fact that he is from the Order and act as a perfect model student at the academy, running. The 3rd and 4th ranked students call for German to follow them as they see their opponent approaching. However, German has no other choice but to build up their trust by completing the practical training with them. Some students find it unfair that there are more than 400 students, so it might be very tough for the seniors. However, German has other, more pressing concerns. The main objective is to defeat these seniors and steal their insignia. So he has decided to act and to lead these foolish kids, and later on, use them as his pawns to achieve his ultimate goal. Everyone's attention shifts to their backs when they hear a loud, thudding noise coming from directly behind them. From afar, Josephine looks at the students, who are all scared, and recalls how Corin decided to do the new student orientation, but put a condition on it to include the returning students that he had chosen for the hunting ground test. Standing there, Josephine wondered if listening to his strange request was a right thing to do at the time when students thought that the second-year students might have a tough time fighting. 400 new students. They had no idea who the second-year students of Merkaba Academy really were. At first, it is Yule, who has mastered the ultimate druid technique of the Wicker Man in only half a year. Then Drawn, the magic swordsman mercenary, who got a super expensive magic sword set because of a very successful investment he made. And Cransel Rude, the Golemancer, who now controls a massive super golem. Other than that, there is also Warren, who needs no further introduction at all. And lastly, the head of the Arden family herself, Alicia. They're all giving a very hard time to the new students, and chaos has now erupted in the deadly hunting ground, with no one able to fight back against them, or even raise their weapons to properly defend themselves. On the flip side, some students are running away in terror by seeing a strange figure emerging from the deep shadows, having grotesque clown makeup painted on his face. It is obviously Corin, yet German stands frozen in place, confused and a little bit hesitant to act. German takes out his own weapon, and here's how the person calls all the new students fools, because they have all run away in fear. By seeing clown makeup, inscribing runes of fire upon ground, Corin unleashes fire, spreading absolute horror in the hunting ground, creating even more commotion as fire erupts everywhere around them. German shivers with fear as horror slashes across his face. Corin is aware that German has absolutely no idea that the person who transformed Merkaba Academies, notable second years, into veritable super soldiers was the very same clown who stood before him. While some students faint and cry, German is unable to move from his place because of his intense fear, and Corin can't help but enjoy this spectacular sight, demanding to know why he is looking so serious all of a sudden. With that, he gets a little bit closer to him, grinning and ordering him to simply smile. Meanwhile, German trembles as sweat trickles down his face. After being born in the St. Michaela Monastery and walking down the path of unwavering faith his entire life, German had times when he wanted to ask if God truly existed, but he is sure of one thing in his heart. The devil does exist after looking at this clown in front of him. As German tries running, Corin uses his spear between German's legs, making him fall hard onto the ground. Just then, Corin declares that this is now the end for him. Out of sheer terror, German shuts his eyes tightly, not able to witness what is about to happen to him, and also begins to cry uncontrollably. That is when Corin pats his hand gently on German's head and helps him to stand up, praising him for his immense guts. When Corin introduces himself properly, German immediately recognizes that it is the same guy who fought with Lunia, Arden. Now that German has finally calmed down, Corin explains how he was looking for skilled first years. And aside from the princess herself, German is the one. Extending his hand, Corin offered German the chance to work with him. Surprised, German immediately shook hands with Corin, agreeing to the offer. The first thing Corin needed to do in this hunting ground was to scout. German, the spy of the order, that Corin is already aware of. 1 hour after the test started, Ron and Run have been getting attacked by the other students, and Run is knocking them all out, guiding Ron to check their backpacks and take all of their armbands. Poor Ron doesn't understand why everyone is attacking them, and wonders if maybe it is because they are demi-humans. However, Rin explains that it is not because of that, but because they're the second rankers, and everyone wants their armbands. Taking the armband of their seniors is worth a lot more points, but they're all far too strong for them. So they're trying to take armbands from people of their own year in order to get points. Though in the last part, They have to trade these in for valuable prizes. But when Ron and Rin arrive at the final stage, the cottage is on fire, but then an earthquake appears, and a giant tower-like building appears in front of them, likely made by Yule, because it is covered with thick vines. As the wolf siblings stand there in awe, Miriam also comes up from behind, sensing the strong scent of fur. This mysterious tower has 3 separate entrances, so Rin and Ian decide not to follow Miriam and enter the other gate. When they finally enter the gate, Drum is already inside, sending lightning strikes to the ground, making it very hard for the siblings to stand on solid ground. Drum makes it clear that these are the situations he was hired for, so he can go easy on them in this fight. This place has 3 entrances, 3 rooms, and 3 powerful guardians. Then the corridors join together, and there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Lastly, there is the 3rd floor, where Corin is waiting for the students. Although one of the first-year students is already hiding, using his infiltration skills successfully. No one can deceive Corin. The moment he senses someone nearby, he comments on how he heard that there is someone skilled in stealth. With that, Corin doesn't waste a single second and strikes his spear at the side of the nearby pillar, where he senses the presence of the hidden student. The way the spear unnaturally curved when the person thought it had missed made the first-year student completely shocked. In an instant, this guy feels like his very soul is being messed with. It is because of the death god's orb that will always hit its mark. It will separate the body and the spirit of its target. Because of this, his concentration is now fading away. He is even losing his ability to use stealth. The man's eyes widen in shock as Corin calls him by his real name, questioning if he, Rashida Din Mustali, a first-year, second-rank knight, is using a technique from a legendary assassin clan. For a moment, Rashid pauses in his tracks, but then gets out of his hiding spot completely, warning that Corin should not have mentioned it, and attacks Corin from behind with his deadly whips. At first, Corin lets the guy attack him and dodges it with ease, but when Rashid doesn't stop his assault, Corin grabs his spear to attack him back. Rashid had always wanted to stay away from a life of bloodshed, wanting to leave his dark past far behind him. But now that this senior in front of him has mentioned it, Rashid can't help but try to kill Corin to hide his true identity. Moving swiftly, he unleashes fire against Corin in a desperate attack. But little does he know that fire and heat are Corin's greatest expertise, as Corin dodges the fire, leaving Rashid completely surprised. He explains how Rashid deserves a great reward for doing this much, so he should go up and address his well-earned points. With that, Corin also mentions that it doesn't matter if he has learned magic, swordsmanship, or the art of assassination, but that his stealth ability is needed very soon too. The second thing Karen needed to do in this hunting ground was to test the skills of the most worthy first-year student. At the exact same time, the wolf sibling almost died because of Draunt's incredible abilities, but they still ended up being passed to the 2nd floor. In the presence of the mighty Warren, they were passed by almost immediately, because, obviously, Warren couldn't control her strength against them, so she simply let them go. At the 3rd and final floor, Corin was waiting for the other students, and Ron arrived. The moment they enter the room, a slash strikes near their face. It is Corin's spear, which was targeted directly towards Ron. But when Ron lets his guard down to protect her, Ron is knocked out cold by Corin's attack. He faints on the ground, completely surprised. Rin looks at her fallen brother, but ends up running away. When Corin activates the tiger sweeping wind to attack them, and they turn into the fearsome beasts, their one true form, Corin doesn't feel great treating them like this, but he needs to make sure that these kids can pull their own weight by growing them to that formidable level of power. Holding his spear, which is glowing with the activation of his spell, Coden looks at them and declares that he will end this now. If it is not a full moon, holding back their beast instincts is easy. However, being fully transformed is a completely different thing. Now Run and Ron have completely transformed, being totally violent and feral in their final beast form. They would normally continue being in their human appearance, but the wolf siblings have not yet fully matured, so they are limited to this primal beast form for now. While he's transformed, Ron, who is completely harmless in his human form, now acts like a thirsty, rabid dog. On top of that, he has to fight the two of them as they attack together. Corin reflects on how communication between beasts can be done completely wordlessly as they launch their coordinated attacks. And as for these siblings who have gone through so many things together, they have no opening left between them at all. When Corin tries to attack Rin directly, Ron comes in between them to save her from the blow. Thus, Corin explains to them, while fighting, how Ron should be attacking the enemy. instead of just saving his sister. Using his spear, Ron uses this opportunity to knock Ron out of the fight, telling him to never give a single moment's rest to his opponent. However, Rin is a little bit smarter than her brother Ron, so she attacks him, but her attacks are not yet precise. Launching attacks on them in return, Korn explains how they need to attack their vital points. At this rate, sobbing from the sheer pain and utter agony, Korn's voice was cold steel, commanding them to rise and battle until their very bones were broken. However, even Korn could see that they had expended every last ounce of their strength. So he gently took hold of Ron, helping her back to her feet. He thought to himself that this was surely enough for one day. It was a difficult thing to be so harsh with these small, resilient children. They couldn't defeat his power, not even in their final beast forms. But through this crucible, they had learned the true meaning of a real fight. They had truly hardened their resolve in the flames, and that, above all else, was truly admirable. With Rin now held protectively in his arms, a gentle smile broke his stern facade as he asked if her appa had been too aggressive. Rin sobbed with frustration. Her pride stung that Korn still treated them like infants. But in the end, both of the exhausted kids hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Korn acknowledged that his methods had been undeniably mean. But in that same moment, he praised their incredible battlefield judgment and their raw physical prowess. Despite the fact that they had been unable to defeat him, Korn still allowed them to pass, because their performance had been exceptional. And although the siblings found immense comfort in that warm, reassuring embrace, they made a silent vow to never have to rely on it again. As Korn watched them depart, his gaze firm, he sensed an unexpected presence right behind him. When he turned, he saw it was Miriam, who was clapping slowly. She seemed impressed, noting the wolf siblings had passed some time ago, and yet Korn was still just standing here, waiting. Furthermore, she mockingly referred to the siblings as puppies, while still acknowledging their impressive physical talents. She also commented on how Korn had been acting, as if this were all just a game in a playground, while he was dealing with the two of them. Korn sharply reminded Miriam of his current role as an examiner. So if she truly wished to pass, she would first have to defeat him. And when it came to her own trial, he would not show her the same mercy he'd shown those siblings, especially if she decided to finally unleash the thing that she was currently concealing within her dress. Then he would be forced to use his full power to fight her back. As she turned away, Miriam reminded him that she had been ready to remove her dress earlier. But Korn had not fallen for her seductive trap, so she would concede this battle. Declaring this, Miriam turned to take her leave, though the thing Miriam had concealed was a deadly snake familiar. And yet, even though Korn had revealed his knowledge of her secret weapon, she had not shown even the faintest glimmer of surprise. Korn was certain this would be another difficult ordeal, just like last time, because he had no idea how to deal with this dangerous person. Elsewhere, a different group of students had reached the top of the tower, where a sign was placed, instructing them to go back to the entrance. This cruel joke sent the exhausted students into a rage, having absolutely no other choice. The poor kids began their long journey back to the entrance, blaming this entire mess on that maniacal clown, Korn, calling him a complete madman, as they recalled the rumors about Korn being the future son-in-law of the powerful Dunalad family. But he is also supposedly engaged to Lunyard. As they were moving ahead, grumbling, they suddenly froze as Korn materialized in front of them, welcoming them all with a theatrical, chilling laugh. He sarcastically inquired about their practice session, all while casually pouring out some wine, regarding the grand rewards to be distributed amongst the students. Korn explained there would be 4 or 5 precious magic stones and various other high-ranking, powerful items. Leaping forward with a dramatic flourish, Korn demanded to know the one similarity between these items and these people. When nobody could answer him, Korn explained that both they and the rewards could burn very easily, and with a single contemptuous flick of his fingers, he incinerated those priceless rewards. The students became enraged, wanting nothing more than to kill this sadistic jerk, but they obviously knew they would just end up getting beaten by him. At that very moment, Mariette appeared with a chest overflowing with rank 3 and 2 magic stones. With that, Korn introduced the students to the master craftsman, who would forge them custom weapons free of charge. These were the top blacksmiths from the entire capital city. He also gave praise to Horan and Mariette for transporting the rare materials, and the blacksmiths as well. On the other hand, Alicia was setting a grand dinner table with an array of gourmet dishes, made with only the very best of ingredients. Seeing this feast, the students went crazy and began to dig in. After all, today was a celebration meant for them. All the fine ingredients and chefs had been transported here by Marriott, and also the so-called scammer blacksmiths, whose dirty little secrets have been exposed, were all summoned here by Warren. However, the way these seniors were now behaving was shocking to all the students, because they were all acting with such sweetness and profound kindness, now that they were no longer fighting against them. Alicia looked at Corin, reminding him that the cost of the expensive magic stones that he had just gifted to 400 people was entirely on him. Corin explained that aside from liquid assets like the inn, he had indeed spent his entire net worth on this, though to him, money was not truly important, but their lives most certainly are. He was saving up his money from the beginning, all for this very moment, so that he could finally give his juniors access to powerful magic stones. Corin was aware that they could not all become a formidable fighting force just by being gifted with some expensive equipment, but their chances of survival should now go up quite significantly. Even though Corin tried not to feel any sense of anxiety, he couldn't help but feel this way, especially at this time. Keeping German by his side, recruiting the skilled Rashid, and pushing Ren and Ron to their limits were all part of his preparation, since the stage for the next great trial, which is now looming ever closer to them, is right here at the Merkaba Academy itself. As the students were enjoying the festivities, they invited Alicia to come and dance with them. Alicia turned her gaze to Karen to make sure it was fine for her to do so, but Corin had vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, a brand new, dark plot was beginning to unfold. Elder Admalak, the feared red magic faction leader, declared his intention to retrieve the experiment that is neither beast nor human. The black magic faction leader, the sinister Elder Morshadan, was quite confident that everything would fall perfectly into their hands, especially since the legendary golden mage himself is participating. Marriott, that vampire, must be retrieved by their prestigious mage tower. In essence, the infamous magic tower incident is about to begin. In the original timeline, under the shallow investigation of the Grand Library's archives, they would have successfully abducted the young vampire girl and conducted their horrific experiments in the dark basements. But history is about to be twisted, since Corin has already been waiting, standing vigil at the imposing magic tower, observing and examining everything around it. The special dormitory housed students that were of great importance to the academy. Firstly, it was only Corin and Warren, but now it is almost completely full. Every morning, Corin spars with a powerful Warren, then showers, and then sees that the new students have arrived on the second floor. At the very end of the floor, the two princesses have their royal rooms. Princess Itel had gone to the chapel for her morning prayers, while Miriam had gone off to her private lab. It is not like the original story at all. And as both of the princesses are now living at the academy, Corin is worried about these drastic changes. However, on the other end of the hall are the wolf siblings. Smiling to himself, Corin opens the door to their rooms and tries to wake them up. But these two sleepy cuties demand to sleep for just a little while longer. Though these kids would have grown up to be formidable villains, they are obviously very tired right now, as Corin pushed them past their absolute limits during the recent test. But they are obviously still like little toddlers. Thus, Corin helped them to brush their teeth in the morning. According to the original plot of the story, these siblings are very useful, since they were originally mid-bosses. So it would be very nice if they grew up quickly into their final beast forms. But right now, Corin doesn't really care about that, because these kids who went through something so awful in their past have turned out to be this incredibly cute instead. Looking at them, Corin can't help but think of changing their tragic future. Without even hesitating, at the chairman's private office, Ario informs Khoten about the mages from the Mage Tower who are visiting here. When Corin asks them for the reason, Josephine explains to him that they are here and to search about the careers of students studying magic. Corin understands that the Mage Tower is always severely shorthand, so the students much prefer working at the prestigious academy rather than at the dreaded Mage Tower. Frowning, Josephine realizes that Corin knows a great deal about the Mage Tower. At first, the Mage Tower had a complete monopoly on magic and mages. It was a place where vile corruption was commonplace, and the elder mages were always giving a hard time to the juniors. But due to the rise of the Merkaba Academy, the Mage Tower lost its fierce rivalry with the academy, after losing its formerly dominant spot. This is when the Great Witch Hunt finally began. The Mage Tower naturally followed the will of the Order, as they would treat the demi-humans as their test subjects. When the heroes from the Academy became aware of this, they took a brave step to end the witch hunt for good, and that legendary event was called the Witch Revolution. Though, in front of the great Josephine, Corin claims to not know any more than they do. After all, she was a participant in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. Lowering her somber gaze, Josephine clarifies that it was a very long time ago, and she did not do it alone. Aryu adds that he was also there too, and so was Baltasar. Corinne is aware that the topic of Walter, the great traitor, is a sensitive topic for his beloved master, Eren, but he needs to use what leverage he can. Since they think of Corinne as Walter's secret student, Corinne has planned on leaking future information to them, disguised as if it were all part of Walter's grand plan. Thus, Corinne spills how the Mage Tower is also related to Walter, leaving Joseph I and Aryu completely and utterly shocked. Both Aryu and Josephine understand that this is classified information of the future, and that the visitors have a secret motive, besides just assessing the library or scouting out new students. Later on, while sitting with the beautiful Mariette, Corin explains to her how the Mage Tower is probably coming to visit her, and only her, and that the vampire blood that flows in her veins is of great importance to the ruthless Mage Tower, which has a great need to study the demi-humans. But Mariette is aware of how problematic it will truly be if they were to try and lay a single finger on her. The Donalaf family is the most influential family and is responsible for supplying the entire continent in the south. But Corin knows that the Mage Tower might not care about all of this, since they now follow the will of Balthazar Tates. Looking at the worried Corin, he decides that it is finally time he tells her the whole truth about Balthazar and his apocalyptic plans. Before revealing anything to her, Corin gives Mariette a heads up about this, to keep this important conversation between them. After hearing everything that he had to say, Mariette understands that the coming of paradise, that the chairman's evil is trying to bring about, is to collect all 4 real runes and all 4 of the secret treasures, and then use that immense energy to ruin every single civilization and create a new place that they wish for. Corin agrees with her, elaborating that this is the main reason why the Catholic Church and the Mage Tower don't care how powerful or influential their opponents are at this point, since they have this grim thing in mind, that everything will be completely demolished anyway. At this rate, Mariette looks scared and worried, as the plan is kind of horrific. However, Corin acknowledges that the Valtar plan looks very unrealistic, but it will be executed, because this is Valtar that they are talking about. Thus, Corin asks for a special favor from Mariette, but Mariette is more than happy that Corin has shared everything, and assured him of doing anything at all for Corin. Before leaving, Corin tells Mariette to come to the Happy Inn at midnight, since he has some important things to prepare. As Corin leaves, Mariette's face turns a deep crimson, not believing that she will be with Corin at the inn, completely alone. Later that very night, Corin is stalking the mages who are staying at the hotel for the night, and are planning to stay inside the academy. During the daytime, there are 50 mages visiting from the tower, and out of all of them, 3 of them are classified as being named. The first of them is the Red Magic Faction Elder, Admelek. He's a grumpy old guy who is the powerful head of the Fire Mages. Then there is the Black Magic Faction's Elder Morshutan. And lastly, there is the legendary Idrin of Gold, who collaborates with the dreaded Velatzer, and is also the final boss of the infamous Magic Tower incident. Hence, this is the guy that Corin needs to take out the most. But as he is stalking them with his powerful telescope, they are all wearing mysterious cloaks. So Corin is not exactly sure who he is among those 50 mages over there. Meanwhile, Lark has become their lowly servant, as he thought to get closer to the Magic Tower. He is getting orders from the mages to carry all of their stuff, and they even threaten to squeeze his very own mana heart if he doesn't work for them properly. Though, Corin's gaze shifts to one of the mages, who is running towards the back door. It is the 4th floor black mage of the powerful Mage Tower, Manroji, having his gambling game with the other mages, using his special skill. Manroji is using his powerful 3rd eye skill to see the other mages, and all of their cards from the floor ceiling. Obviously, he is cheating them. This is when Lena comes up to play a game with them. Later on, in the bedroom, Manroji was just about to grab the poor Lena, but Corin appeared in the room, using a lesser curse magic on it. Korin grabs him by his face and throws him hard onto the ground. Holding the disembodied eye that Manhwa had placed on the ceiling, Korin explains how he deserves to have an arm cut off for cheating, but worse, for messing with a helpless young girl. The guy is freaking out, clarifying if Lena had asked for it. His eyes then widen with absolute shock when Korin clarifies that Lena is not the girl that he is talking about, but the lovely Mariette. Korin reveals that the Mage Tower's secret plan is to abduct the demi-human. Mariette. Korin is aware that the Mage Tower doesn't see demi-humans as actual living things, so he brought Mariette with him into the room. And as she steps gracefully into the room, he guides Mariette to turn this disgusting guy into a vampire. A red, menacing aura surrounds both Mariette and Korin, as Mariette agrees to do whatever Korin is asking her to, while Korin lets out a wide, menacing smirk, looking horrific with his terrifying clown getup. Elder Morshutten is extremely frustrated and asks where Manhwa is, because he hasn't seen Morshutten since the day before yesterday. It's really starting to bother him a lot. They're all inside the Merkaba Academy's Grand Library. After that, Rylan nervously responds to him, guessing that Manhwa is probably out gambling somewhere again, to which Morshutten lets out a deep sigh, because it's not unusual that Manhwa often disappears for several days, drunk and wasting all of his time in filthy gambling dens. Morshutten is clearly annoyed by this fact, because he had already made it very clear to him how important this current operation was to them, and now he is very stressed that their carelessness might make the black magic faction look bad, especially in front of the great Tower Master, Idrin himself. Then, a strange thought suddenly comes to Morshutten's mind, that maybe Idrin was pretending to be Manhwa this entire time, since Adrian is the only one who is talking directly to Tates. It's very hard to know what's really going on here. Moreover, Morshutten starts to worry that Adrian could be secretly working with the dreaded Red faction right behind all of their backs. Suddenly, Morshutten tells Rylan to go and find Manhwa right away. While all of this is happening, Morshutten hears someone nearby making a lot of noise. He looks over and sees two people who are talking and acting very annoyed with one another. One of them reminds the others to stay quiet because they're in a library, while the other one sulks and looks very upset by this, clearly not liking being told off in front of everyone. As Morshutten looks a little bit closer at them, something strange finally catches his trained attention. The features of the two people look very different, and he wonders to himself if they might be demi-humans. Rylan sits all alone in a very noisy bar, clearly annoyed by everything, and also very tired. She mutters to herself, frustrated that someone like her, a third-floor disciple of the powerful black magic faction, has to waste all of her time running simple errands. She curses angrily under her breath about it, complaining about Manhwa's sudden disappearance, and thinking about switching over to the Red faction, just to escape all of this utter nonsense around her. All she needs to do is get close to one of the old men over there, and things might just get a little bit easier for her. As Relwan orders herself 2 fine martinis, stirred and not shaken, a young boy named Korin Locke suddenly appears, and then tries to start up a conversation with her. Korin seems very confident, perhaps too confident for his young age. After seeing Korin, Rylan immediately senses that there is trouble, and questions why someone who is so young is even at a bar. Korin tries to charm her with some well-placed compliments, acting as if he is used to getting lots of attention. But Rylan is clearly unimpressed by his act and very irritated. Plus, Rylan shuts him down very harshly indeed, wondering out loud why so many children are trying to flirt with her now. Meanwhile, a girl named Alicia seems completely lost in her own thoughts. She's thinking about a drama script that she absolutely loves, one that is about a torrid cheating scandal, no less. And she can't understand why Rylan isn't falling for Korin's charming act, as if the night could not possibly get any worse for her. Rylan yells for yet another strong drink, shouting angrily at the bartender about kids being allowed in a bar. Then, out of nowhere, a calm and elegant woman named Estelle appears and gently touches Rylan's lips and tells her to please stop swearing, speaking with great grace and a commanding authority. The mood in the room suddenly begins to shift, and Relwan is unsure of who this new woman is or what she really wants. Relwan stares in utter shock as Estelle leans in even closer, commenting on the beautiful color of her lips. Without any hesitation, Estelle casually offers to buy her a drink, speaking with a boldness that does not match the usual grace that is expected of someone in her high position. Rylan becomes shocked and also All the people around them wonder why the Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Rasa is here in a bar, flirting so openly with a stranger. Estelle isn't just any common noblewoman. She's the first princess, and also the holy saintess, someone who is said to be loved by the gods themselves. Despite her divine title, her personality is far from being holy. Estelle is known for being a shameless narcissist and a pleasure seeker who chases after pure beauty, regardless of the person's gender. Further, Estelle quickly learns that Reelan is 26 years old and immediately suggests that they hang out together for the night. Reelan becomes very flustered by this and mumbles something about Estelle being very pretty, trying to hide her utter confusion at the situation, to which Estelle giggles and compliments Reelan in return, saying that she's cute, even if not quite as beautiful as herself. Afterwards, Estelle hands Reelan a strong drink, encouraging her to enjoy the current moment. Ellen is completely overwhelmed by Estelle's energy and her beauty, and insists that she's not drunk at all, though she's now starting to question her own sense of reality. Before she can fully process what is happening to her, Corin steps forward into the light and firmly announces that they will be taking Rowland with them, as if the decision has already been fully made. And he further explains that he took advanced theater classes just to prepare for this very important mission. Estelle, who is always very proud of herself, quickly adds that the mission only succeeded because of her beauty, and then crosses her arms in front of her, clearly annoyed that they're just going to leave after everything. Also, someone reminds all of them that they've been planning this difficult operation for a long time too. Suddenly, the mood in the room shifts and the other customers in the bar start to react. Alicia and her partner both shout out loudly, revealing that they're both first-ranked knights of the realm and demanding that the strangers all back off from them. But Corin quickly tells Alicia to stop her at once, because he already knows the absolute truth of it, that these people aren't just some random common troublemakers. Instead, they're part of the church's own secret elite squad, the one that punishes anyone who harms the demi-humans. More, Kai is extremely shocked by this and questions how Corin could possibly know such a thing, to which Estelle warns him that knowing too much can be very dangerous. But Corin confidently says that there is no danger for him, and also he claims that he can handle all of them by himself, even without any of Alicia's much-needed help. Vice Captain Mordecai angrily steps forward to challenge him, but Estelle, who is in control as always, calls him out by his name and tells Mordecai to stop at once. Besides, Estelle's own thoughts confirm what she has already suspected, that this young boy, Corin Locke, might truly be the one who is said to possess the sun. Corin then suggests that they make a deal and lays down two conditions. Estelle assumes that the first one is about taking Reelan with him, and asks how he plans to pay them back for that considerable favor. Furthermore, Corin names the Elder Morshadin, the sinister leader of the dreaded Black faction, as their new primary and most important target, if their goal truly is to punish those who would harm the demi-humans. He even offers to show them proof of the illegal experiments that Morshadin has been secretly conducting for years. Estelle listens very closely to him, considering his generous offer, but reminds Corin that the intel he provides needs to be reliable. After hearing this, Corin gives her a very specific location, behind a large mountain near the imposing magic tower, in a hidden shack within the small Antec village. Estelle is surprised at how much Corin is revealing to her, without asking for anything from them, first of all, and she immediately questions his true intentions in all of this. That's when Corin reveals his one true condition to her, that he wants every single mage from the Magic Tower who is involved in this mission to be arrested, from the High Elders themselves all the way down to the low-ranking ones. Even Corin calls the entire tower a corrupted den that has completely lost its way. Though it sounds extreme, Corin argues that if they are left unchecked, they'll end up betraying humanity to their powerful enemy. Tate's Balthazar, Assistant Mordecai, hesitates at this, saying that capturing that many people is nearly impossible to do, to which Corin simply offers to focus on the Elder more shorthand and says they will handle the rest of them on their own. After hearing all of this, Estelle agrees and says she will hand over Reelan to Corin. Mordecai is alarmed by this decision and tries to object, but Estelle silences him with a charming smile, clearly very pleased by the advantage she has already gained. Curious, Estelle asks for his second and final condition, to which Corin responds by proposing that they cooperate from now on, as long as it doesn't involve any sort of politics. He will lend her all of his support, In exchange, Corin asks Estelle to pray for him. Estelle accepts his offer without any hesitation. As long as she still holds her divine power, she will offer up all of her prayers, especially now that they all live under the same roof. Indeed, the saint's prayer is considered a rare and powerful blessing, only available during the final stages of a very long journey. Corin, realizing this fact, cautiously asks her when the prayers happen so he can benefit from them. But instead of answering him with any seriousness, Estelle smiles at him mischievously and tells him to just call her sis. Corin hesitates at this because, after all, Estelle is both a powerful princess and the holy saintess. But Estelle insists, pressing Corin on it again, and reminding him that they will be working together for a long time anyway. Corin doesn't quite know if moving this fast is a very good idea. The situation is already far out of his hands. Elsewhere, the Black faction loses all contact with Relon as well. While no one cares about Manroji's recent disappearance, Relan's absence hits poor Jolin very hard indeed. Dolan had found a brand new reason to live again through her, and had even prepared a magical slave collar to keep Relan by his side if she had joined the dreaded Red faction. His dark obsession quickly turns into a frantic panic when a delivery arrives, and a mysterious video stone is left at the door for him. What Morkai sees inside of it completely shakes him. The footage shows Relan terrified and begging for her life, surrounded by a group of unknown attackers all around her. The viewer then celebrates capturing a young and pretty mage chick, while Relon screams out desperately for help from them. Jolene watches in absolute horror, crying out her beloved's name, and without wasting even a single second of time, Jolene shouts out that he is coming to save Relon, and rushes to the dark outskirts of the now dangerous city. Meanwhile, Corin watches all of this unfold from afar, and reveals that Relon and the others were never his main target, and that his real aim is the Tower Master of Gold himself, Idra. But he has no idea who that person is at all among the 50 mages who entered into the academy grounds. Still, Corin forms a new strategy that if he can't find Idrin directly, then Corin can at least eliminate all of the other suspects. Corin starts by ruling out the captive, Relan, stating that she was involved in a side quest called Shaded Love, where an old and creepy mage named Jolin had fallen in love with her. After that, Jolin enters the scene to try and save Relan, since they were both featured in a pre-scripted quest. Corin concludes that neither of them could possibly be Idra. Major villains, like the fearsome Golden Mage, wouldn't be placed in such common, ordinary side stories. Later on, Corin moves on to the captured Manhroji, who had been previously captured by the hero, and was the focus of yet another minor side quest, the Cheater's Hidden Trick, a scenario where the player uncovers him cheating in a game. And that's yet another name that is off of the list. Corin realizes that any character who is tied to a clear, pre-written side quest likely isn't the secret of Idrin of Gold. So his plan is to track down and capture every single side quest character, one by one, crossing them off of his list until only the unknowns remain. Meanwhile, in a dark and truly terrifying place, Jolene wakes up in a state of utter panic. He screams out, asking where he is and demanding to know what is going on. His desperate pleas are met with only silence, and a captor ignores his pathetic cries for answers and immediately begins to torture the poor man. Jolene begs them to cooperate with him, offering to talk, but his words are completely dismissed. What's more, Jolene is force-fed a thick, red stew, and it tastes very rich. Far too rich. Corin reveals that it is not food. It's a highly concentrated blood stew, and it's being used to turn them into a powerful vampire. Corin observes this twisted experiment from the safety of the shadows, silently taking note of all the madness that has happened. It is getting closer and closer, but it's clear that this mission will only get darker from here. Corin finds yet another ghoul, and realizes how the vampires create their lowly servants. If someone is a virgin, they become a Dracul or a Dracula, a much stronger form. And if they are not, wondering why everyone else seems to have experience but him, making him feel like he was the last remaining virgin in the entire world. A nearby girl shyly confessed that she was also completely untouched, admitting she had only ever held her own father's hand. And that revelation confirmed that Corin would become a Dracula, not a mere ghoul, now that the man before Corin had become his new vampire servant. Corin knew he would be unable to lie, and took full advantage of this, demanding the man reveal everything that he knows. The man was powerless to resist, and was about to speak the truth. Corin questioned the terrified mage, and learned that his name was Jolin. Furthermore, Corin demanded to know why they had come to this very city. Nervously, Jolin revealed the truth. Their secret mission was to capture the Lady Mariette Dunlevy and to assassinate the esteemed chairman Aryu Kazar. Corin relentlessly pushed him for more answers about their plan, and Jolin blurted out the truth. That they were simply following the orders of the Tower Master, someone known only by the title Byron of Gold, the legendary Tower Master, Idrin. He claimed the mission was of the utmost importance, and even planned to participate in the mission himself. Jolene wasn't sure which faction that he had joined, whether it was the red or the black, but he confirmed that the Tower Master, Idrin, was among them in disguise. With this crucial intel, Corin felt ready to move forward with his plan. At the same time, Corin issued a threat to the captive Jolene, that he has kidnapped Jolene's own beloved professor and the other mages who had recently gone missing from the academy, and a cruel and terrible ransom has now been demanded. Enough pure gold to fill an entire boat within just 1 week, or else a finger will be brutally cut off. Every single night, starting immediately from this moment, as panic began to spread, Jolene completely broke down in tears. But far away, the fearsome leader of the Red faction, Elder Admelech, reacted to the news very coldly indeed, calling the poor Jolin a complete and utter idiot, and saying he would have abandoned him if he weren't his best disciple. The situation grows more and more tense as the two factions argue. Someone questions why the Black faction is even involved in matters that solely concern the Red faction. But Elder Morstan, the leader of the Black faction, shuts them all down immediately and then says, no one can act alone anymore with the Witch of Space now present. Capturing the vampire or the chairman is now impossible. If she can simply just teleport them away from them, that is why they had planned to distract her during the Academy's midterms, forcing her to waste her magic on rescuing students instead of them. Unfortunately for them, their entire plan was exposed. Marshatten agrees that the Black faction will now assist them, and Admelech, the great Red faction leader, makes it clear they have no intention of ever paying the ransom. The Mighty Magic Tower does not negotiate with any threats, so they all agree. The only solution now is to capture the mysterious clown, who is behind all of this terrible mess. Morshutten then reveals that they have a secret informant planted deep inside the academy, and this person might know the mysterious clown's true identity. And that person is none other than the second princess, Miriam. Miriam has seen Corin's bizarre outfit once before, during the infamous hunting grounds incident. And since the Magic Tower now sponsors her, she will very likely report him to them. This will then shift the tower's attention directly toward Corin, and will prompt them to launch a full-scale attack on the special dormitory. But Corin plans to use that very moment to trap them all, and that was his original brilliant strategy. Suddenly, terrified screams are heard, and Miriam is brought in. And Morshutten asks her if she recognizes this person, to which Miriam completely and utterly declines to answer. And everything begins to fall apart for Morshutten, because Princess Miriam herself, who everyone believed would expose Corin's true identity, surprises them all by saying she knows nothing about the clown or about any of the recent kidnappings. Her unexpected silence confuses both sides. Elsewhere, Corin is completely stunned as well upon hearing that Miriam has taken a side, because Corin was sure that Miriam would mention him, but she didn't even speak his name aloud. And that one small act completely ruins his original plan, but it also keeps Corin safe, at least for now. Even though his grand strategy has now failed, Corin quickly regains his razor-sharp focus and also thanks the person helping him, and then prepares to leave, pretending that nothing is wrong, and also asks them about his payment for the job. But he brushes it off and says that he thinks Corin needs some rest. Afterwards, Corin realizes that he still has his plan B. Also, Corin is determined to think through every possible outcome. This time, Corin does not want to lose his beloved master again. Meanwhile, a major shift in power begins to occur, and Estelle suddenly steps into the fray and declares that the elder Morshutten is now under arrest. She lists off his many serious crimes, such as illegal experiments, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. After hearing this, Morshutten is completely shocked by the accusation, because he accuses Estelle of dishonoring the great Mage Tower. But she stays calm and firm in her resolve, and says that she still respects the tower itself. But the evidence against him is completely undeniable. Morshutten begins to panic, when he sees that his own secret records are being used against him, and the trap he had never expected is now closing in on him fast. After that, Estelle begins to realize something and questions how Corin got Morshidan's lab records so quickly. The lab itself changes its locations constantly, and even their elite squads couldn't seem to find it. Indeed, Estelle doesn't think that Corin would lie to her, but she is surprised by how new all the evidence is. That means that everything is still completely illegal. The experiments and imprisonments must have happened very recently, and if the Academy had ever made a formal move, Morshidan would have relocated his lab immediately to a new place. So Corin had to act quietly and incredibly fast. Estelle then finally realizes the truth of the matter. Corin Locke is trying to take down the entire Mage Tower all alone. A truly bold and incredibly dangerous move. In the background, we learn more about the larger, ongoing conflict. The Mage Tower and the Old Church had once held a massive amount of power, but they had lost all of their influence after the Witch Revolution, and the Protestants and 3 legendary heroes had defeated them. Now, these 2 old powers have joined forces with the evil Balthazar, scheming to destroy the Academy and regain their control over it. Everything was going according to their plan until Corin disrupted it. Chaos then erupts among all of the villains, and one of the groups begins to panic over how the Protestants had found and attacked their secret lab. They suspect that the clown, Corin, might be working with them. Urgently, they decide that they must now accelerate their plans, burn the Academy down to the ground, and rescue Morshidan during the chaos. But not everyone agrees with this plan, and Elder Admiralic commands silence, because he wants to retreat back to the Mage Tower immediately. Their mysterious leader, the Tower Master Idris, is called upon, and with Morshidan now gone, the rest of them can't carry out the plan all alone. Now, it is Idrin's turn to finally act, and the war between the Academy and the dreaded Mage Tower is about to escalate to a new level. The Tower Master, Idrin, is shocked to hear that the witch has been captured, but quickly regains her composure and understands the situation, and then orders everyone to move out at once. Their destination is to the northwest of Merkaba, where a hidden marker lies, a well-kept secret from the time of the Great Witch Wars. Only 2 people were ever supposed to know about this location, Aaron Danua and the powerful Josephine. So, when the ancient marker was activated, the witch assumed it was Aaron who was calling her there. But to her great surprise, it is Idrin who now appears. After this, Aaron demands to know how he found the marker, to which Idrin explains that he has a very powerful new ally. And also, there is one more person besides Aaron and Josephine who knew of this place. Tate's Balthazar himself, one of the legendary 3 heroes who had fought in the Witch Wars. Aaron is completely stunned and questions him whether Idrin has joined forces with someone like the evil Voltars. And what about the grave consequences of such a terrible decision? But Idrin simply dismisses all of her concerns and reminds her that their rules and ethics don't matter to them anymore. According to her, the mages were wrong to ever follow such ideals, protecting their test subjects, teaching the weaker students, and opening up the secrets of magic to the untalented. She sees it all now as a grave mistake on their part. In Aaron's eyes, the Academy only slowed the growth of true, powerful magic, and her voice now grows as cold as ice, as she reminds Aaron how people like him never truly change. First, they had hunted down the demons. Then the demi-humans, then the witches themselves. As a young child, Aaron had been hunted down and captured by those in power, simply because she had used magic without their permission. Back then, they didn't see Aaron as a real person, only as a subject to be dissected and studied. They had coldly debated with one another whether fire or black magic would be more fitting to tear her apart. But now, Aaron stands before them, very strong, no longer that helpless, terrified little girl, striking back at them with the same spear that had once ruptured their hearts. Moreover, Aaron makes it clear that they were never true seekers of magic, and they were just hateful beings who needed someone to target. Idrin recognizes her as the central figure of the Great Witch Revolution. However, he no longer plays the game fairly. Also, Idris casts a powerful seal on Aaron, confident that it can hold her captive for 3 whole days. With her now out of the way, Idris plans to lead the Mage Tower to eliminate the Academy's chairman, capture the powerful vampire, and reclaim the future for his own side. To him, the current world will collapse very soon now, and in its place, a brand new paradise will surely rise, one where only the chosen can practice their magic freely. Just then, the flame hounds of Khorne arrive on the scene. After that, Korin tells Eren that people like Yudrin never truly change because they have never truly suffered, and they have lived their lives without any real pain, and that is why they still remain so cruel to others. But now, it is finally time to fix all of that. Korin moves forward with his new plan B, ready to deliver the pain they have avoided for far too long, starting with a direct and completely ruthless strike. And Korin's goal is a very simple one: to rescue the professor, no matter what it takes to do so. When Run and Ron arrive late at night, Professor Ogun expresses his deep disappointment in them. He reminds them that today marks the first day of their monster hunts. Though the Fanboar is only a 4th-ranked monster, their complete lack of focus still disappoints him. The professor claims that he hates repeating himself and questions what he had told them about this earlier. Both Ren and Ron straighten up at attention and state that a good guardian must be highly skilled. But more importantly, they must be very punctual as well. Ogun hums, steps forward, and signals for them to begin their mission. Ron mutters in frustration that it is all because Corinne isn't there. Rin whispers that Corinne usually wakes them up every morning, and she wonders where he went off to so early this day. Far from them, Corinne stands amidst the burning fires and cornered mages. A girl grins, surprised by his sudden arrival on the scene, but it is clear that Corinne has come here fully prepared. He has used a powerful rune of tracking to find them. He steps in and then launches a devastating strike. He speaks, voicing his great disappointment in the Elder Admalak, saying that his rightful place is not here, but beside his disciples. Elder Admalak glares, recognizing the voice of the young man. He shouts, confirming Corin's identity as the same as the clown. With a lifted hand, he conjures up a massive, swirling fireball and declares himself to be the leader of the dreaded Red faction, and no easy opponent for him to fight. He invokes his ultimate technique, the Sky of Muspelheim, a flame meant to turn all things to ash. The fire roars toward Corin, but he stands there, completely unmoved. A dark and confident smirk curls up on his lips. The flames disperse right before him, completely ineffective. The elder stares at him in utter and complete disbelief. The resistance that Corin has conjured is not mere protection or elemental superiority. Corin's eyes now burn like hot coals. He speaks, saying if the elder relies solely on his fire, then he will never be able to defeat him in battle. Corin compresses the surrounding flames into a single deadly strike, forming a solar genesis. With one overwhelming and powerful blow, lightning carves its way through the enemy forces, and bodies drop all around him. Corin then kneels, breathing heavily. The girl lands and calls out, impressed. She clarifies that her praise is for Corin Locke himself, not for his incredible power. She claims that he must have foreseen the attack on the magic tower and prepared himself for this as well. Corin nods his head slowly at her words, struggling to stand back up. The girl studies him. Something about Corin now unnerves her a bit. She wonders at his strange silhouette, shadowed by his purpose, echoing the very symbol of justice. She then lends him her shoulder for support, asking him what will be coming next for them. Corin lifts his head and says the next target is Maria, and that the preparations are already in place for her. The Mag faction has two main goals to accomplish: to kill the chairman, Ryu Khazar, and to capture Maria. Duniev. Corin claims he originally intended to become their target, but Princess Miriam acted unpredictably and shielded him, disrupting his original plan. Fortunately for him, he holds a powerful plan B. He then continues, stating that during the official opening of Dunlevy Distribution, Josephine will make a public appearance at the grand event, then move into a much less crowded area than before. An ideal moment for a well-planned ambush. Josephine, moving ahead through a dark and narrow alley, reflects on the current plan. She wonders aloud if they had wanted to kidnap her all along. Why not just take her when she was in the carriage? At that moment, two women step out from the shadows. One of them reminds Josephine that Corin had warned them to prepare. Josephine halts in her tracks as a chill runs down her spine. Meanwhile, deep within the western forest valley, Rin and Ron are hunting. Ron proudly claims that he has caught a massive boar. Rin scoffs at him, saying that his is even bigger, but Ron frowns and mutters that something feels very wrong here. He recalls that Professor Dana had bought many fan boards last year for their testing and questions why there are so few of them now. Rin narrows his eyes, questioning the very same thing. They have now come very far into the dark forest, but the numbers just don't add up for them. Then, Rin sniffs the air and claims there's a stench of rotting flesh. He spins around and shouts at the shadow that is behind them. From between the trees, Professor Arkai steps forward, smirking. He notes the great value of the elder vampires, but says that wolves with golden pelts can match them easily. Rin and Ron are still very immature in their powers, and he states that capturing them will be a very simple task. He then adds that the mountain's fanboys are already dead. His monsters now completely surround the two young boys. Ron calls out desperately to run. Rin then nods. He knows what's coming. Archie chuckles darkly and mutters that it's unfortunate that they intend to fight him. He then orders his monsters to attack. The boars then circle closer. Back at the forest's entrance, Professor Ogun cuts down one of the charging monsters. He shouts for the students to form into protective formations and to defend one another. The fan boars, due to their rapid reproduction and their enormous appetites, require population control to be done each and every year. That's why he had brought all of the students here. But he had never expected the boars to return back to life. Then, the black mages all arrive on the scene. Professor Ogun warns them not to harm any of the academy students, saying that it would be a massive treaty violation for them. One of the mages calmly responds to him that they are not interested in harming any of the students, or him, if he would just stop resisting them now. No one will be hurt. Professor Ogun demands to know their true goal. The mage then reveals that they seek the two monster wolves. Hearing this, Ogun's brow tightens with worry and anger. The mages clarify that Run and Ron may not be highly trained just yet, but they are still growing stronger. At that very moment, Ren and Ron transform into their full wolf forms and tear through the surrounding hordes of monsters. Professor Ogun swings his mighty blade with all of his might and declares that whether they are demi-humans or wolfmen, if they study at his academy, then that means that they are his students now. A black mage stares at him, stunned, and then questions him. Does he truly intend to defy the Great Mage Tower? Professor Ogun steps forward without any signs of hesitation and shouts that they have laid their hands on his students. And now, he will face them all in the special dormitory. Corin is extremely confused when Mariette tells him that she never saw the ambush that he had warned her about. He wonders if the enemies noticed the trap. The original plan was to target Josephine. Mariette and Chairman are used simultaneously, but instead, 30 of the Black Faction's mages had simply vanished. The Red Faction's mages were all dealt with by him, but no one knows where the other ones have all gone. Princess Miriam suddenly appears on the scene, interrupting their conversation with a very knowing smirk, implying that she might just know where the missing mages are. Meanwhile, Ren and Ron are locked in a deadly battle against the Black Faction. Their Golden Wolves state struggles against the Hellsvender monsters, which are resurrected using dark magic on their corpses. These vile monsters are not just very strong, they are unusually durable. Professor Arkai watches with amusement as his beasts begin to overpower the two young wolves. Ren and Ron recall Corin's important advice. Distract them first, then strike at their weaknesses. Ren goes in very aggressively, but ends up hurting herself. Ron watches in horror as Ren loses her consciousness. Archie smirks at this. He had wanted to test his powers on Ron, but is now content that Ron has survived the attack. The bond between the wolf siblings runs very deep indeed. When one of them falls, the other one loses all of their control. Ron snaps and then goes completely berserk, panicking everyone, just as she is about to kill Archie. In her blind rage, Corin intervenes at the last moment. Ron is angry that he is far too late to help them, until he pulls her into a hug and tells her that Ren is still alive. Mariette, who is nearby, is giving Ren a healing potion, saying they were just in time to save her. While comforting Ren, Corin is uneasy about Miriam's earlier tip. She is being supported by the Mage Tower and shouldn't be helping it. He suspects there is something more hiding behind her actions. Corin then makes the Black Faction's mages all kneel down. He then thanks Professor Ogun with a grateful smile for risking himself to protect all of the first years. Ogun credits the students' survival to their powerful new gear, which was made from very expensive magic stones. Suddenly, Madame Josephine arrives in a great rush. The chairman's marker is now reacting to something. Corin realizes that this is what Miriam had intended by giving him the secret location of the mages. The Red Faction had ambushed Madame Josephine earlier, and the Black Faction had targeted Run and Ron. And still, there is no sign of the Golden Mage at all. Corin, along with Mariette and others, heads to Sherman. Are you? They find her unconscious, but not fully destroyed. There is still time. There, Corin sees the 4 great treasures of Loada de Venan all gathered. Undri's vessel, Dune's case, the lawgiver Doom Norix, and the enchanting monarch Ohardress. As he watches the coronation of paradise begin to unfold, his system backups all activate, and events spiral beyond his understanding. Then, the final boss, Tate's Valtar, appears right before him. Sweat trickles down the side of Corrin's pale face. And now, he has to save the world by defeating this great evil. He looks at Valtazer with a look of utter shock on his face. But Valtazer doesn't understand the reason behind his surprise. Because Balthazar has merely come here to see the person who has destroyed all of his well-laid plans tons of times and even stolen his precious treasure from him. At this point, Corrin realizes that maybe he actually pushed his buttons. However, he is a little bit relieved that Ryu isn't completely taken out, because in the game and the previous run, poor Ryu had died. After Ryu had left this world, Corrin's master, Eren, was then killed by the evil Valtars. Though Eren was thankfully able to evacuate this time, Corrin got to know about this because of the information about the assassination, while Ryu is apologizing in a weak voice to Corrin. He reflects on how the heroes of the Witches' Wars are all aware of this very place. But it is kind of astonishing to think that Valtazer has made a move. With a great worry, Corrin puts his hand on his own forehead, finding it hard to believe that another incident has happened that is far different from the original one that he knew. But Corrin quickly calms himself down from this. Gripping his spear tightly, Corrin reminds himself how he has always changed the scenario for the better. Thus, with all of his remaining power, Corrin unleashes a poisonous dragon head charge against Valtars, sending an immense amount of fire directly at him. But just then, something else unexpected happened. The domain, a level all warriors can only dream of. A secret attack is launched in an instant by Balthazar, and it was the exact same as Corrin's own attack, so it was countered with incredible ease. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Balthazar can't help but scoff to see that Corrin can already use it. Basically, this is the battle of the top-tier martial skills in the heroic legend of Arhingame. Though the moment both the guys strike at each other, they end up in the second domain of battle. And Valtazer compliments Corrin for having such nice skills, calling him his fellow disciple with a wide grin on his face. But now Balthazar plays this battle very smartly, using the Calamity Serpent's ultimate hidden essence and the poisonous dragon head charge technique, unleashing it and using the domain multiple times in a row, just like the legendary sword demon. Just then, his system starts to back up while updating important commands. In a moment, the backup status reaches up to 740%, which is exceptionally higher than it is normally. Corrin's grip tightens on his staff, and he is ready for his turn. From this point on, both the guys tackle each other with fine skills, and end up getting onto the fifth and final domain, striking and unleashing amazing strength and power with swift movements. As they get to the fifth domain of their fight, Balthazar studies how Corrin has gotten all the fundamentals, and he now needs more speed for this battle. So, with a wicked smile, he guides him to do just that. They both unleash their most ultimate moves in battle, the Calamity Serpent and the Infinite Returning Heavens, releasing a massive amount of energy and blinding lightning. But in a single second after their great fight began, as both the guys have been doing the exact same moves, people who couldn't enter the domain, like Warren and Mariette, see Corrin getting stabbed by the evil Valtar, and couldn't understand this grave and terrible situation, while the one who could enter into the domain, Alicia, prepares herself for the great counterattack. The very moment Alicia enters the domain herself, Ohar smiles, because this is not just a simple domain. She manages to enter into it easily, and the king will have some fun. Finally, in an instant, Valtar appears before them, clarifying to Alicia that this domain will not let him have any mercy upon her in this battle. With that, he grabs her harshly by her face. To his great surprise, Warren appears at his back too, trying to attack him from behind with her chains. But he dodges her attack in one swift movement and grabs her hand. Both of the girls collapse, but seeing how badly hurt Alicia is, Warren can't stop herself from attacking again, and sends a powerful chain of steel to capture this guy, declaring that he is now dead. One moment, the chains have trapped his whole body. The next moment, Valazer has broken free from the trap, not accepting it, because according to him, dying is not a part of his fate. Frustratingly, Warren approaches him once again, but she is thrown away, all shocked, as Valeza remarks how she lacks real experience, no matter how strong and powerful her body is now. With that, he grabs his staff and raises it up into the air to end her. But this is when his entire body begins to freeze over, as Mariette casts her snowflower spells directly at it. But Balthazar simply breaks free from all of the ice. As for now, he stands firm, as he is using his Spear of Light. Ahead here, this powerful skill can never miss its hit, no matter what happens. As the Spear of Light moves swiftly, while Mariette unleashes Diogu, the Spear of Light passes right through it, and goes directly towards Mariette. Seeing this, Mariette knows that this is now the end for her. But this is when the speed of light was sent into another dimension. And Balthazar immediately recognizes this power, that this can only be done by none other than the great Josephine. While Josephine clarifies that she is not here to change things, Corin uses the Solar Genesis Claw Solis to his advantage, as a bright and fiery light surrounds the entire area. This is the maximum output that he can unleash right now. Turning back to him, Walter scoffs, since he had missed his heart while attacking Corin. But he acknowledges his regeneration skills at the same time. He explains how this is not just his innate ability, but a commandment. He has engraved the opposite ones as the great Balthasar. However, he then mocks Corin as the mighty Solar Genesis. On the level that he is trying to hold is something that he cannot handle. On the other side of things, Josephine uses her special magic to create a multi-teleportation. Ohard, Dune Skis, and Doom Norix notice this and try to stop them, but Corinne has cast the bright, fiery energy upon them in order to stop them all, and he orders everyone to move out of there immediately. Hearing this, Mariette grabs Ariu, and Warren is holding onto Alicia. They all pass through the portal. Before entering the portal, Corin looks back at Valtazer, grinning widely and winking, hoping to see him again very soon. The portal was about to disappear completely, as they all got out of the place. So Dune Skaze thinks of trying to follow them through it. But Valtazer simply smirks, because his spear will always connect to the target that he had aimed at first, while everyone takes a huge sigh of relief after getting back from the slightest hole of the closing portal. Valtazer's spear appears in the direction of the young Mariette. So obviously, Corin becomes her human shield to protect her and take the attack instead. But this is when Ryu pushes both of them out of the way, and the deadly spear pierces right through his body instead. As the spear hits him, Ryu smiles at them one last time. Horror slashes across the faces of everyone who was there. Corin desperately tries to grab Ryu's hand in his, but he disappears to the other side of the closing portal with a warm smile on his face. Corin had always thought that he had changed the scenario into something better. This was what he had truly thought. However,